teams remain. $100,000 on the line.
We're going to win the whole thing.
And they are going to end up holding.
Who will be your champion?
So catching complexity as they come in, and that's going to be about it.
MLG Las Vegas.
I mean, that's just such a huge upset, I think, coming into this match. And they are actually going to exit in first place.
4 teams remain. Who's going to take home the Las Vegas championship?
Ladies and gentlemen, it all comes down to this. Who comes out on top? Live from Las Vegas is the Overwatch Invitational. My name is Golden Boy, and of course, I can't do this by myself. I'm joined by some dashingly attractive men, and I just want to say everyone who we have on board in the casting lineup this weekend, dashingly attractive. We have Stir, Huck, and ZP. Gentlemen, how you doing?
Doing great after you buttered me up a little bit there.
I'm glad. That's what I wanted to do.
I thought I was special.
You know, keep thinking that.
Now we're all the same. There's no distinguishing features whatsoever.
He told me he loved me.
I did. Guys, it's going to be a great day of action here, and the teams are on stage ready to go, but we have a lot to talk about because the road to this moment certainly was met with a lot of turmoil for a lot of these teams. Let's actually kind of break that down and really discuss what took place, because we had Group A, which for many people, Group A was the stronger group here in this competition. ZP, I'm going to start with you. Was it a surprise seeing Envious come out on the as the first seed, or did you expect to see something different?
I wouldn't call it a surprise, but definitely there were question marks just because Envy did come in off a pretty rough schedule. They didn't get quite the practice that they would have liked, and Taimu really just had an ordeal that you could have made a sitcom out of in terms of his travel here to the event. Lots of delayed flights, sickness, and all the rest. But Envy, they started out a little bit slow, but came in very, very strong, and now they look to be every bit the juggernaut we thought they could be coming into this event.
But at the same time, that seems to be the constant story with Envious. You know, I mean, we've casted a lot together. It seems like every time we're like, Envious are the ones to really, you know, the favorites for every tournament, and then they just keep not finishing. I mean, besides the Korean tournament. So maybe this is where they start their dynasty, or maybe this is where, once again, they fall short.
Ooh, and then we have Fnatic as well, who will be joining them. We'll see Fnatic a little bit later today, a team that is known for their consistency in the way that they approach the game. Of course, all eyes will be on them as they face off against FaZe. But then over on Group B, this was a group that had a couple of interesting stories coming out of it. Most notably, you had the NRG story. They just could not seem to get over the hump. That was Cloud9. But many people thought that we would see the reverse here, that Cloud9 would be the one coming out on top with FaZe fighting through that lower bracket. Stir, were you shocked to see the results?
I mean, Cloud9 did take FaZe Clan not that seriously. They even said themselves in interviews. I think they probably should have. FaZe, this looks like the best FaZe we've ever seen before. They're going to do really well here. That's going to be a match to watch for sure. But what I found way more interesting was that NRG losing to Cloud9 twice. They showed up to a tournament to only play Cloud9 and unfortunately go down 2 times.
Yeah, feels bad, man.
Yeah, well, I mean, that is the unfortunate circumstance. You know, teams have to get eliminated. But Cloud9, though, I had pegged Cloud9 and Envy to be the final. I thought that was going to be the final that we would see here. And now we're not at this point, ZP, where these two teams on stage right now playing in the semifinals, they're not going to play for that top prize.
No, they aren't. And for C9, again, it comes down to when they match up against FaZe, usually C9 does come out on top, but FaZe has that power to come in on any given day and punch above their weight class. So for FaZe, it's not too surprising that they were able to get that. It wasn't expected per se, but they've been known to do that in the past.
It's the consistent, inconsistent team. You really don't know what to expect.
That's very true. Now, we have our battleground set, if you will. We know where the teams will fall. So let's update you guys back at home in case you are joining us for the first time. This is actually going to be how it all shapes out. Team Envious will face off against Cloud9. Again, a match many thought we would see in the finals. And then on the other side of that, coming up next will be FaZe Clan facing off against Fnatic. A battle that certainly comes with it many questions. This is a team that has been known to be, as you said before, consistently inconsistent.
There you go.
Whereas,
nailed it.
I know, nailed it. Whereas on the other side, Fnatic is known for that kind of consistency. almost to a fault, Huck.
I'm looking at this bracket, right? And in my mind, it's like obviously the top bracket, I think whoever comes out of that is the favorite. The problem is if I think Fnatic beats FaZe, which will be a close match, I don't think they have a shot in the final.
Ooh.
On the other hand, if FaZe beat Fnatic, once again, that inconsistency, I think they could potentially do a big upset.
Just to update everyone as well, and this may play into your predictions, we're going to be seeing best of 5 for the semis. We've been doing best of 3 this entire time, and then best of 7 for the final. So we have
exciting.
I know it's exciting to have a lot of matches. So ZP, knowing that, does that change the landscape a little bit?
One thing it does change, of course, is that you get more time to feel out your opponent, and you also get more maps where you might have to play a map that you're not very familiar on. Or conversely, you might get more maps on a map that you're very strong on. So if we are going to see a depth of these teams, we'll see it in these longer series. And oftentimes, when you look at Overwatch historically, you get really good matches when you have these best F5s and best F7s. Every now and then, best F7 could be a 4-0, but oftentimes teams will be able to show, okay, maybe we're not so great at this map, but we're really good on this map, and that's always fun to watch.
I think this also really plays to Envious's strengths. It seems every time you see them in the tournament, the more matches they play, the further they get, the better they keep playing just over time.
And that is actually a good segue into this next segment, so nailed it. Cloud9 and Envy have a little bit of a history. You know, dating back from the early days of Overwatch when everyone was just a young sprout. Crazy to think that was just a couple months ago.
Yeah.
And ZP, I want to get your thoughts specifically because you were at the forefront casting those matches when Envy and Cloud9 were facing off against each other in those cups.
Absolutely. There's a point early in the year, right, when Overwatch was first released, where you look at the weekly tournaments, the monthly tournaments that were prolific within the scene. The finals was almost always Envious versus C9. Now, C9 has had quite a few roster changes since then, and Envy, of course, has picked up Mickey. But still, these teams are not strangers to each other, and it used to be some of the absolute best Overwatch had to offer between these two. So to see them here in person playing against each other, it is super nostalgic and should be great.
Yeah, it's almost like a younger brother, older brother sibling. I always see Cloud9, obviously, they didn't get the best of those matches for the most part, but they're so close, and they've had such long histories together. It's like a sibling rivalry we have on our hands here today.
But then for FaZe and Fnatic, there's really no rivalry there, right? It's more of just two teams that, you know, like just happen to have run into each other in this portion of the bracket, but they counter one another with their thought process.
Yeah, their styles are completely opposite. Fnatic's very calm, they're collected, they have strategies, they're planning everything out. And then FaZe, for me, they're like a solo pub stomp team, right? They're just mechanically very skilled, and they just go out there and they play their game and they get wins.
For me, Fnatic is order, FaZe is chaos.
Yes.
And you take a look at Fnatic historically, they are very consistent. They've been getting top 4 finishes very reliably. The question is can they take the next step? Because that's what's been working for really the last few months.
Yeah, we're going to see Fnatic intelligently adjusting over these longer sets, and FaZe is just going to say, I don't know, let's play Pharah this time and do something weird, and Fnatic's going to have to constantly adjust to it.
Well, these are going to be some great matches. I can't wait to watch them. And speaking of watching them, we want to know at home how you are watching Overwatch this weekend. That's right, folks. You can actually check out MLG's Eve player at mlg.tv/Overwatch. Good news is, folks, you get awesome data on all the players. You even get to know what hero that they're using when the switches take place. And on top of that, if you're new to the game, this is a fantastic way for you to be able to engross yourself in competitive Overwatch because it's awesome. There's a reason why we're all here doing it. There's a reason why we are always, just watching every single tournament that takes place because competitive Overwatch is so fun to watch. So again, that will be mlg.tv/Overwatch. Check it out, and I'm sure the MLG guys want to hear your feedback. So let them know what you think at MLG. With that said, now we move on to our first match of the day. It is going to be a war, honestly. I could see this going either way. I think a lot of fans have it in their mind that Envy will take this one, but let's actually talk about Envy first. Top of the show, we said they're like a telenovela. Okay, they're a soap opera waiting to happen. I don't know.
It was that Spanish?
Well, that's how I heard it.
Okay.
This squad, though, has so much talent, Stir. Where do you see their major points of strength here? Who are the factors on this team?
I mean, obviously, you always have to start off by talking about Taimu, which is, I mean, when people bring up Envious, that's one person that everybody always looks for. But in this, the team compositions we've been seeing, it's also been really playing to the strengths of Zarya combos, and we're going to see big diva bombs has been a major part of what teams are doing. So Mickey is another one to keep an eye on.
So for me, you look at this Envious squad. It is very easy to look at Taimu and say that Taimu is great, and no doubt about it, he is great. But you look at the history of this team, back to when they were known as IDDQD, before they were picked up by Envious, they were really carried by an incredible tank and support core. Their DPS players over time have changed, but their core players on tank and support have been very consistently successful in Overwatch, and I do think it's the heart of this Envy team that really carries them through.
You did talk about the change, and I do want to mention this, because Harry Hook, who
Yes.
was a support player for Envy, with the departure of Tailspin, took this new role, a role that he said he will never go back to.
Yes.
He would never go back to support. He is a DPS guy, and he's been playing lights out, Huck.
Yeah, and at the same time, we saw Complexity do a great job yesterday shutting that down with their Reinhardt. JKW doing a great job of, negating those nano boosts, negating that attack visor. So I'm hoping that Cloud9 has looked at those VODs, but I know personally that they don't really have a strong coach presence, so they don't really have a lot of time to dedicate to something like that. And I feel like maybe that's a weakness for them going into this match, not having that scouting that they necessarily should have.
What about for you, Zeke?
So looking at the matchup here on the Cloud9 side of things, where you look at what to expect from them, I really feel like if they're going to have success here, a lot of it will come down to what we see from Surefour, where when C9 has come out and they've been incredibly dominant, they've needed that strong game from him. I think that with the reworks of C9 roster, they don't always need that from him, but to punch into Envy here and take them out, I think part of it is going to require Surefour to come out and have an absolute monster game. But I'll tell you what, you look at history, Surefour is very capable of doing that.
We are going to dive deep into C9 in just a little bit, but there's one player in particular who not only has made an impact on this team with his playstyle, but also made an impact on this team with his really incredibly upbeat personality. It's the one and only Mickey, and we have Rachel down on the floor with that young man. Rachel, what's going on?
Thank you so much, Alex. It's true. I'm down here with Mickey, and I'm already enjoying myself. We've been trying to catch up here, decide what we wanted to talk about in this interview. And Mickey, I think the best thing is, why don't you just tell us your favorite story since joining Team Envy? What's been the best part about hanging out with these guys?
Yeah, the one story I like is the dictature. Yeah, it's like it because when I joined Envious, so I don't know at all. I just know Harry. So I start with Harry. Touch Harry. I don't know where to touch, so I started with tit.
All right, well, I'm going to assume that's all consensual and you guys are all on the up and up there. But I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. You've been said to be the spirit of the team. You've totally changed the attitude of the group, and you've really brought the guys together. Do you think this is true, or do you think that they already had some magic and they just sort of invited you in?
What do you mean?
That's what I mean. All right, new question. Who's your favorite teammate on Envy?
I think it's maybe Coco. Because Coco always do the Coco face like this. Always. Even we win, we won the game, and then Coco. When we lose, Coco. That's funny. That's always funny. Even they didn't talk anything. It's funny.
Well, thank you so much, Mickey. Good luck to you and the team. And guys at home, give me a handshake for sure. Thank you so much. Make sure you got that player cam on Coco during the game when he's winning and losing. You can head right back. I'm going to give it back to you guys on the desk. I don't know what you can pull out of that analysis-wise, but be my guest.
I love that kid.
I've been doing this for years. It's the best interview I've ever seen in my entire career.
Mickey's relationship with Harry just sounds like me and you.
It really does.
Whoa,
It really,
whoa.
no, he's mine now.
Okay, so you guys are
Yeah.
rekindling that.
Yeah,
I mean, Magic. I want to confirm, by the way, for everybody that Mickey does have a girlfriend. He's very passionately in love. They Skype very often. So It's just a friendship
no confusion
cupping.
here.
Yeah.
I've been seeing Mickey since the Overwatch World Cup, and I have never seen him without a smile on his face. He might be the most joyous person in esports. It is great.
It's almost a little scary sometimes, you know, like he's just going out there, you know, just getting like 3-4 kills, just smiling, right? Just looking, he's like,
Perfect diva player.
Mickey is a character, and I think Rachel hit the nail on the head when she said that he brings a lot of, you know, just magic and upbeatness to that team.
Knowing a lot of the stories, I was so worried when she asked that question, and then I was actually relieved when we got that answer. I was like, oh, this is like not that bad considered everything I've heard.
Well, you know, let's shift gears to Cloud9. We could talk about it for days, but I'm sure Reddit will have a field day with that one. So Cloud9. I am a huge fan of this team. One player in particular who is my best friend, okay? We hug every time we see each other.
Again,
okay?
you're just
I'm sorry, no.
loyal.
Listen, we are BFFs, okay? It is Mendo. Mendo, this guy, another joyful personality that has really helped C9 quite a bit.
Another guy that gets touched a lot by his teammates,
Okay.
apparently. No, seriously, it happens. I mean, I follow these guys on Snap, and poor Mendo, just getting
Poor Mendo.
24/7 from Surefour.
Off the rails.
Yeah, it's horrible.
What is it about Mendo's playstyle that really adds to this C9 roster, sir?
I don't know. He's willing to listen. He flexes to a lot of different characters. He can play a lot of different things. We've seen him in plenty of different roles. He's been on tanks. I've played against him on Pharah, like all over the place. I think he just fills any spot the team needs.
Yeah.
I'd say the biggest thing is that he gives C9 a second consistent DPS threat. The reality is that you look at the older C9 roster, Reaver was very hit or miss, and it put a lot of pressure on Surefour. But Mendo, one of the newer hires on the C9, has been very good with them in recent months. He's been a big part of their success in things like monthly tournaments when there's a little bit of a lull in NA competition. So Mendo has sort of helped the rest of the team, and it's given more space for Surefour to do his thing.
Yeah, I want to know more about Mendo. Thankfully, not only are we, best friends now, but the good news is we also have Rachel down on the floor with Mendo. Rachel, what's going on?
Alex, I know you're jealous because I'm down here with Mendo, and the first thing Mendo said to me is, I miss Alex, and I don't even want to talk to you, Rachel. But you're stuck with me, and we do have some stuff to talk about because you're playing for Cloud9. They've had a hell of a tournament here. You took out NRG twice. What do you guys have to say after a performance like that?
I'm pretty happy with our performance so far, and we've learned a lot and improved a lot over the course of the games. Like, we played pretty poorly against FaZe, but we knew exactly what we did wrong, and we adjusted that now, and hopefully we can prove that we're a lot better now.
And talk to me a little bit about your personal growth and your change in performance now that you've joined Cloud9. Do you feel like they've helped you grow at all? Do they make a man out of you?
Definitely, yeah. There's a lot of experienced players and just really good players who are really helpful to help me improve. And I'm very inexperienced in competitive play at all because this is my first game, but they just help me a lot, and I feel like I get better every day playing with them.
Great. Well, that's good news, and good luck to you guys going up against Envy. I'll be cheering for both of these teams. I'll be cheering for great games, but you guys on the analyst desk, I know you've got opinions, so let's hear them.
Opinions we do, Rachel. So, all right, this is it. Let's actually, first and foremost, take a look at our maps. What the battlegrounds that we will be playing on, that is going to be the most important thing. Keep in mind, folks, once again, if you're just joining us, we're in best of 5 territory now. Okay, no more of these best of 3 shenanigans. So based off of what we see with the maps here, gentlemen, what are your thoughts? Stir, we'll start with you.
Dorado's been a really weird map this tournament. I feel like there's been a lot of first holds on it. I can't even say what's going to happen on this. There's been Symmetras, there's been Torbjorns even on this map. So what happens here could be very varied.
Historically, I mean, yes, I would definitely expect Envious to run some kind of Symmetra play on Dorado. It's scary, though, knowing that they're going to probably, at some point, possibly play on King's Row, which they have also traditionally been very bad at over the course of time.
One thing that strikes out to me is that if we do get to map number 5, which would be Gibraltar, C9 has more Gibraltar experience than most of the other teams in the tournament. That actually could be very good for them if they're able to push it that far. Now, ideally, they'd want to get through earlier, and a map like Volskaya is actually a bit of a wild card, I think, for both teams. And we get to a map 4 situation because neither team has as much experience on it. It's just not as regularly played as other maps in Overwatch. So interesting to take a look at that.
All right, we've talked about the 2 teams. We heard from the players. It all comes down to this, a best of 5 to decide who moves on to the finals for the top prize here at MLG Vegas, the Overwatch Invitational. Gentlemen, putting you on the spot here. I don't know who wants to go first.
I'll go first.
Of course you do. Let's do some predictions.
C9. Sureforce, my boy. We played on the World Cup together, Team Canada. Big upset. Let's go C9.
Me and Shore4 played Dungeons and Dragons together. I am extraordinarily biased.
So who you got?
I got Cloud9.
Okay.
All right, well, I guess I have to be the one person at the desk here that take Envy based on what we've seen. Don't get me wrong, I love C9. I've seen them won a whole bunch of stuff in recent times, but it's been online. In person, Envy has been on a very much of a hot streak coming off of Apex. So I have Envy right now, 3-1.
All right, guys. Well, you heard it from our analysts. This is going to be a great matchup, and we hope you are equally as excited as we are. Let's go ahead, toss it over to your casters to get this one rolling on.
Thank you so much. This is time for your first game in the best of 5 here in the semis. We are going the distance much longer than what we had in group stages. And Matt, as this one kicks off, I want to get your prediction as well. I'm siding with ZP here. I think Envy's got the advantage, but Cloud9 has been so dangerous in this tournament.
Well, I feel like Envy has just gotten better, obviously, as the tournament goes on. They have that close match against Complexity. They're able to do quick work with Fnatic. So you kind of think, Envy is kind of sliding towards them. But I feel like if you're Cloud9, like, this is your moment. Like, this is where Cloud9 can kind of cement themselves, like, as trying to get back to that top team in North America.
Absolutely. This is basically the match everyone expected to be the grand finals. Cloud9 falling to FaZe is now forcing them to play Envy a little bit earlier in the tournament than they expected. But either way, I think this could be the match of the day. Both of these teams have been so good on defense. Adam is going to pull out the Symmetra once again, and I do expect to see it from Envious. But as we open things up, Matt, who is your player to watch here for Envy?
I think we got to watch Harry here on the Widowmaker. He's just getting one shot into the Reinhardt shield, and you think he probably goes back and changes things up and goes over to the Soldier 76. That's what Harry has been known for over the last few weeks. His Soldier play has just been absolutely phenomenal. And now Taimu heading up here towards the stairs, going to try and land one of these hooks. And speaking of Cloud9 a little bit last night, they love their Symmetra play. They combined it yesterday with Torbjorn. But today they felt they needed the 76 in play. Surefor, that's what they felt like in that one series against FaZe where it didn't work out. They didn't have the 76. So now that you play the Symmetra with the Soldier, you're able to just lay down this damage from afar and keep Symmetra up.
And Surefor just does not miss when he's on a hit scan hero. Already stacking up here on this statue. He's got his Reinhardt in the front line. Mickey causing a few problems with that D.Va. Going to start the engagement for Envy. Envy has moved the payload pretty close already. And we're gonna see when will the first kill get landed. It looks like Mickey about to be knocked out of his mech. On board with Harry Hook, and there is a great combo as Taimu is gonna be able to pull the player in. Harry finishes him off. It's gonna be advantage for Envy, but now Harry is dropped out of the action.
Yeah, it's gonna be Kai nano boosted for the side of Cloud9, and Adam actually gets his ultimate, but a nice hook there from Taimu, and it was Cloud9 just backing up. They were playing for that shield generator, just couldn't get it fast enough, and you're going to see the deep ultimate go towards the sky. It looks like it's actually going to be the teleporter coming in from Cloud9, so they're gonna be able to actually get back onto the payload here.
They got to take out the teleporter. Does Envy on board with Taimu. You see him slept in the background. Internet Hulk has his sound barrier, and you're going to see a counter sound barrier coming down. It's going to be a big fight on the left side. Chips, Taimu picking up all of the kills, and the whole hog is going to clear house. This is going to be the first checkpoint here for Team Envious. And if you're just joining us for Overwatch in the competitive sense, what you're watching right now is payload. Each team will have an attack. They're going to try and push that cart into the enemy's base. And this is a great start to the game for Envious. They won the initial team fights. They already have a checkpoint, and they are continuing to surge forward aggressively.
Yeah, and you just see the dangerous play around that Symmetra. They were trying to get the teleporter or the shield barrier, and when Surefor drops, you need to put that teleporter down to get him back into the fight with the Tag Visor. They're not able to hold on. You're going to see Adam switch things up and go over to Lucio, and here's going to come the Graviton Surge coming in from Mendo. He's got 3 players stuck inside of it. It's going to be Harry Hook, though, taking out Rib as Rib tries to dive for some follow-up. Now Harry gets that nano boost with the Tag Visor up top. He's going to come down, take out one. Rolf is going to drop as well, and Envious is rolling.
Adam trying to stay alive, and he will be picked out of the sky. Coco swinging the hammer is going to shut him down. Harry pushing up. The Helix rocket's going to take Kai out of his mech. Harry's going to go position himself up top, but all of the tanks coming behind on the support. Huge game so far out of the healers from this Envy squad. Chips and Internet Hulk. We haven't talked about them yet, but they have kept these tanks up in every single team fight.
Yeah, and you see, I mean, when Mickey is able to just get in so deep, it's Chips the one keeping him alive as that Ana deep. And you see, it's going to be the Earth Shatter coming in from Rib and Coco. Nobody falls during those engagements. It's going to force Harry to back up towards his teammates. Here comes a big self-destruct coming in from Kai. He's able to get one. Surefor switching over McCree with a flashbang onto Coco, able to pick him up. So now you're starting to see Cloud9 push back Envious.
If you watched the Cloud9 match against NRG last night, you saw what Surefour did on the McCree. In fact, in that matchup, Surefour showed off 5 different heroes. Most of them hit scan, of course, but the McCree, my favorite to watch. He is so pure. Just listen to the dinks as he hits headshot after headshot.
Yeah, and he's just going to be able to lay down this damage at range where it's going to be very difficult on Harry to get in and get close and do that mid-range damage as 76. But Envy does have the sound barrier and the tac visor, and look for Mickey to open this up potentially with his D-Volt.
Taimu gonna be spotted, forced back. His teammates setting up top. Taimu's gonna go for the hook as they are going to be pushing for the initial kill. And it looks like Taimu's actually just gonna be sent to the payload. It's gonna be Mickey pressing the action. Harry Hook with his nano boost ready to go any moment as Chips is gonna have it in about 15%. Will the tac visor come through? First it's the sound barrier and Taimu is gonna counter with the whole hog. Sound barriers down for both teams and it's Envy winning the initial battle.
Yeah, and it's going to be Mendo getting nano boosted for the side of Cloud9. You see him down on top of the payload, but it's going to be Taimu and Chips staying up. Taimu's going to have to heal himself, but a big Earth Shatter comes in from Coco. He knocks down 3, a hook from Taimu.
Wow.
They're able to get rid of Mendo, and this should be Envious advancing the payload.
Cloud9, other than the third, fourth team fight we saw, really not getting a whole lot of, well, no success. You're watching the fight now, and this is just a slaughter. Harry Hook's gonna pick up 2, and you see the hammer from Coco continuing to lay out players from Cloud9. They're coming off the respawn, staggered now as Rolf, their healer, is gonna be taken down. He is their key healer for Cloud9, and Harry Hook has just been so pure on this soldier.
His shot is just so accurate. I mean, he gets into these advantageous positions. You see him always getting this high ground. Envy puts him in perfect spots to succeed. And right now, you do have the tac visor coming online very soon. You see the side of Cloud9 trying to get that high ground here, trying to get on top of this bridge, and then going to trap Envy underneath.
I feel like this is the most deaths Rolf has had in any single game, at least in a half. You're gonna see Mickey knocking down the Reinhardt. Rib is gonna be on the ground. Surefour did take Harry Hook out of the action though, and now Surefour on the McCree can lay down the long range damage. His teammates have taken control of the payload. They'll be pushing it back towards Envious's spawn. For now, it's Cloud9 holding.
And once Surefour takes out Harry, I mean, he has such easy targets to shoot at as McCree. I mean, he's just going to be able to dink on Taimu, push him back, and take his HP pool down pretty quick. Same with Mickey. You see it's going to be Envious setting up here for a push. You're going to wait for Coco to get his Earth Shatter as well at 94%. You have a lot of other ultimates to work with here as well.
Cloud9 has Mendo with that Graviton. He's been their key player. Envy last time was able to escape away from it though. Whole hog coming out for Taimu as he is going after Surefour. Surefour going to survive. Taimu trying to heal himself. Earthshatter is going to come down. Kai is going to be comboing with Mendo as they take out 2 players. Rolf on Harry Hook as well. Chips trying to stay alive with the Ana for Envious, and the sound barrier will be brought down. Envy actually going to be winning this fight, at least for now. Will they be able to hold on?
Yeah, it's a big play by Chips. He was actually able to put Kai to sleep on that Diva nano boost. It's going to be Coco taking out Adam. The tanks were Envious over on the payload, but their supports fall, and they're going to have to back out here. But here comes the aggressive push from Envy yet again.
Harry Hook going after the Tracer. Tracer going to be brought out, and she will be shut down immediately. Mendo out of the action, so it's a 6v5. Harry Hook makes it a 6v4. Rib in a battle versus Coco, and Harry's going to try and chase down the final shots. Kai trying to stall out with the Diva. Gets to the payload, but here's a counter from Mickey. The Diva bomb is going to land after Kai's most likely. And there you see Harry getting the nano boost. This could be it, Matt.
Yeah, some 6 shots there from Harry, able to take Kai out when he's in that baby Diva mode. He's going to push Mendo back, going to get his HP pool really low. It's going to force him to go on a flank. A nice sleep dart there from Chips. Going to put Rib to sleep. He needs to get on the payload because Envious is moving here towards the end. They're going to complete the map with 39 seconds left in the time bank.
The difference maker here, that guy in the middle, Harry Hook from Spain. The incredible Soldier 76, great Reinhardt play from Coco the entire game as well. Every time he's in trouble, he was able to get out alive. His healer's keeping him up. That's Chips, the tall one, second from the right. On the other side, you see the support, Adam for Cloud9, very frustrated. There was so much pressure on him and Rolf throughout the game. The healer's never able to stay up, and that was kind of the difference maker.
But Cloud9 did start to come alive towards the later end of that game, right? Their first defensive hold over by, the courtyard statue to get to that second point was not very good. And then, getting into that last point, it was pretty easy for the side of Envious, but it was a good last point hold there from Cloud9. It's Envious completing the map yet again with only 39 seconds left. We'll see. They're going to be running the Symmetra. We saw this earlier in the tournament from Envious as well.
Envy, they started off the tournament with a loss on Kings Row. It was their only loss so far. They did have a draw against Fnatic, but they have been steamrolling after Taimu finally got over here from Finland. Here comes Cloud9 on the attack, though. For the defense, you're going to see Mickey back on the Torb as Internet Hulk pulls out the Symmetra. We saw it on Hollywood. It's here on Dorado once again.
And I wonder if Mickey actually stays on the Torb. You know, he's been so effective as D.Va and Zarya. Now, right now, we're going to see Internet Hulk go up, start placing some turrets here towards the front. He's going to get a little bit faster ult charge. And now you're going to see Mickey switch. Yeah, I was going to say, the Torb would have been an odd pick, because the last time we saw them here, they did not have the Torb in play. So it'll be Internet Hulk getting these turrets here for this early charge. It'll be Harry up top as the 76, just going to try and lay down this damage. But they need to get rid of Internet Hulk as fast as possible. I think if you're Cloud9, once you see the Symmetra, that's the play you need to make.
And if you haven't been following Overwatch in the last 2 weeks, Symmetra, she now has to choose between 2 different ultimates, can put down the teleporter to get her teammates back into the action on defense, or she can also put the shields down. What are you expecting to see out of Envy as Internet Hulk is going to be charging up first?
I think a lot like what we saw from Cloud9. It just kind of depends on the scenario. Like if you have, you know, your main DPS player drop right away, you're going to need that teleporter to get back into the equation. If not, you get a full hold, stabilize on defense, then you get that extra shield. Then it becomes very difficult for Cloud9 to break.
We're on board with Shore4 here from Cloud9, and I like this choice. He's not going with the Soldier, not going with the Hog. Instead, he's going with the Tracer. He's going to try and be the pest in the back line. There's a lot of turrets, though, set up there by Internet Hulk from Envious, so he's got to be careful. Taimu on the defensive end for Envy, looking for a hook, and he is just going to be picking away at Kaikai's D.Va, and D.Va is now taken out of the mech, so this is a great start for Envy. Harry's going to pick off Shore4 as well, so no Tracer in the back line. This is a great first hold.
And I wouldn't be surprised if you see Shore4 switch off of the Tracer, because there's Symmetra very effective at killing those flankers. Not as effective against Tracer as like somebody like Genji, but you're going to see Shore4 stay on it. So probably going to try and get to this back line, because if they can take out Chips, he's the solo healer on the side of Envy.
Here comes Cloud9, Rib on the Reinhardt leading the charge. He is going to be turreted up from behind. Coco gets in his face, and Rib is going to be eliminated with the help of Mickey and Taimu. Envy all converging. They're just focusing their fire down this small choke, and Taimu is just tearing through Mendo. The tanks are falling for Cloud9. The payload still hasn't even made it under the bridge.
Yeah, Cloud9 just trying to get into the statue area and just make a play on the back of the healers for the side of Envious. But now you're giving Envious a lot of these ultimates. Internet Hulk's going to get his Symmetra ult. We'll see which one he puts down, whether it's shields or that teleporter. He's going to put down the shield barrier, and now it's going to be Shore4's job to track this down. It does have a large health pool as well, so it's going to be very difficult, even if Shore4 gets over towards to take it out. You see it in that room, and it's covered by turrets and Harry Hook on the 76.
Shore4 just has to stay out of the sights of Harry Hook, and there you see it coming down the nano boost. Looking for the pick. Shore4 survives once again. Mendo is going to be pushing the action. Here comes a big Earth Shatter, though. This could be the opening for Rip. And as he comes charging in, Taimu's going to hook him up. They're going after the shields from Symmetra. Instead, it is Taimu picking up kill after kill. Rolf, Kaikai, and Shore4, though, not going down without a fight. They're able to get 3 picks. Envy has to retreat finally.
On Shore4 trying to chase Taimu, eats a hook in the mouth there. But they do get rid of the shield barrier there, so it's a big play by the side of Cloud9. They get in, Kaikai, Shore4, get rid of the shield barrier, now pushing the payload up. And Cloud9 should be able to unlock this first point. On the side of Envy, you're going to see they're going to get rid of the Symmetra right away.
So Matt, we've seen some very quick times on the first checkpoint. What's a good time for this second checkpoint for Cloud9 if they want to be able to match Envy's score?
Well, I think if you're Cloud9, you just need to get Envious off of this high ground, and you're going to need at least win 2 fights before you can actually get towards that second checkpoint. You see Kaikai is going to use his D.Va ultimate just to get back in his mech. You're going to see Envious actually go down and contest now on top of the payload.
Harry Hook was such a difference maker on the attack. Kaikai doing a solid job of neutralizing him, but Taimu is going to rotate over for Envy, protect his DPS character, and now you'll see the tanks repositioning at the top. Envy with the high ground still. It's going to be up to Kaikai to go for a knockdown, and it looks like that's exactly the game plan. Down low, though, it's Shore4 laying down the fire for C9. As you see, it's Mendo just flacking the top. Grenade after grenade is going to keep Kaikai alive. Finally, he's forced out of the mech. The payload's pushing forward, but Envy holding strong.
Yeah, but here's what you'll see Envy get a little bit more aggressive. They get Kaikai very low. Harry just trying to line up a Helix Striker here. Doesn't take the shot. Oh, there he goes. Takes the shot. Then he's able to take out Kaikai before he gets his mech back. A nice hook there by Taimu on the Shore4. Mendo barrier comes in and saves him. So now Cloud9, I think you just need to force Envy down. If you can bait them down onto the payload, you do have this Graviton Surge, you do have the Nano Boost, you can combine those and take advantage.
And we even saw NRG Seagull using the Graviton from below. It seemed to pay off in their battle yesterday. Will we see something similar from Mendo on Cloud9? Instead, we're watching Taimu go whole hog and just clean everybody up. Coco right next to him, just slamming as Mickey is looking to finish off these kills. Kai pulled in, and Mickey is going to be able to execute. They're going to keep Baby Diva out of her mech, and they will retreat safely. Envious using 2 ults there, but you still have Harry Hook and Chips with their ults available. Look out for the Nano Boost attack visor.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9 is losing these fights early, but they're building a big ultimate, war chest, as ZP would say, and they're getting close to getting this payload up. And now you see Mendo's going to use the Graviton Surge. It's going to be a sound barrier coming in from the side of Envy. It's going to be Internet Hulk dropping, but here's Surefour with the tac visor, Nano Boost, and he gets hooked. He gets pretty fortunate there. Doesn't end up on the roof, but his teammates are falling. This is one that Cloud9 is going to invest a lot into here, Puckett, and they're going to lose it.
I love how Taimu just chased down Surefour, and Mendo is going to get wiped off the payload. The tanks coming down from above and dealing damage. Cloud9 with a minute 30 to get all the way to the second checkpoint. Will they be able to make it happen? So far, they have been stuffed.
Well, right now, Envious has no ultimates to work with. You look on the side of Cloud9, you're going to see Surefour switch over from the 76 to McCree. You need to get Harry down from this high ground. He's really causing a lot of problems for this C9 team, and I think the McCree at range definitely provides that. It's just going to come down to whether Surefour can knock down these shots.
The only ultimate up currently is for Rib, and that is an Earth Shatter. Not going to be too useful unless you get to close range, and at any moment you can see the drop down coming in. It's actually C9 on the attack, but they're in a defensive positioning. Meanwhile, Envy has taken the low ground. Mickey comes up top, and Surefour just going to fan that hammer. The Lucio trying to boop him off as well. Meanwhile, the real action is down on the payload.
Yeah, but you see those heals on Chips coming in onto Mickey as Diva up top, and Mickey is just not dropping. He's putting a lot of pressure onto Surefour. That's also building Chips' ult as well. It's going to be Kai though, taking out Chips. Here comes a Deadeye. It's going to be Surefour able to connect on Coco, and now Cloud9 has the advantage.
Not only did he take out Coco, he saved a teammate. Coco was mid-spear as that Deadeye lands. Mickey is going to be chased down. The flashbang will stop him as the headshot is pure. Surefour and crew will continue to move this payload. We're going to be going into overtime, though, so if they get wiped off the payload, it will be Envy holding strong and taking map number 1. Will Envy choose to engage, or are they just going to be playing for this third check?
Well, Cloud9 actually has a really good chance to take this. They have the Nano Boost plus the Earth Shatter, and they're actually going to get the sound barrier as well, but it's going to be Surefour dropping at the beginning. A big hook comes in from Taimu, and things may be falling apart for Cloud9 here.
Rolf, their healer, was just taken out as well. Kai trying to stay alive. Harry Hook is hunting him down. It is all Envy in the kill feed. They're going to take out the Diva. Last player up is going to be taken to the earth. Coco shutting down Adam. Map number 1, going to Cloud9 here.
Yeah, when Taimu connects on that hook onto Surefour and takes him out at the beginning, that just swings everything in Envious's favor. Surefour in that top high position, as McCree was just going to be able to rain down shots. As soon as they take out Surefour, they pop the tac visor and they're able to wipe through the rest of the members of Cloud9.
Jeez, Envious looking so strong here on Dorado. They have been playing so well on this map. A great first attack and then the solid defense. Cloud9, they're going to have their hands full when it comes to the payload maps, but coming up next, we're going to see Ilios, a control map. As we take a look at some of the highlights from this game a little bit later on, Matt, who was your key player?
Well, I think Harry just provided so much for Envious, getting to that high ground consistently, and they almost kind of like protect him with Taimu around him. So you saw them as a pair just wandering around, roaming that high ground, and at the end there, I mean, it was just a big play from Taimu to open things up. You see why Roadhog is so effective. You're able to get picks early with those hooks. You take out Surefour from that high ground, allows Harry to just get up top with the Nano Boost and tac visor, just lay down some free damage, and Envious is able to take that fight.
One loss for Cloud9, a win for Envious, but remember this is a best of 5 in the semifinals, so plenty of games still to play. Envy very sound in their standard composition. On the other end here for Cloud9, you saw Shore4 playing a little bit of Soldier, you saw McCree coming out, the Tracer at times, nothing really seeming to work though, and I'm wondering, when you take Mendo off the Zarya, do you ever switch that up? Do you see a Roadhog potentially come out for him?
I mean, if you're going to have a Roadhog, I feel like it'll be Shore4 that runs the Roadhog for this C9 team. That's what we've been seeing consistently. Like, you used to see Mendo on Roadhog, and then Shore4 run a little bit of the D.Va play, and then Kai can stay on the Zarya. But recent for Cloud9, you've been seeing Shore4 run the Roadhog. So I think if they are going to go quad tank, you will see Shore4 make that adjustment and go over towards the Roadhog. But I think he's actually been very effective on McCree. I think when we've seen him play the McCree, I think that's when you've seen him at his best.
Yeah, each player here kind of has a hero which is their specialist. You see Shadowburn, he's kind of the specialist on Genji. You see Shore4, love watching his McCree. Taimu, honestly, I feel like he's just become one of the best Roadhogs in the game. He was so pivotal in a lot of those team fights, always landing these hooks. We're going into Ilios though. Cloud9 with a chance to answer back, and here in the control point battle, it is going to be the first to 3 rounds. So we'll see several different stages. Our first one will be Ruins. All smiles from Envy. They have the lead. Mickey getting the boys fired up. It's game number 2 coming your way right now.
We'll see what Envy decides to do here in this one. So currently they have, a 3 DPS setup. Don't think we'll see that. You probably see Mickey switch things up and go over towards the D.Va. Yeah, Mickey's just trolling. I mean, he's played Genji here in the warm-up. Now he's playing Widow. On the side of Cloud9, though, you do see Shore4 on the McCree here early. I do like that decision. I think we've seen Shore4 be very effective with McCree, but he's actually going to switch things up. So they're going to go with the quad tank setup. You'll see Shore4 run Roadhog.
A little bit of Roadhog action here for Shore4, the DPS tank. As he's known, Harry Hook, though, he was the star of game number 1 on the Soldier 76, and he is going to be taking the top position very aggressively, working with Mickey. Coco will be right behind him as well. All 6 players from each team battling on the side, except for the McCree. Taimu is going to be positioned off to the left side for Envious, and it's going to be Shore4 in the action first against the D.Va.
Well, this puts a lot of pressure on the side of C9 to track down Taimu and Harry, because they're going to be able to just lay down a ton of damage into the shields from a distance. You see it's going to be Kai taking out Coco at the beginning. Both Reinhardts from either team drop, and it's going to be Taimu just trying to get on the point here, just trying to take out Kai, but Kai just playing in a very nice position here as D.Va, going to have Mendo assisting him with some barriers, and it's going to be a Deadeye already coming in from Taimu, not going to connect anything with it. It's going to be Harry able to take Kai out. Harry with another kill in the feed, and now Envy's going to take the point.
And that's just a testament to how much damage Taimu was doing to be able to get that Deadeye before the point is even locked down. Now you're going to see Harry Hook with the attack visor. Chips has got the nano boost, and already it is Cloud9 forced off the respawn. I thought it was going to be Cloud9 with the advantage because they took out Coco very early in that first fight. Instead, the DPS coming in and winning the fight. Cloud9 now has to break through this narrow choke.
And here's where like the jealous side of me would say I would love to see Cloud9 switch Mendo off of the Zarya and go with like a dual DPS setup and just try and take on Harry and Taimu like head on. I mean, this is why you brought these 2 players together, Shore4 and Mendo, to be this awesome DPS combo. And without all these tanks in the game, they're giving the opportunity to do that. You're just not going to see it. You're going to see a Graviton surge coming in from the side of Cloud9. Shore4 is able to get 1, but it's going to be Harry answering back, taking out 2. Rolf with a big kill, getting Harry out of the equation though. Going to take down that long range consistent DPS. It's going to be Taimu calling in a Deadeye. He's going to knock Kai out of his mech, and Envy is still able to hold on to this.
Second Deadeye coming down for Taimu, and he is going to clear Kai out of the mech. Mickey is going to be dropped out of the mech before he can finish off the kill. So nice job by Shore4 to keep his teammates alive. Rib going to finish off that last kill, and now he will lead the charge into the point already, though 60% for Envious. Cloud9 trying to get control for their first time here in game number 2.
And they get onto the point. Shore4 will have the Deadeye. You'll have Kai with a D.Va ultimate as well with an Earth Shatter. So we'll see if Cloud9 actually pushes up and gets a little bit closer to these chokes, because on the side of NVS, obviously with only the 2 tanks, you're not going to be able to just kind of power your way through there. You're going to have to just knock down Coco's shield, and then he's going to just leave the rest of his team open to getting consistent damage laid down upon them. So you're going to see Cloud9 actually decide not to push up. They're going to play a little bit further back. But you're going to have Rib just putting the shield up here and going to let Shore4 shoot over the top.
Mendo has given his teammates some solid barriers so far, but his Gravitons have not been on point. Last time around, he only got the tank, and then Coco was able to just charge out of it. Here's the fight, though. The Earth Shatter comes down as Coco gets speared by Rib. Now the kill comes in. It's going to be Cloud9 winning the tank fight down low. Taimu chasing down Kai. The mech gone, but the D.Va's still on point. The flashbang lands. The headshot not going to be able to finish her. There comes the barrier from Mendo. And that Zarya from Cloud9 did so much work to keep his team up. This is a close game. It looks like Cloud9's going to win the initial battle, and they continue to score. They could take the lead here.
Well, C9's going to have the reinforcements coming off the spawn here. Surefour with a nice flashbang, taking out Mickey when the Diva ultimate goes in the sky. And he has this Deadeye. Could use it to zone Envious off of the point, but although Envious got on the point for a very long time, it never swung in their favor, and Cloud9 is racking up the score.
Observer, if we could just stay on board with Surefour. The man has been on a mission. He has been so deadly with this McCree. You're going to see Rib with the shield in the front. Just going to be distracting as the headshots are landed time and time again. Surefour, though, not as effective on this push. Envy looks a little bit more cautious on the attack.
Well, they're just not giving Surefour an opportunity to land these headshots right now. It's going to Taimu very weak, but you had Coco up top just applying that shield as Reinhardt, and you were not going to be hitting any damage coming in from Surefour. He's going to have Internet Hulk over on the bridge, but a big Graviton Surge with a Nano Boost comes in the middle of the map, and it's going to be Harry and Envy answering back in a big way, though, as we are in overtime.
Perfect Helix Rocket coming in for a Harry Hook. He's able to pick up his second, and now helping with the third kill. They're chasing down Kai. The Ana chips doing so much damage, stopping any healing that could potentially come in. Kai is going to be forced back. They'll keep him out of the mech. And you're going to see for Cloud9, it is just the Deadeye available. Rib working towards that Earth Shatter, but nowhere near are the other teammates for Envious. Only Taimu probably going to have the Deadeye to work with as well.
Yeah, and I mean, with Surefour with the Deadeye, it's not really something you can open an engagement with. You can use it to like zone the players of Envy off of the point, but Mickey just up top, just being a nuisance, just laying the damage in from Diva from behind, and he's going to come in on a pinch here. And you see Envious now getting closer. They're at 93%. Mickey just knocks Rib inside of the point. You see Surefour, though, going to get a three-man Deadeye. A big play there by Surefour, trying to swing it in C9's favor.
Taimu trying to answer back. The tanks are distracted. Rib throws up the shield at just the right moment. Mickey with the Diva bomb, but it doesn't pick up anything. And down goes Taimu. Cloud9 has retaken control. The crowd here in Las Vegas cheering on C9 as it looks like they could lock this up. They just got to force Harry back. Here comes the Nano Boost, the Sleep Dart. Gonna stop it for a moment. Internet Hulk on Lucio gets in, but it's C9 taking our first point of control.
And you saw them start to come to life when Surefour went over to this McCree, and it is something I hope you see more often. We saw him come to life a little bit on Dorado, on the McCree, now here in Ilios. And our first point, he switches from the Roadhog over to the McCree, and they start to swing things in their favor. And we'll see what Envy decides to do to answer this back. So Taimu's going to go back to running the Roadhog. He's going to get off the McCree, try and get these picks. You know, McCree, a very slow DPS attack hero, and you're able to land these hooks pretty easy as Roadhog on him.
That was a massive Deadeye. 3 picks in the final fight, but that's just the first point. You have to win 3. We're going to the well, and this could be a hook party. We saw a fantastic game with Fnatic yesterday. A whole lot of funny moments in that one, but in the end, it was Envy coming out on top. Here they are in the second point, charging behind Coco, who's going to lead the fight. The Flame Strike goes out, but no one there. Cloud9 going to go for the delayed push, and they got Surefour flanking from the left.
Yeah, we saw more people fall into the well yesterday than I think I've ever seen. A hook comes in from one of the teams. You're going to see Mickey getting the first kill there onto Mendo. So you're going to have Mendo actually running the Roadhog. So they're going to drop the Zarya here. It's the first time I believe we've seen Mendo run to the Roadhog here at this event.
Taimu on Roadhog, going to get the pull. Kai knocked out of his mech. Advantage to Envious so far. They will be able to lock in the point first as they start to score. Coco hit with a flashbang over the shield. His healers, though, keeping him alive as Envy wants to push the action into the C9 base. And you're going to see it's Surefour working towards another Deadeye. Will he be able to land another game-changing play?
Yeah, that was big there from the side of C9. So Mendo lands a hook onto Mickey. They hit him with a nade from Ana, and they're able to get him out of his mech. And that's going to give Cloud9 a good opportunity to take this back. As Surefour just trying to land shots. That is a long-distance hook from Taimu. And he's going to be able to drop Surefour into the well. Nice hook there from Taimu. We talked a little bit about it, you know, when Roadhog going up against McCree. McCree very slow, and he's trying to peek around these corners. And Roadhog's able to land those hooks with these. Then you're going to see Surefour right away ditch the McCree, going to go over to Tracer.
And it looked like we saw the tack visor get positioned. Harry Hook has it ready to go with the Soldier 76 on high ground. Taimu on the right side, though, is going to be working on Rib, the Reinhardt for Cloud9. Envy already over 50%. They're halfway to victory on this second point. And for Cloud9, it looks like Mendo waiting for that ultimate to charge up. Here could be the push. The nano boost could come out any moment as well. As you see, the first pick goes down. Taimu out of the action. It's going to be Mendo looking for his second hook. Long range shots. Mickey is going to try and answer with a Diva Bomb as the Earth Shatter comes down. Coco is going to take players to the back line, and it's going to be Mendo chased down by Harry. But no, the counter coming from behind. It's Mickey tickling him from the back.
Yeah, and you're going to see Surefour able to take out Internet Hulk here, so Cloud9 still alive in this fight. Mickey up top though, and the point still in control of NVS, and they are just rolling here. See Surefour just laying down damage into Taimu, but he's so scared, does not want to get hooked here. A lot of players coming up the spawn for NVS, and well, it's so difficult to take back once the other team gets control because of these small choke points and a lot of the tanks in play.
They have the ultimates, but they're running out of time. They have to fight for overtime. Already 99% for Envy, so one clean wipe will lock in the second point of game number 2. So far, though, it's back and forth. Now the kill's landing, and it's going to be Rolf and Adam here for Cloud9. The support's picking up kills. The environmental kills landing well. Cloud9 finally retaking control.
Yeah, right there at the end, you saw Chips and Coco just jump into the well. They want to spawn with the rest of their team, and you see a change coming in. It's going to be Harry switching over to the Reaper. So we don't see Reaper too often anymore, but Envy was one of the teams that still runs Reaper pretty consistently. We saw them do it during OGN. Now they're bringing it out here.
Yeah, Monty Adoa said Harry Hook is so dangerous on this hero as well. When they were watching him over in Korea, he just destroyed the tanks, and he is trying to get sneaky up behind Rib here. Here comes the charge, the nano boost, and Harry's trying to land all of these Hellfire shotgun bursts. Instead, it is the Earth Shatter shutting him down. Perfect play here to counter the push from Envious. Cloud9 is going to be able to hold.
Yeah, I love the idea there from Envious. They don't show the Reaper right away when you teleport around that top side. They had no idea Reaper was coming into the equation. But a big Earth Shatter there from Rib. It knocks down Harry and it knocks down Coco, and they're able to win the fight.
My ultimate is almost ready.
Harry Hook back on your screen with the Reaper. Going to be looking for the flank. His teammates will try and distract. Which direction is he going to be pushing from? It looks like this time he's just going to show himself behind Coco. Mickey going to go for a bump here with the Diva as the fight is initiated. The counter spear coming in though. Rib is going to be canceled out first, so advantage to Envy.
Chips just hit a crazy grenade as Ana. You saw Envy force Cloud9 all the way into the back of that corner, and you saw it was like a 4 or 5 man Ana grenade going to prevent the side of Cloud9 from healing, and that's going to give Envy a huge advantage in this.
Harry doing so much damage to those supports, and Cloud9 will be taken down. They got up to 80%. We could see overtime once again, and actually, I don't know, is Surefour going to be able to hold this, Matt? It's not looking good. The Diva falls, but is able to fly back out of the well.
Well, they're not really dealing with Surefour. He's able to get behind and just lay down a ton of damage, but you have Harry just being the gatekeeper here as the front is Reaper. He's going to get hooked, somehow stays alive. He's going to force Mendo to use his whole hog to get onto the point.
We are in OT. Envy looking to clear. Mendo from afar, trying to get the hook. The Reaper, though, in his way. He's going to hook for a moment, gets to the point, healing himself up, staying alive. The Diva Bomb above, though, is going to land. And it's Internet Hulk working down Rib as well with Coco. You are going to see the nano boost from Chips could seal the deal here.
Yeah, and they're just doing a phenomenal job, Kai, staying alive, but not enough time for his teammates to get back. Envious takes the point.
Envy didn't even need to use all of their ults in the last fight, as they were able to take down the tanks first and then work down the supports at the end. It's tied up 1 point each here in game number 2. We're going into the swing round number 3 as we head to the Lighthouse.
Yeah, you were just saving those ultimates because Kai was doing a great job just stalling that out for as long as possible for the side of C9. So you want to invest those ultimates just to get rid of Kai, and then everybody come off the spawn and then just start pummeling you towards the back. So that's why Envy saves their ultimates there towards the end. Don't even need them to close it out. Now, we'll see if they stick on the Reaper here. It was pretty effective against these tanks. Surefour will stay on the Tracer here, so we've seen him play a litany of heroes from McCree to Soldier to Tracer and Roadhog during this series. But you will see the Reaper pick from Envious yet again. It was pretty effective. Let's see how Harry uses it here.
Surefour staying on the Tracer. Mendo is going to go back to the Zarya, so no Roadhog out for now for Cloud9. On the other side, The Reaper staying in play for Envy as Short4 is just going to be firing from afar. Now Kai going up to engage Taimu as he reloads. The hook comes in, and Kai's going to be knocked out of his mech. First kill could be coming in any moment as the control point is unlocked. All players can be surging to that direction.
Taimu's hooks have been on point today. You see him just connect with Kai there twice. Coco's going to pick up Rib as well. Now Short4, he's going to get taken out by Roadhog as Taimu has had a phenomenal series. Had some trouble getting here. It took him a little bit longer than expected, but once he's here, he has just played as you'd expect, one of the best players in the game.
And I love Taimu's quote on Twitter. He said, you know, I've gone through so much crap just to get to Las Vegas. You better believe I'm taking this thing home. He used a few more expletives than I did in that explanation, but he wants to win this one. He is hungry, and Envy, they are looking very solid. Another great opening for the team. They win the initial team fight, and you have to wonder, is it the composition that's not working for Cloud9, or are they just being too aggressive in the opening fight?
I think just right now, Envy's done a phenomenal job of adjusting to what Cloud9's throwing at them, but you see Mendo's going to take out Harry at the beginning of this, and a nano boost going to come in onto Rib. He's just trying to locate some of these players, not going to get any damage for it, and Short4 is going to use his recoil, stay back on the map. It's going to be Cloud9 getting onto the point here, and it's that big kill at the beginning from Mendo onto Harry that opens things up, but Coco with a nano boost, able to take out 2 players here. So a fight that looked like it was going in favor of C9. Envious can potentially win this. Coco barely staying on the map there. He's going to be swinging on Kai. It's going to be Harry back into the equation as Reaper as well. And somehow Envious able to hold on there.
That is the most nimble Reinhardt I have ever seen. Coco playing that hero to perfection, stays on the map, it stays in the fight. Envy wins control once again. They do not give it up to Cloud9, and you are going to see Short4. He's got to be the playmaker. Earlier, he was able to take out the healer chips, the Ana. Once he is down, you can do so much damage. Coco's going to go for the Earth Shatter, but it will be blocked. Rib with a nice shield play there, and now the sound barrier comes down. Cloud9 is going to finally win the team fight and take control.
And that was a perfectly timed Graviton Surge there by Mendo. You saw Harry trying to enter the fight using that Death Blossom from Reaper, and he just sucks him right into the Graviton Surge. He gets nothing for it. So a big play there by Mendo, those perfectly timed Graviton Surges. You see Rib with the Earth Shatter for the side of Cloud9 as Taimu's coming over the top, trying to land a cheeky hook there. It's going to be Mickey with his ultimate for Envious. So those are the only 2 players right now in this game with ults.
Absolutely, and you're going to see Taimu. He could be the player that causes the most damage with these hooks. He's going to get the opening kill on Mendo once again. So Zarya is going to be down for Cloud9 to counter Diva Bomb coming in, and you're going to see Short4 in the 1v1 versus the Reaper. Not an easy fight, but it looks like he will survive long enough to get the advantage. You're going to see his teammates in the background fighting against the tanks, though. Kai was going up against 2. He's going to be slept, and here comes the nano boosted Reaper. Earth Shatter will send him to the ground. So neutralized momentarily here, Matt.
Yeah, and it was that one shot by Harry right before he hits the ground from that Earth Shatter that's able to take out Rib there. Rib, the nice Earth Shatter, but just not good enough as Harry just mowing through opponents as Reaper here on the point. Going to go in favor of Envious. But I do like the strategy from Cloud9 where they're just harassing Taimu on this Roadhog. Short4 and Kai just keep diving at him, just making him look in different directions and just pummeling him with bullets. They're just not able to take him out. And then when that's going on, if they don't take Taimu out of the equation fast, Harry is just running through these tanks.
Time for a Death Blossom, and he is going to drop it down. The Ana Grenade is going to come in, almost saving his teammate was Mendo throwing up that barrier. Instead, Rolf is going to be dropped, so no heals coming in for Cloud9. Envy in another overtime should be able to lock in our 3rd point and take a 2-1 advantage here in game 2.
Yeah, you saw the sound barrier come in towards the end, helps keep Harry Hook alive when the Ana Grenade comes down on top of him, prevents that healing. The extra shield's going to keep him up during that, but it's going to be Cloud9. They find themselves down 1-2 here. And I wonder if we're going to see any type of significant changes from the comps of Cloud9, as looks like we're going to be going back to well.
We got some Cloud9 fans here in the crowd, and I know our security guard every morning, she asks me, is Cloud9 still in this one? They've turned some fans here in Las Vegas. Adam, a little bit frustrated with his team's performance. He's been on this Lucio. Trying to stay up is so difficult when you have players like Harry Hook as well as Taimu for Envious gunning for you constantly. As we go into the 4th round here, how does Cloud9 bring it back? Do you want to see another McCree? It's the only time they've won a heat map.
Well, so I feel like they think they've been pretty aggressive, and I think they actually have been, I know, pretty good on this aggressive composition with Surefour and Kai hunting down Taimu on the Roadhog. They're going to combine that now with Rolf with the Discord Orb, so they're going to be able to cut him down a little bit faster. And as soon as we see Taimu there, he's going to get Discord Orb as soon as possible. They're going to try and get him out of the equation because they feel like once they get this Roadhog out of the equation, it's going to allow Surefour to just kind of cause chaos.
Speaking of players out of the action, Rib is going to be cleaned up first. Harry Hook going to be cleaned up by Cloud9 though. So trading kills on each side, and you're going to see Taimu with the pull, but doesn't finish off the kill. Finally, the mech is going to be taken down, and it will be Kai finished off. Another pull. Taimu bringing in the Lucio and chasing down Adam with a fantastic kill. You are going to see all the supports down for Cloud9 and Envy with their 4th opening battle.
Yeah, and Taimu just gets really aggressive into the choke, has the support of Coco and Mickey there with him. And now when you can get these tanks inside of the choke, it's going to be very difficult for Cloud9 to get in. And you're going to see Mendo finally go over towards this McCree play. So you're going to have McCree and Tracer, combine that with the Discord Orb. So you're trying to get rid of these tanks as fast as possible. And Taimu's going to go whole hog, but you see just the damage that Mendo can lay down on this McCree, trying to jump over the fence, see if he can land that one devastating shot into Taimu. He's not able to do so. Mickey up top forces him down from the high ground.
Mickey going after the heals, and he's going to find Rolf right in front of him. So Envy with the flanker. Meanwhile, the tanks battling on the front line, and they're going after Mendo, who is staying alive. Great heals coming in at the last moment. You're going to see the bombs coming in, as it will be Coco falling first. Harry is going to take out Surefour though, and now the nano boost with this tac visor doing so much damage. Rib staying up for now, but how long can Cloud9 hold on? It looks like a while. They get 3. Rolf with some key kills there on Zenyatta. The Discord's playing a huge part to that victory.
Oh, and some nice shots there by Mendo. He's able to just pick Mickey out of the sky. And it will be the side of Cloud9 able to take the point back, and they will have the ultimate advantage.
Envy's going to be pushing in. Cloud9, they have done a great job adapting here the second time around, but don't be surprised if you see some switch-ups coming in for Envy. Adam with the sound barrier will be able to protect his teammates on this next push. Internet Hulk nowhere near, and Chips will not have a nano boost for quite a while. Here comes the sound barrier, and here comes the opening fight. Earthshatter is going to drop 3. Coco staying alive, and he's just going to drop down the well. Envy knows they're not going to win this fight. Might as well reset.
Yeah, nothing Envy can do there. As soon as they go to engage, it's a big Earthshatter coming in from Rib. But Cloud9 does burn a lot of ultimates there. Envy is going to have their Earthshatter of their own here for this next one.
Coco, the key player here for Envy, so keep your eyes on that red Reinhardt, and he will lead the charge. Chips watching their flank is going to hit a nice sleep dart, but Surefour gets back into the action. That pulse bomb is going to do a lot of damage to Coco. The heal's coming in, but Harry Hook, their DPS player, is down, so Envy at another disadvantage to open things up. Kai distracting with the Diva. Meanwhile, Rib watching the back end, stopping the hooks coming in. Taimu has been so ineffective since the switch up. A great credit goes to Rib here, who has blocked a number of those shots. The Zenyatta hits the Discord, and here comes the fight. For now, it looks like it's going to be Envious with the advantage. The Transcendence keeping the tanks alive, though, for C9.
Yeah, and Coco not actually able to land that Earthshatter there. Does not use it. You see the sound barrier coming in from the side of Envy. Coco just trying to line up players from C9, but just does not find a great time to use that Earthshatter. Mendo on the flank, able to land a big headshot on the Chips. Going to take out that burst healing from Mana out of the equation.
Unfortunately, though, he is immediately executed, and now you see Taimu with the whole hog staying up and clearing the point with Harry Hook. Harry sprinting back to the action just in time to be able to get the clear. 90% to 74. Envy is on game point here in our 4th heat of control on Ilios. You're going to see the next push coming in from Cloud9. They need to make this one happen with Surefour, the key player, Pulse Bomb, and on the flank.
Surefour can land this pulse bomb onto either Coco or Taimu, can really just force the players of Envy back. He's going to go for Taimu. He's going to get a little bit of damage. Now he's going to just put a lot of shots into the back of Coco, and that's going to prevent Coco from landing a big Earthshatter. He uses it, does not connect with anything there. It's going to be Coco, though, forcing the players of C9 into this back corner, and he's able to get to Taimu and Harry pick it up, and this is in overtime. Envy looking to close this one out, Chris, and they're going to do it.
Envy going up 2-0 here in our first semifinal of the day. 2 of our analysts said it was going to be Cloud9 taking this series. On the other end, it was ZP saying it's Envy going to take it 3-1. They could do it 3-0 here with Kings Row coming up next, but that is the only map they have lost all tournament long.
Yeah, you gotta trust ZP. Gotta trust ZP. I believe Huck only picked Cloud9 because Surefour is Canadian, and Surefour picked Huck for the World Cup team. So I believe Huck is a little bit skewed in his prediction.
Absolutely, and Stir, he likes Dungeons and Dragons as well as Surefour. So I think that's where the pick came from. Either way, you see a smile? Is that real?
That was a little bit of a smile there from Coco. It's actually Mickey kind of his impression is pretty accurate.
Pretty accurate.
Yeah.
On the other end, Adam and Cloud9, pretty silent here on the main stage. They look down, they look dejected. Can they get themselves back in it? We'll find out. Game number 3 coming up in just a few moments from now, though. Let's check in with our analyst on the desk.
Thank you so much, Chris. All right, so guys, this certainly is not the matchup I'm sure Cloud9 would have wanted here. This is not going very well for them. But, you know, ZP, we'll start with you here. One of the major things that I noticed, tank play has just been ever so important. It's expected in this meta, but it's just been very important in this particular game.
Especially on Dorado, what was happening with the tank matchups between the two teams is that Envy was putting themselves in better positions more frequently, getting the first pick off far more frequently, and it was making it hard for C9 as they tried to pull things back 5v6. And a big example of that would just be Taimu going off, landing hook after hook, and it's very difficult to actually take a fight in your terms if that's how your fights are always starting.
Yeah, he opened it up wonderfully numerous times, especially on that first point on Dorado when he hooked their Ana, and that just basically like ended their entire defensive hold there. But, you know, sir, I did notice a couple of things in particular with Kai, and you and I were talking about it as well. There were some concerning moments for sure.
Yeah, he was sticking out like a sore thumb to me, where I felt like he was never in position. Even in their first push on Dorado, Kai was playing Diva, but they didn't really have a front line to defend. He was always defense matrixing where he didn't need to be. There's just like tons of mistakes. It's probably the worst game I've ever seen from Kai, which is hard to say because I've always thought him to be one of the absolute best tanks in the game, and I don't think he was living up to it up until maybe towards the end of Ilios.
Yeah, it was. You had like a face. You were like, you know.
That was rough.
Yeah. Well,
if that was me, I would be in trouble.
But you know what, though? I actually do agree with Stir. There was one moment in particular that we kind of talked about, which was when Harry Hook was on the ledge on point 2. He had Nano Visor, and he's shredding through C9. And Kai in that instance went and challenged Chips, who was on the side. Had he played a little farther back, he could have defense matrix and protected his team from getting obliterated by that Nano Visor. And while you can always go back and say, well, I'm sure he could have done something different there. I mean, that was just like one of those moments where you're like, oh, man, like, had you done this, just step back a little bit. Yeah, this could have worked very well.
Every single moment was tiny things like, if you just optimized a little bit, did things a little bit differently, things could turn out, you know, 10, 20% better. And I think it's hard to put a lot of blame on him because Cloud9 as a whole was having some issues, which I think we could talk about maybe a little bit more later.
Yeah, another thing too, though, Taimu, off the break, Huck, was just a savage.
Yeah, and it's the main thing that he has the initiation capabilities. It feels like for Cloud9 a lot of times, they don't really have anybody that's going to take charge and do that. It feels like they're waiting for Surefour to get like a pick or two, but this is envious. You're not going to be able to do that a lot of times, where Taimu, he kind of sets the pace, gets a hook, gets a pick, and they know, all right, now we have an advantage, we can push in.
Yeah, and another thing that I noticed too, it was refreshing to see who is it, Surefour go back to that McCree on Ilios. They really needed that. You know, it got them, especially that point on Ruins. They just had no follow-up ZP, which was really unfortunate for them.
It was rough, and then if we're actually going to talk about Ilios for a moment, the other thing that's worth noting is that Envy has gotten a lot of mileage off a pick that we haven't been seeing from a whole lot of teams in the Reaper, where Harry Hook is going on Reaper and is getting on enemy tanks very effectively, being very sneaky with his engages, catching teams off guard, and we saw it yesterday, and we saw it again today, so everyone who thinks that Reaper is gone, clearly right now he is not.
Yeah, I think Harry Hook has been a superstar this entire competition. He's been playing just like some incredible Overwatch.
Compare the situation again, going back to tanks. I really feel like Mickey was in Surefour's face constantly. They had a battle up on Dorado that lasted for almost a full minute of Mickey just annoying him, and I'm not seeing Kai up in the face of Harry. Harry, all of Dorado, the entire map, he just had complete free reign to shoot anybody he wanted. I never felt like he was threatened by anybody.
You can't let a guy like Harry Hook get away like that. But of course, there's going to be a lot more to break down here, folks. So when we return, Cloud9, Envy are going to duke it out one more time. Game 3 coming up next. Who will come out on top? Of course, we want to hear what you guys think as well. But before we get into all that action, we'll see you in a few.
Oh, this is awful. Try it.
Oh, no, that looks gross. What is that?
You gotta try it. It's terrible.
No, thank you. I have a very sensitive palate.
If you taste something bad, you want someone else to try it. It's what you do. If you want to save 15% or more on car insurance, you switch to Geico. It's what you do.
Dog, 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 dog.
With their back against the wall, Cloud9 has to fight back. They're down 2-0 in this series against a very hungry and driven Team Envious. Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch Invitational at MLG Vegas. Stir, and Huck, gentlemen, most importantly, I do want to cover something that I did notice, and you guys talk a lot about communication being very important. What are some of the faults that you're seeing with these two teams, if there are any for some?
When you look at Envious, you have this older captain, you have an Internet Hulk, right? And he's their main shot caller. He's even switched roles to Lucio. And I think this is a big strength for them, even recently. We see Harry Hook, we talk a lot about him. But Internet Hulk is kind of their shot caller. He says, okay, this is the composition, this is the plan, and everybody kind of falls in line. They're very vocal as far as calling down targets, the whole team, but for the most part, he takes charge in that role. On the opposite side, you look at C9, and knowing these guys on a personal level, a lot of them are very soft-spoken, which is fine. That's great. That's perfect. Envious definitely have that, but you don't have that leader. You don't have that very aggressive guy that does that. Adam is trying to do it, and I think Adam is a very smart, intelligent player, but at the same time, I think he comes off as more of like suggesting, like, hey, maybe we should do this. And you need a dictator. You need someone that's going to come in there and say, like, this is what we're doing, and then the whole team has to fall in line. And I don't think the whole team's falling in line either.
Yeah, ZP?
So for me, I think, again, we talked about it in the beginning, about the tank support core of Envious. It goes very far back. C9 has had to make recent changes to it. There's definitely a higher level of coordination coming out from Envy, and no doubt it comes from the experience that they have from playing together for, at this point, close to a year.
Yeah, this is a squad for Cloud9 that had some troubles here, and with this being 3-0, or with 2-0, and potentially being 3-0, Puckett did say he feels it's going to be 3-0. Stir, can you see, I know they're your D&D buddies, but can you see them fighting back here as we dive into our next
Envy is
map?
going to be super strong on King's Row. It's a map they both know and they have practiced. I don't know. They're really going to have to get their stuff together to bring it back. Maybe this break was enough for them to gain some composure.
They really, really need to step it up. I think Cloud9 can certainly do it. Guys, this is going to be a great game. Who comes out on top? Will Envy get the 3-0, or will Cloud9 force a game 4? Let's go ahead and toss it back over to your casters, Puckett and Mr. X.
Thank you so much. We are going into a crucial game number 3 for Cloud9. Their backs are against the wall. This is time, though, for Envy to shine. They could have a perfect sweep here as they would enter the grand finals. But Matt, this is a map where we saw Envy get held on the first day. Does Cloud9 have the potential to stop them here once again?
I mean, they do. I mean, we saw them full hold NRG twice, but Envy is obviously a different animal than the NRG squad we saw earlier in this tournament. So on the side of Cloud9 here at the beginning, I like what I see because this plays more towards their strengths. We talked a little bit about the Rise Nation, right? Rise Nation coming in, they tried to run, quad tank, it just does not suit their playstyle. I like what you're seeing out of Cloud9 right here. You have Surefour on the McCree, Mendo running the 76. See if they keep with this at the beginning, and most likely will be their comp. And I like the decision here because they're going to play to their strengths. You're going to have the 2 damage dealers that you went out and you got Mendo to pair with Surefour to be a great DPS combination. You're going to let them try and win it like that. I mean, I figure, you'd rather go out losing with what you're good at than to try something and just kind of fit into the meta and lose that way and not have the opportunity to show off your skills. So we will see at the beginning here, Taimu probably at least get 1 scatter arrow off here, see if he can pick anybody off.
And he's been happy to stay on the Hanzo in the past, so don't be surprised if Taimu just sticks on this hero, goes up for the high ground to the right side of the map. Meanwhile, all of the action is going to be used as a distraction on the left. Here comes the opening push. Taimu's still looking for that pick, but Chips is going to be dropped early by Kai, it looks like. So one of your healers is going to be down for Envious. They're still looking to answer back. Coco with the flame strike could be able to hit 2 players with that as Adam is forced back, but no push coming in quite yet from Envy.
Yeah, Chips goes on a little bit of a flank to try and land an Ana grenade onto the entire team of Cloud9. He just gets caught a little bit too far, and Kai is able to take him out. So that's going to stall the push here of Envious, and you see Surefour just laying damage into Coco's shield, and it's going to be Envy having to back down yet again.
Look for that Harry Hook though, as he is on that Roadhog. Taimu looking for the pick in the back line, and Surefour goes Deadeye. The bolt is going to land. Taimu picking up a second. Rolf, the healer, is dropped. Rib getting slapped around by Coco. Kai doing everything he can to keep this point alive. Instead, though, it is Envy forcing everyone back. It's not locked in, but they did get the first tick.
You see Taimu just getting very aggressive on the Hanzo, putting shots into Rib. Mickey's there for the follow-up. It's going to be Envious unlocking the payload here, taking the first point pretty fast, and you just see sometimes it's timing that does not work out for you. Surefour becomes a very easy target during the Deadeye. Taimu lands a nice shot as Hanzo to him, and things fall apart for Cloud9 right after.
Harry Hook unable to land the grab on Surefour, so Surefour now able to just empty this pistol on the healers. The Discord goes down. Harry Hook will survive. Cloud9 going to have Mendo setting up on the high ground as well. The attack visor will be available.
Now you'll see Envy continue to just keep pushing the payload up here towards the streets. You do have Rolf with the Transcendence. You see it's going to be Mickey getting nano boosted, getting towards the back line. It's going to be the Sound Barrier coming in with the Deadeye, so that's going to push Mickey all the way back. You see they're going to be able to get him out of mech. This is a big play here for Cloud9. Now they just need to contest this payload. They're going to get aggressive with the Transcendence, but it's going to be Coco landing a big Earth Shatter, knocking down 2.
Chips unable to hit any grenades though, so the Transcendence healing quite a bit for Cloud9. There comes the bomb from Kai as Harry Hook is taken out of the action. Kai pushing forward, and Surefour right behind him will be able to take down Chips, but the answer back coming in. As you are going to see Surefour down, Mendo cleans up Chips, and this is going to be a solid hold at least for now. Envy on the next push. They're going to have the Diva Bomb ready to roll.
You do have the Diva ultimate you can use from Mickey to engage here, and Harry's going to switch things up over to the Reaper, so it's very effective on Ilios. See how he puts it to use here on King's Row. He's going to use the teleport to get into the high ground now. And if Envy can just kind of force this fight, they're going to let Harry just roam from up top, be able to pick players up, but it's going to be Surefour
peekaboo
with a nice flashbang rolling around the corner, able to take Harry Hook out with the Fan the Hammer.
And Surefour, now behind both tanks, is going to surge forward with the rest of his team. They're going to force Envy all the way back. Harry Hook says, all right, that's enough Reaper for me. I'm going to go back to the Roadhog. He's got a little bit more HP.
Yeah, now you see he's just trying to go on a flank there. When you do have Surefour on the McCree, he is the guy who's going to shut down all of these flankers with that flashbang combination. So you see, as soon as that does not work out, once for Harry, he's going to make the adjustment. It's going to be Surefour jumping down from above, locates chips on the floor. That's a big kill onto Ana. Taimu, though, answers right back as he goes over to the McCree now. You see Taimu and Coco on the point, continuing to move the card.
Is it going to be a McCree front fight? It looks like Surefour will stay on his Cowboy. And Taimu is going to be pressing the action. Rolf forced down. As the Zenyatta Transcendence is going to be available for Cloud9. You're going to have the Deadeye up for Surefour as well on the other side for Envious. It's going to be chips close to the Nano Boost, and Internet Hulk should have a sound barrier here for the next team fight. Mendo going to pop the tac visor. The Discord coming in, but Harry Hook will survive it. 2 players were dropped, though. Kai on the front line going to be taking a nap as Rib goes swinging away.
Yeah, and they try and actually take Kai out of his mech there, but he gets up as a good shield protection there from Rib. Surefour going to hunt down chips, so that's going to stomp Envious's push here. They're going to have to reset, get everybody up. You will see Harry pull out the Sombra here, so this is an interesting... Oh, well, no, he's going to switch over to the Reaper.
Yeah,
I was going to say, we have not seen Envy run Sombra at all yet.
Momentarily, Taimu pulled out the Reaper, but Harry said, no, let me have it. Taimu goes back to this Roadhog, and honestly, I think this is probably your best option because the hook's just so much stronger for Taimu, at least so far from what we've seen. Harry was off to a really slow start on the Roadhog.
Yeah, so they just make that quick switch over to Sombra so they can get the heroes that they need. And see, Harry's going to get Nano boosted. A big Earth Shatter comes in from Coco. That's 3 players down, but the Transcendence keeps Cloud9 alive just for a short period of time. It wears off, and Harry and Taimu able to go to work here. Rib is going to drop quick. Rolf, yep, see you later, buddy. You're going to fall as well. Now Envious gets the second point. Now trying to push to complete the map.
And big props to Mickey as well. We haven't been saying his name a lot, but every single time that Diva from Envy just pushes forward, forces the supports back, he pushes people out of the action and opens up the lanes for the DPS. Harry Hook here with the Reaper in a great position to take out Rolf as well as Adam, those healers on the left side. The flank could be coming in at any moment. Meanwhile, Mickey could be distracting with the Diva.
I think it's just the positioning you're seeing from Taimu and Harry that's really kind of disrupting Cloud9, because you see Taimu as the Roadhog just trying to get around the outside, and he's just putting a lot of pressure on Surefour in the back because you never know where these hooks are coming from, and Envy is trying to end it here. It's going to be a sound barrier coming in, the Nano Boost as well. Harry does have this Death Blossom, just trying to find the right spot to use it, but Adam using that wall run, getting up above him, he's going to be able to take him out. Envy's going to back out of this one.
Honestly, I thought this was going to be Envy finishing off our first round. It all started with Chips dropping the Reinhardt. He slept him, and that could have been the initiation. Instead, they waited on the ults, and even though Rib blew his Earth Shatter, Cloud9 was able to hold on. Envy failing in that last fight, and now you only have Taimu up with the whole hog. You're going to have an Earth Shatter from Coco available if they're able to get all the way back to that payload. Cloud9 still has to fend off Envy, though, for 90 more seconds.
Yeah, and it's going to be the whole hog coming in from Taimu. It's going to be Harry able to take out Mendo. That is a huge kill there. You're going to see an Earth Shatter coming in as well. That's going to be 3 players down for Cloud9. Taimu lands on a hook on Rib. This is going to be Envious' best chance here, Chris. See Taimu having to reload. Kai is going to fall. It's going to be Surefour and Adam with Rolf up in the back. Surefour just trying to lay down the damage. Rolf just trying to lay down the Discord orbs as Mendo switches over to Tracer, just trying to stay on the point.
Those Discords keeping Mendo up for a while. They are delaying. Mickey just down to 77 HP. He will be knocked out of his mech. Coco still swinging for the fences, knocking players around. He's going to be chasing down the supports. Meanwhile, Rib staying up on this payload with Kai. The stall coming in from Cloud9. They've already burned off about a minute. Can they hold on for 36 more seconds? Another Earth Shatter going down, but no one is going to be dropped, and here comes the counter from Coco.
Yeah, Rolf is actually able to take out Mickey.
Oh, no!
When Earth Shatter comes in, and Coco's going to fall off the side. It's a huge defensive stand here from Cloud9 as they're going to get pretty aggressive with Kai and Mendo leading the way, and Cloud9 actually in a really good spot. They're going to have a sound barrier and the Transcendence, both support ultimates here in this next one.
I feel like you can't ask for much more out of Coco. That was a great Earth Shatter, but the stall coming in, it all started off with Mendo on that Tracer getting to the payload and Rolf keeping him up with those Harmony Orbs. Internet Hulk on your screen currently in the back lines with the sound barrier. Here comes the bonus health here for Envy. The push coming in. Taimu, though, down to half health, forcing back Kai. Going for short for it. It's actually going to be Mendo finishing off the kill. The Cowboy here for Cloud9 trying to land some kills, but he will be cleaned up. Short 4 out of the action. Mendo on your screen currently with Tracer.
Dan Chips has done such a good job just keeping Mickey up in this fight. It's going to be Harry Hook getting nano boosted, but he is all alone here on the point. You see Internet Hulk as well. Over by there, Coco comes back into the fight, lands an Earth Shatter on to nothing. It's going to be Cloud9 holding on there at the end.
Ribs Earth Shatters, not amazing. The last one stalling things out. But a great job by Cloud9 to hold on. It was looking very, very bad for them for a moment, but Envy unable to finish things off. And now Cloud9 has an opportunity to win this game straight up. If they're able to get the payload all the way to that third checkpoint, they will force a game 4, which would be Volskaya.
Well, you saw a phenomenal job by Kai, and I believe it was Surefour on the Mei, able to just contest at the end for a long enough time. You saw Mendo come off the spawn, switch things up to Tracer, and just pushed Envious so far back.
Mickey not smiling. I think that's the first time all weekend that I've seen that. Envy, they're talking about what went wrong on the attack, and now will be setting up their defense. If you're Envy here, do you go back with another Symmetra play? Hulk's been seeming to play that Symmetra every single time we're playing payload.
Yeah, I mean, they've been pretty effective with the Symmetra as well. I know Hulk does a very good job just playing a little bit passive, making sure he gets that shield barrier or teleport up. So it looks like they will start things off with the Symmetra here on defense.
The turrets will be going up as Internet Hulk will be looking for that early charge before the point is captured. He's going to try and get the shields up for his teammates, providing 75 bonus health to every single character. And on the attack, Cloud9 could be mixing things up. I doubt we're going to see Adam playing Pharah. Is there a single healer strategy that Cloud9 could be going for, or are you looking for something standard, Matt?
I mean, if you were going to have a single healer, you would obviously want the Ana, but I feel like you're going to need those two supports. And Rolf has been very good when he's running this Zenyatta. I feel like the Zenyatta's been pretty effective for the side of Cloud9, able to just cut down these tanks a little bit faster. The Zenyatta plus the dual damage dealers of Mendo and Surefour have been pretty effective.
Zenyatta can be melted, though, by Symmetra, so be careful. If you are Cloud9, Mendo is going to peek with the Widow, doesn't see much, and he's going to actually pull out a Genji here. So let's watch Mendo. The DPS star brought over from Sweden. He has been in the team house playing alongside Surefour, and he said he's learned so much from his teammate on positioning. The opening battle with Surefour on the McCree, Mendo right behind him with the Genji, and already you're gonna see the turrets take it down. It looked like Mickey was in trouble for a minute, but now Mickey getting in the face of Mendo. He's gonna be forced back. Nice job by Surefour on the support.
Yeah, Mendo is a very good Genji player, so we'll see how effective he can be on this hero. They have Mickey isolated up top. It's going to be Coco opening things up for Envious, though, with a kill on a Kai. You see Mendo just getting rid of these turrets. It's gonna be Rib just jumping down onto the point here, and he's going to be met by a lot of players from Envy. He's gonna fall pretty quick, and you just see the pressure that Mickey's putting up on top, onto Surefour and Mendo. They can get nothing going.
And I think one of the best parts of the attack from Cloud9 so far is they have avoided Internet Hulk, making sure he doesn't get that charge. No shields up quite yet. The first attack is going to be stalled as Mendo is going to be reflecting the Symmetra balls right back at all players from Envious. Envy staying on the low ground, Cloud9 with the high ground, and they're going for the first pick on the Roadhog. It looks like Kai is just going to disengage, and here comes the blade. At any moment, you're going to see it pulled out, and here comes your first kill opportunity. Harry Hook is going to be taken down, but Taimu is there to answer back with a whole hog.
Yeah, it's a combination of Taimu and all those Symmetra turrets inside that right hotel room that are able to put Mendo away. Symmetra very good against flankers like Genji. You see how effective she can be there as the shield generator also comes down for Envious here.
And look at the heals coming in from Chips, keeping Coco up. The Earth Shatter is going to save his support. And I said earlier that Taimu used the whole hog. He's actually going to have that available. Chips now with the nano boost available for Envy as well. On the other side, Shortboard was just shut down. Rib the only one in play with an ultimate, and he is going to be forced to retreat. A minute 50 left for Cloud9 to break in. So far, a solid hold for Envy. It was looking scary for a moment, but they were able to hold on.
And the shield barrier is actually very close where Cloud9, they know where it is. It's going to be interesting how they go to try and break it. And you're going to have Kai actually go from D.Va over to Winston. So Winston's very good at getting rid of these Symmetra turrets. You see the aggressive push coming in from Cloud9. They need to get rid of the extra shields first, which they do, and now they're going to push to the back line.
And look at that Discord. It is going to help Mendo so much going after chips. They want to take the Ana out. If you can drop chips, you got a huge advantage. Unfortunately, though, everyone for Cloud9 is going to be falling. Coco battling against Rib, and he is going to be forced right into Mickey. That is going to be it for this fight. Still 66 seconds to work with.
Yeah, a minute to go for Cloud9 on the attack, and they have no ultimate abilities available. On the side of Envious, you cannot let Internet Hulk get that shield barrier up again.
Oh, he's going to have it too. He's already at 72%. These turrets are going to continue to charge him up, and he's just got to fire a few more of those giant balls at his opponents. You got Mickey up top of the statue distracting. Kaikai's going to get pulled. If Taimu gets him out of the mech, this is definitely going to slow Cloud9 down. Their health already dwindling.
Yeah, and Internet Hulk actually gets his ultimate, so we'll see which one he puts down here. The final seconds, the teleporter could be useful, but actually the pulse bomb comes in, and right as he drops that shield barrier, and they're able to take it out, so that's a big play there by Mendo.
And I don't even know if he was going for that shield barrier. He was going for Taimu, and instead he's going to pick up a huge play. Transcendence is forced to be used. They are running out of time. Cloud9 in desperation mode. Here comes the nano-boosted tac visor. Harry Hook picking up 3. The fourth is going down. It is Envy with the full hold here on Kings Row. A 3-0 sweep over Cloud9.
Yeah, and you saw the Transcendence in coming in from Cloud9. They get onto the point, and Coco just waits for the perfect opportunity to drop an Earth Shatter. You saw it from Harry Hook's POV. He comes around the corner. Coco and Mickey pushing straight through. Rib, the only one alive there at the end from Cloud9. And Envious looks dominant.
Man, I don't know how you stop this Envy team. They're so versatile, and they have such an incredible D.Va there. The addition of Mickey has changed everything for this team. They are so much more positive. They're able to counter so many great DPS players. You see the love, though, on the main stage. Even though Cloud9 is knocked out of the finals, you know, they had to enjoy playing up against Envy here on American soil.
Yeah, and I think Cloud9, if you're Cloud9, you go home, and it's, you know, when you had Mendo on a DPS hero and Surefour as well, you were able to put a lot of pressure onto this Envious team, and you saw good things start to happen. I think that's something that Cloud9 goes home and starts working on a little bit more.
I'm looking forward to this matchup in the future. I expect to see it in a final or two throughout 2017, but that is going to be it for Cloud9 this week, and they are eliminated from the tournament. It will be Envy moving on to the grand final. We'll have to see in our next match, will they be playing FaZe Clan or will they be playing Fnatic for the biggest chunk of our $100,000 prize?
The way Shadowburn's been playing, man, it's the same thing like World Cup. It's like Team Russia 2.0, I think I heard yesterday, this FaZe Clan team. You can never count Shadowburn out of match.
It's going to be a great series. We got to break down this first one, though. Matt, what were your thoughts before I let you go and run back over to the Call of Duty stage? What did you think about this Team Envious squad?
I think they looked very strong, and I think just the way they use their ultimates, and they're not afraid to save ultimates towards later in the fight, and you saw it just perfect use of Earth Shatters by Coco during that. I feel like every time where it looked like Cloud9 was going to take advantage early in a fight, Coco would land a big Earth Shatter.
We got a lot of stars on the main stage. These are going to be familiar faces as Overwatch Esports is just now beginning. It will be exploding and taking over the esports scene. It's been a fantastic time for us here, but our time has ended. Let's send it back to the desk to break it all down.
Thank you so much, Chris. All right, so gentlemen, this matchup, you know, did not go the way I'm sure you two gentlemen wanted it to go. ZP, you saw the writing on the walls, though, my friend. Huck, though, I do want to get some initial thoughts before we talk to Envy. I mean, it's heartbreaking loss.
Yeah, my heart said C9, my head said Envious, went with the heart. Never
I respect that, man.
Heart.
No,
yeah,
go with the heart, man. Believe.
I really feel for Surefour. I know his dad's in the audience, and he's traveled a bit of ways to see him, so I hope he enjoyed his time. And hey, better team won, and that's what should happen.
Very true. ZP?
And for me, I just, looking at the Kings Row, it's a little bit heartbreaking for C9, just in the sense that they did have a pretty good stall coming out towards the very end, and they gave themselves the potential to win it, and then they're not able to go through and cap first. So that's just sort of a gut punch to them to end the tournament. But C9, they're a very good team. They've had good results as of late, and they're still building and gelling with this roster. So there's a lot of hope going forward for them, even if they didn't quite get the result they were looking for here this weekend.
Sir, I know you were also pro C9 there, and it didn't quite go the way you would have liked it.
Yeah, that's too bad. I mean, there was a lot of hugs on stage afterwards.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to hug Shore for later. He's probably gonna make me play blackjack now. Like, he has nothing else to do.
Oh dear.
Disaster.
Well, we're in Vegas, and there's no time like the present.
As long as he can win at that.
Oh. All right, guys. Well, we do have Taimu on the stage with Rachel, and I really want to know his thoughts on this matchup, and also moving on to the final. Is mission accomplished quite yet? Let's get his thoughts with Rachel.
Thank you, Alex. Now, I just want to start things off with a question, because we've talked a lot on the desk, and the casters have mentioned it a lot, your travel, how that has affected you. How long did it actually take, and were you able to make the best of it? Some posited that you were sort of meditating in the airport. How did it actually go for you?
So I was supposed to be here like on Thursday morning, but instead I got delayed so many times I missed my first flight, and it took me around 50 hours in total to get here in Vegas. And then I arrived here at 2 a.m. the morning I have to play, so I got like 3 hours of sleep, and then we started playing, and here we are.
What an incredible performance you're able to pull out, even despite all that. Now, you guys usually face off against Cloud9 in the finals of events. I think you've done it about 4 or 5 times now just this season. So tell me, what do you think it's going to be like going up against these new guys? You have FaZe and Fnatic vying for this top spot with you. Who do you think it's going to be, and who would you rather face?
I think it's going to be Fnatic, because Fnatic has been like, they've demonstrated that they're really good at like beating teams that are on their level. They constantly beat FaZe, they constantly beat Cloud9 normally. I haven't been watching the games that much, but I think like Fnatic would be a better matchup for us.
Well, your team looks phenomenal after the addition of Mickey. How has that actually been a change for you guys? I mean, we can posit, you know, he's positive and it's exciting, but what have you actually changed as far as regime, as far as practice schedule, and as far as interacting with him?
I think Mickey is super fun because he's like, he always wants to improve, and like his English was a big problem at the start, but then after 2 days he started like every time he didn't know what something meant, he just went to Google Translate and then he's been learning a lot. And our practice, like I think we practice like 2 or 3 hours more every day, and we've been doing really well.
Well, that's phenomenal. It definitely shows as you guys are in your way to the finals. I'm going to give it back to the analyst desk to break down your matches, but we'll be seeing more from you and Envious very soon.
Thank you so much, Rachel. I'm sure for him, he wants nothing more than victory. You know, Puckett did color it up a little bit when he said what Taimu's thoughts were when he posted on Twitter. He certainly wants to come here and get a championship. And most importantly, winning OGN Apex and then coming over to American soil and winning here as well.
Back to back.
That'd be huge for this team.
I don't think that's actually happened in Overwatch. You're the historian. Have we had major back-to-back wins from any team? I think that's pretty unique.
Well, Misfits did win Overwatch Open and then went on to win DreamHack.
But that was like a big...
There was a gap. There was a sizable gap.
This is much more compact.
Yeah.
Very true. I mean, this is, in fact, I think this would be the first time we'd see something like that in this, like within a patch range, right? Because if you think about Misfits' victory at Overwatch Open, that was when Beyblade was very prominent.
Yeah.
And then, you know, I mean, you know, you could deep dive into it all you want, but like they came out with something very, very particular at DreamHack, and that gave them that victory.
I'd actually say for Misfits, in a way, it was even more impressive in the sense where they had to be good at effectively 2 different patches where different things were in play. Now, of course, that team has now changed up roster-wise, and there's a 3-way swap, but for that accomplishment that they had there, that was actually pretty cool.
But for Envy, this is an opportunity for them to do exactly the same thing, and that is what's most important here. Cloud9, it's unfortunate, but Matt did touch on it, and I do want to highlight this. Coco really needs to get more credit. This man had some outstanding Earth Shatters, really just opened the floodgates for his team, gave them so many opportunities. He was you could talk about Harry Hook, you could talk about Taimu, but I really feel like Coco was a standout player for me.
Yeah, every single time Coco dropped an Earth Shatter, there was 3 people on the ground. They were all cleaned up. I think it did, in part, play to the fact that Harry Hook was so aggressive on a Reaper. He made people turn. He had all this confusion going on in the back line. But every single time he Earth Shattered, 3, 4 people on the ground. They were cleaned up. It wasn't, you know, just the fact that he hit the Earth Shatter. It's the fact that Envious was there to make use of it. A lot of teams just leave him laying on the floor like that was good enough.
He also blocked a lot of Earth Shatters. We saw Rib a few times trying to line something up, trying to be clutch for his team, and Coco always seemed to be like one step ahead. And that's a very interesting battle, having Reinhardt versus Reinhardt. It's almost like playing footsies, fighting games. It's like a very heavy mental game, not so much mechanical skill, but knowing your opponent and knowing the flow of battle.
Well, more to that point, when C9 does well, they do well when Rib has monster games because he's opening up their DPS like Surefour and Mendo, and he was having trouble winning that matchup versus Coco. Coco was playing absolutely on point. And I will say, too, in terms of you look at the switch-ups that we saw from the teams, it was very interesting, the compositions I thought that we saw coming in.
Yeah, I want to touch on that as well because both squads kind of threw a lot at it. This tournament has really been a story of comfort picks, I feel. If you like this hero, play that hero.
Yeah.
If you're good at this hero, play. Don't just adhere to the meta rules just because that's what people want you to do. Rebel, Rage Against the Machine, if you will. Right? It's one of my favorite bands of all time. So ZP, I know in particular you were very passionate about that.
So we talked about it a little bit earlier, but of course we saw Harry Hook come back out with the Reaper, and it's interesting because historically we wouldn't even call it a comfort pick for him because when you think Harry Hook, you think of him flexing on the Soldier for Envy. Usually other people were on the Reaper. But when he went on the Reaper, it actually forced out different switches from C9, where C9 was sort of going back more to their older school setups, where you look at the opening at Kings Row, they're opening with Genji, McCree. You saw Surefour running McCree on the defense. And part of the reason why you run the McCree is that not only is he just generally all-around versatile, but he's one of the few heroes in the game that can actually control Reaper somewhat up close. It's not necessarily a battle that McCree always wins, but it applies more pressure and helps contain it. And I don't necessarily know if C9 was going into this with the idea of going, all right, we're going to have to go McCree again because we're seeing a Reaper. Reaper has been an endangered species as of late, so the fact that Envy was able to throw that in as a mix-up and have the success that they did was very cool to me.
So Reaper's like a dodo bird. Or something like that, right? That's I wonder if anyone could just Photoshop that together. I think that's fantastic.
Sadly, I'm sure someone can and will.
And I hope they do. Yeah, all right, well, speaking of Reaper, I think we saw on Nepal, or excuse me, not Nepal.
Ilios.
On Ilios, it's early. On Ilios, the impact Harry Hook has had with this Reaper. Gentlemen, I really do want to highlight how important it was not only for those kinds of picks that Harry Hook was able to get, but also just how darn well Taimu was playing on his role too. There's so many takeaways here, but this Envy team looks very, very strong, sir.
Well, what I'd compare it to is I think this was one of the best tournaments Cloud9 has been looking really strong in. They've been doing extremely well, but they did recently have a big team roster change, and I still feel like there's a lot of room for growth with them. They're still learning. Every time I see them play, I feel like they are getting quite a bit better. But Envious right now, they switched out one player, and it was for the better, and they are already strong. They don't have a lot to learn. They're already dominant. I think maybe Cloud9 can come back another day and take it.
Yeah.
But Envious right now is just looking so strong.
I feel like Huck, Envy kind of formed into natural roles now, right? Whereas when you see teams make a change, there's always that, this team's got to get used to playing with one another. There's got to be an adjustment. They brought Mickey in for this role that they felt, he would really shine at. And then Internet Hulk said, I'm going to transition here.
Yeah.
And then Harry Hook's like, all right, I'm going to take this job here. And it's like they just did not skip a beat.
Yeah, they really clicked, and I think that comes back to the point we were making earlier where you're going to build around a shot caller, a captain, someone that's going to be able to do that, and that's Internet Hulk. I mean, he's an older guy. I think he's like 30 or something. He's practically ancient. He's been a player from multiple games, but you're not a pro gamer. For a pro gamer, that's definitely over the arch.
Words hurt, just letting you know. All right, feelings have them,
As
damage.
a 27-year-old retired pro gamer, yeah, it's he's getting up there. But at the same time, you look at C9, and yes, they had roster swap stir, but at the same time, as we were talking about, they didn't bring someone in that could take that leadership shot calling role. They brought in Rolf. He's a great player. I want to say specifically in this match, he was having 2 Transcendence, while Chips, on the other hand, was having 1 Nano Boost. And that's huge. He's like one of the best Zenyatta's, one of the best Annas, I think, in North America, period. But he's not a big shot caller. He's not a big leader, right? And then Rib, same thing. He's very quiet, to himself guy. He's not a big shot caller, not a big leadership role. And I feel like that's the big thing that Cloud9 has been missing since like day one. They don't have that. And I think if they had that mechanically, they could beat anybody.
Okay, can anyone on that team naturally evolve into that role, though? I mean, surely this squad has so much potential. I truly think that if they go back to the drawing board and just say, we need more of a commanding voice, someone can step up.
That definitely Adam has the potential to be that person. I think the rest of Cloud9 needs to just understand, fall in line behind Adam and say, if Adam says something, we're all going to do it. We're not going to question it, because then you just have people fumbling around doing nothing. And if they all agree to do that, then I think Adam could step up to the plate and do that quite a bit better.
That also comes with time and
But they've had so much time.
Trust.
Yeah, the trust. They need to do some exercises, man. One of those falling back exercises. Catch me, Adam.
I'll always
believe
catch
in
you,
Thank
even though words hurt. ZP, what are your final thoughts on this match?
So final thoughts there. I will say that there's a light at the end of the tunnel here for C9. I think we did focus on the Roadhog play a little bit earlier. Taimu was not always as good of a Roadhog as he is right now. He sort of got thrown into the role, didn't like it at first. Very much like where Mendo is, where Mendo has been forced on the more Roadhog recently from time to time. Doesn't necessarily like playing it as much, but could fill into that role and free up Surefour into the future. So I think it's just a case where C9, they're just going to need to get a little bit more comfortable on key roles going forward, but they can definitely bring a higher level of play next time we see them.
C9 is most certainly going to be a team that we look out for moving forward into future Overwatch tournaments in 2017, which is very exciting for me personally. But guys, with that being said, Envy will move on. If you're just joining us here, you miss a great matchup for Envy as they swept Cloud9 3-0. They now move on to the finals, where they will await FaZe or Fnatic. Who comes out on top in that game? We can deep dive. I know we're going to bring in some new analysts after this one. I kind of got a little tired of, some of you guys stir. Never change, baby.
I'm sorry.
But let's talk briefly about the Fnatic FaZe matchup here. I want to get your guys' thoughts, quick thoughts, before we go ahead and go to a break. Huck, start with you.
Yeah, as I said, I think Envious want to play Fnatic. They feel like that's going to be a consistent win for them. They don't want to play FaZe because anything can happen. I expect FaZe to come out here, come out strong, and possibly have a chance against Envious in the final.
That's right. You two gentlemen are going to get to cast that game too, so that's rather exciting. ZP, your thoughts?
I mean, my thoughts going into it is that FaZe oftentimes alternates between good days and bad days. They had a pretty good day yesterday. I don't know if they're going to be coming out quite as well today. Fnatic, scarily consistent. I think Fnatic's going to have a good run of it. I'd probably say 3-1 Fnatic.
That's the curse of being consistently inconsistent. Man.
Nailed it again. 2 for 2.
Well, I kind of flubbed on the first one, but, hey, it is what it is. We try.
In the quickest thought, I just think FaZe getting to the finals would be a much more exciting match. I think Envious is ready for Fnatic, and they're going to crush them again. They already have this tournament, so I would love to see FaZe get in there and take them out.
It's only fitting at MLG that we would have Envious versus FaZe.
FaZe up.
I come from a Call of Duty background, and I just think it's interesting. Envious is an organization that started in Call of Duty way back in the day, and FaZe were...
We weren't alive then. Don't even tell us. It doesn't matter.
And they were a trick-shotting YouTube channel, started by my boy Temper, so I think that's actually kind of cool. But, folks, that's going to do it for us here at the Analyst Desk. This is going to be a great match. All these matches have been fantastic, but most importantly, who will face Envy in the finals? Will it be Fnatic or will it be FaZe? Don't go anywhere as the Overwatch Invitational at MLG Vegas continues on.
So graceful.
Poetry in motion.
And there it is, the baby bird.
A sumo wrestler figure skating? Surprising. What's not surprising? How much money Heather saved by switching to Geico.
Four teams remain. $100,000 on the line.
We're going to win the whole thing.
And they are going to end up holding.
Who will be your champion?
So catching complexity as they come in, and that's going to be about it.
MLG Las Vegas.
I mean, that's just such a huge upset, I think, coming into this match. And they are actually going to exit in first place.
Four teams remain. Who's gonna take home the Las Vegas championship?
Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch Invitational at MLG Vegas. I'm joined by a new set of incredible analysts. We have Monte Cristo, Doa, as well as Flame, all the way at the end over there. Just reach over, touch hands. Guys, what a great match we opened up with here. It's unfortunate for Cloud9 to go out in a 3-0 sweep, but those are the ropes, unfortunately, when you face off against a team such as Envy, Monty.
Yeah, and they haven't had to really change anything coming in here. I think that's the most surprising thing, is that teams know exactly what Envy is going to do. They're not pulling out anything. We've had several maps now where we've seen them play the Hanzo, coming in on King's Row on attack, Harry Hook flipping over to the Roadhog, and even though you know exactly what they're going to do, nobody has yet been able to actually shut it down.
Yeah, that's certainly been a challenge for them, and we'll dive deep in just a second with a little bit more analysis from you guys. Want to get your thoughts on that matchup in particular, but I do want to update for anyone who's joining us here on the championship bracket and how it's unfolding, because as we said before, Envy did manage a 3-0 sweep Cloud9. They're sitting pretty in the grand finals right now, and they're awaiting the winner of the upcoming matchup, Fnatic or FaZe, and of course we will discuss that one through and through. But as far as Envy and Cloud9 are concerned, Doa, what have been your major takeaways from that one?
Oh man, when I was watching that one, I mean, more than anything, Taimu just stood out to me. Kills and kills and kills for days. Like Taimu just single-handedly winning team fights over and over again. And yeah, you talk about the guy all the time, and there's a lot of other talent on Envious too, but in that match in particular, it just felt like they couldn't stop him at all.
It felt a lot like, too, that you could tell that Cloud9 was used to playing the NA teams. They were trying, like, little moves that they might have been able to get away with from lesser experienced teams, I guess, but Envy punished them on all fronts. You saw Taimu, like, push up in times where I don't think C9 was ready for it, and suddenly there's a Roadhog killing their McCree that is, in their eyes, out of position, but to him, it's just another day. I think the Korean practice really paid off for them, and I feel like C9's wishing that they had more experience against better. I mean,
you were pointing out, we were sitting backstage watching the matches, and you were talking about how they were struggling even on Dorado to actually make a high ground attack. I mean, even basic tactical things, they were sort of just banging their head against a wall for a while instead of trying to mix up their approach on a lot of those points.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, it's also, again, because I think that they could get away with it against worse teams, per se. I mean, Envy's not any slouch by any means, but I would say that based on this tournament, you can tell that they're like that next step ahead. I don't think C9's ready for it, or was ready for it.
That's a good point. But now that we have Fnatic and FaZe, and most importantly, I want to talk about Fnatic. This team, they are dangerously consistent. They are thriving in this current meta and where it stands. And to be fair, a lot of people think this is a squad that will make their way to the final. Monty, do you believe that perspective there? Do you think that, I'm not calling you out in particular, but I'm really...
I mean, I've been the Fnatic doubter this tournament, right? I was more encouraged when we saw in their last match in the group stage that Buds was having a more impactful individual performance, because I guess that's what I want to see more from Fnatic. Like, I like they're playing very safe, very conservatively, 3-4 tanks in this meta, not pulling out anything too terribly surprising, but you're gonna need, if you want to win a tournament at this level, you really need a star player and star plays to push you over the top. And we started to see some of that with Buds, which was an encouraging sign, but I think it's going to have to go even further, right? Because Shadowburn's on FaZe, he's going to pull out some big plays, and they have to be able to deal with that and respond in kind, right?
But Flame, do you think Fnatic can shut down Shadowburn. I mean, it's pretty obvious. Like, they telegraph what they're going to do. Hey, guys, we have this dude who likes to dive in here and just cut people up. Like, it's pretty obvious.
They might be able to switch it up. I mean, Fnatic for a while had 3 McCree players on their team. I mean, they just got rid of IDDQD to bring in Happy Cool, known for his more projectile style. I mean, if Coolmac can go to McCree, if Buds can go McCree, maybe they'll have more of that shutdown factor. They can definitely do it. It's just, I feel like Fnatic's playstyle is very different from the rest of the teams here. Like, nobody was busting out their D.Va and switching it to Pharah, and it working, you know?
Well, that was because of the Mei, right? I think, and to Fnatic's credit, I think one of the things we can really count in their big strength column is that they had a very good read on complexity. They changed up their hero pool. They were playing mind games around the Mei with the Pharah, forcing basically complexity to react to them, and they stuck to their guns on that. Half-a-Cool played a very good Pharah. I mean, there wasn't any pressure.
Yeah.
There wasn't any pressure on the Pharah, right? So it's easy to play Pharah in those circumstances, but that's what good strategy does, is it makes it easier for you to get those wins.
Of course, for Fnatic, they want this victory really bad, so they can move on to that final face-off against Envy. Doe, I know you've been a little silent there. I'll get to you in a second. I promise. Stay quiet. Okay, so just stay there. You're chilling. You're beautiful. Never change. We are going to go to Rachel over on the stage show for a brief interview with Fnatic's very own Custa. What's going on?
Thank you, Golden Boy. It's true. I'm here with Custa, and Custa, I want to ask you, you know, Custa, is that right? Or is it with a little twang, Custa?
Buds.
What?
Buds.
Oh, I know, baby, but you got Custa's jacket on. I'm teasing you.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Now, Buds, you guys had a phenomenal game yesterday, especially at the end of Route 66 against Complexity. You were a game changer in there. What does go through your head when you get to those high pressure moments when it's absolutely insane and the whole game is maybe riding on your shoulders?
Well, Complexity was stalling on the car for so long, and you just want to survive. Like, everyone's thinking, I got to survive, and I got to stay on the cart, otherwise we're going to lose this game. I don't consider myself the star player. I think Half-a-Cool with his D.Va bomb that killed 3 people at the end was the star play of the match there.
When we talk about star players, I mean, Fnatic used to have a roster that featured IDDQD, and a lot of people out there thought he was the star. Is that the perception that was in the team at the time? And is the star role really something that you guys think about? And furthermore, is that role something that you see yourself stepping into?
I don't consider myself a star player. Even when ID was on the team, I don't consider him a star player. I think as a team, we're all the star players. Even the supports in the backline, who you don't really pay much attention to, they're the star players. You know, when Lucio gets a sweet knock off 2 people or something like that, he's a star player. Like, everyone has their moments.
I think that's an excellent mentality to bring into the game. I mean, Custa's got your back so much, he's literally on your back. I think that's really adorable. But you guys, you know, you have such a great mentality with the team. You work together so well. You put that extra effort into being a cohesive unit. Do you think that separates you from a lot of these teams when we're up on the desk and we're talking about maybe communication troubles in the game, maybe personalities winning out over plays?
I think that everyone does their part, and there's no star player, and everyone works really hard, and we just try to get the win.
All right, well, I'll let you work hard and get to it. I know I pulled you away from your computer. You can get back to it. I'll give you back to the guys on the desk. What do you think about what Buds had to say?
Well, one thing in particular I do want to say, Rachel, it was very reminiscent of like an NBA player interview. You know what I mean? It's like a person goes up, what do you think of the win? Well, you know, we did a good job today. We did what we could. And
see, I just think Buds is in a war on language. I'm sorry, Buds, you can't all be star players. And in fact, I think that's your problem, Fnatic, is that you don't have, we're going back to that. You don't have that star player.
Precious snowflake.
You don't all get to be star players, right? And if you're saying we're all the stars, you don't have a star, I agree.
Doa, you are the light to Monty's darkness. I just want to say.
I want to say that I think each player on Fnatic is a precious snowflake, and they are beautiful and special in their own way.
It's like, this is just designed to make me angry.
Yeah, that's like my objective in life, basically. In case you haven't been watching the last 4 years. But, yeah, man, when Lucio gets that boop, he's a star player. I've been a star player on the ladder once in a while. Get that 3-man boop, you get play of the match. Makes me feel like a star player. Thank you, Blizzard.
Yeah.
Right.
Flame, do you agree with Monty that that is the issue with Fnatic, that no one really sees himself as a star?
I mean, whoever has the gold medals, right? I learned that online.
That's right.
Point being, though, that I think it's also the fact that, in my eyes, I think Coolmat's kind of been that star player, but he's not playing the star player heroes. He's on, like, the Zaryas and, like, swapping around to Tracer sometimes. So, in my eyes, they're making plays. I think Happy Cool stepped it up incredibly during the tournament. But to what Monty's saying, I definitely think that Bud's had a way bigger impact in the previous patch. This patch, he's kind of feeling himself out. His Tracer play yesterday was incredible. I mean, you can tell they're still traumatized from that Route 66 overtime. So in his head, he knows that they can win, they can pull this out. So I think that when it comes to star players, like he's right, they're very cohesive and they don't really have that player that you expect to
They
watch.
focus on the strategy. They focus on the teamwork. And it really does come through in their play. Like, I'm not trying to,
Sure.
bring down Fnatic too much because I think they have been impressive in that regard.
Well, Coolmat on Zarya. I mean, he's a star player because of how sneaky he is, man. I mean, his Graviton surges, you see a couple of them by other Zaryas get absorbed once in a while, but he seems to always find these flanks, and he just like crouch walks in there and just puts the Graviton surge right in the middle of the enemy team. There's no way to avoid it, and that's you talked about the team strategy too, but it's that individual positional awareness that Coolmat has in that Zarya that's been fun to watch too, and to me makes him a star player.
Yeah, and a special snowflake.
That's right.
Everybody feels good now.
Keep in mind, though, folks, that Fnatic they view themselves in that capacity, but on FaZe there certainly are some stars. When you think of FaZe, the name that pops up to your head right away is Shadowburn. And a little fun fact for our viewers as well: if you are a FaZe fan, this is the time, because right now FaZe is playing Optic Gaming on the COD stage, and now FaZe is playing Fnatic on the Overwatch stage.
It's not their time. They can't watch both at once. It's difficult.
Hey, man, some people have two monitors.
Hey,
a lot of people have two monitors.
This might actually be the worst case scenario.
I disagree. If you believe you just have all the screens available, okay, you put it on your phone.
That's right.
Get on your computer. If you're a true fan, bro, that's it. That's it. Hey, maybe you can even go to the Eve player, shameless promo, right? You can go to Eve player, you can check out Overwatch, you can check out COD, right? Boom. Boom shakalaka. I don't know. I had nothing to add to that. Boom shakalaka. Boom goes the dynamite. Anyway.
It's on fire. Are we putting NBA Jam tournament?
I'm down with it, man. Actually,
I love to do that.
Next cast I do, he's on fire. That's what I
From
do.
downtown.
Well, hey, someone who always goes on fire, segue alert, Shadowburn. This guy, he's incredible. Genji play on point. Too easy as well. Another player that you can really talk about in that star role too. He always has, he always finds an opportunity to shine in some way, shape, or form. Monty, can you see FaZe toppling Fnatic here on the backs of those two DPS players?
I think absolutely is the answer. Now, Shadowburn, of course, known for that Genji, but we're also seeing him. He's coming back with the Pharah. He has played that in the past, and he had really impressive Pharah play. And for me, whenever I watch Shadowburn, what really stands out is that he has such a good concept. He's got such a spatial awareness, and you see that with his Genji play. He can know exactly where 3 or 4 people are. He makes the most out of all those dashes. And with Pharah, when he came in versus the Torbjorn Symmetra defense that we were seeing teams run, he knew exactly where that shield generator was. He knew exactly where the turrets were. Just sliced through that defense, and it was really fun to watch.
No pun intended.
Sliced right through that.
And dice. A little fruit ninja going on there. Flame. Or Doa, actually. I want to get your thoughts. Doa.
I was just going to say, another superstar to me this weekend has been Too Easy, actually, on that Roadhog.
Yes.
I think he's performed really well. It's been enjoyable.
I want to go back to the Shadowburn thing, because I think for most players, he's one of the few Genjis that consistently will reflect a Graviton. And when they put him on the D.Va yesterday, I think he was finally realizing, like, oh, I don't need to reflect it. I can just eat it. And it's like his mental awareness of, like, what is on the map, where it's on the map, and what mental mindset his enemy's in really sets him up in these ways where he's just able to, like, he can predict you before you can even think about what you're going to do.
That has to be very frustrating for the enemy team to play against. But, of course, a team is only as good, in my opinion, as a tank player as their tank. And the good news is we actually have one of those fine gentlemen on the stage right now. Rachel, it's going to be fact and fiction. Rachel, what's going on?
Well, Alex, we got a lot going on down here because we've been talking about tanks, and I just had that interview with Buds where he was saying that we don't have a star player on our team. The DPS gets shouted out a lot, but you know what? There's more to the story. There's 6 players on the map, and Fact Fiction, we've seen you do incredible stuff over the course of this tournament and over the course of your competitive play. So I want to know kind of what's your mentality with the star player ideas, and where do tanks fit in there?
I don't think there's much of a room for star players in Overwatch right now. I'm pretty sure everyone just has to do their role, and especially for tank players, a lot goes into setting up your star players, and a lot of it flies under the radar. So I think everyone just puts in their effort, so we don't really have a star player as much as everybody shouts out Shadowburn.
Well, we had Reinforced on the desk at the Overwatch World Cup, and we were giving him a lot of crap about being a Reinhardt. And what I wanted to know in the end was, there's a lot of dedicated Reinhardts in Overwatch. Do you guys have your own sort of community? Like, do you talk to each other about certain things and share ideas and thoughts?
Actually, yes. Coffee from Cat5 made this pro main tank Discord, and we just talk about stuff in there, share clips, talk about how dumb stuff happens while you're playing Reinhardt. It's just a nice, fun community where you just chill out, because we all play this weird guy who just holds up a shield all day. It's a lot of fun, though.
Well, you are an important factor on FaZe Clan, and you have 5 incredible teammates. And I know you guys, as a group, put a lot of work into not just making sure you play in-game cohesively, but that you get along as people and as a team. So what kind of work goes into that, and how do you actually do that?
Well, we try to go to team dinners together. We watch VODs together. We pub a lot together, actually. It's just, usual stuff for team building. We just make sure that we're friends and that we just trust each other in games.
Well, you guys have been doing phenomenal. That boot camp definitely paid off. I know you guys have been in LA for a while working on that, so I cannot wait to see this game here. Guys, I'm going to give it back to you on the desk. What do you think of Fact Fiction?
Thank you so much, Rachel. Well, first and foremost, I want to say, I know I'm not a pro, but I would really like to be in that Discord just because that sounds awesome. Just sharing Reinhardt clips. Come on, it's incredible. Anyway, just got all worked up here. Special snowflakes?
Nobody wants to
if nobody's better than anybody else and we don't have star players, why are we even having a competition? We could just have a 50-person communal hug right now and just walk out.
I think everyone in here would love to have a 50-person communal hug. I'm 100% down with that, okay? Stop hating.
Nobody wants to be a star player, so I will take it upon myself to be the best player in Overwatch. I'm a Zenyatta main. I'm incredible. I've almost got my golden balls.
Yeah.
I'm playing Nutcracker Zenyatta now. So I guess golden nuts, you're right, yeah. So I've almost got them. But I think being that close and almost being 2,400, if no one else wants to be the star player in Overwatch, I guess I'll do it. Yeah. I'm the best Overwatch player in the world.
You have to take the bullet for
I got to do it. Somebody's got to do it. I guess I'll do it.
Because apparently nobody else is.
Nobody wants.
If we're going to believe these interviews.
Do you want to be second best Overwatch player in the world?
No, I'm just going to go for best commentator. So.
This guy, he's just different. Monty Modest Cristo, ladies and gentlemen. Flame.
You were literally complimenting yourself on the desk.
Well, because I'm the best. Okay, so
I'm Golden Boy. I'm so good looking.
Yeah, look at this face. Come on, man. I'm gorgeous. Anyway, no, my wife would say otherwise. So let's go ahead and bring ourselves back to the game here, folks. We have, let's actually dive into the maps. Flame, first map is going to be Dorado. So who do you have here when we get that first blood as far as points on the board for those victories? Who looks good?
I want the Pharah again. I want Shadowburn's Pharah to come out on offense and just take the map from them and see what happens. I mean, to that credit, though, there's definitely a lot of hit scan on the side of Fnatic. He's going to have a rough game regardless of how this goes, but I know for a fact that Fnatic has lost to FaZe before, and FaZe is definitely very confident in this matchup. I think that they were actually more scared of C9 than they were of Fnatic.
Well, just coming into this, I want to highlight something about Fnatic too, because before this tournament started, and yes, they have improved some of these scores, but this was a team that since the latest patch on November 15th was 2-0-5. So 2-5, 2 wins, 5 losses on Escort. And then on Control, they were 1 win, 2 draws, 3 losses. And that right there is sort of a red flag for me, because we're looking at a map pool that consists 4 out of 5 maps of Control and Escort. They were much better, much more consistent on Assault and Hybrid, but we're only going to see one of those map types. So that's it. I think this particular map pool in this best of 5 is difficult for Fnatic.
Yeah, it's a Shadowburn map pool. I mean, it is. It's like everything's open. It's perfect for Genji, perfect for Pharah. He's right. It's scary.
It is scary. Doa, what about you?
Scary. I'm terrified.
Okay, well, I see it. You're shaking in your boots, buddy.
No, it's just because it's really cold in here. That's actually
very, very true. It is quite cold. But you know what? The action's going to heat up in game. So let's go ahead, toss it over to our commentators who are going to drive you all through the action. It's going to be ZP and Huck. Take it away.
Alrighty, thank you, Golden Boy. And here we are once again on Dorado, going to be FaZe taking on Fnatic. And Huck, this should be a good one.
Yeah, it's a very exciting match, as we highlighted very different teams in their styles, how they approach the game, and what we're going to be looking here from compositions.
Well, right now we take a look at the composition coming out from the defense, out from the side of FaZe. I don't know if they're going to go with this, but it has been flirted with in the past. I don't think the defensive Sombra is going to be a thing. No. But it would be cool. Probably not going to happen. But you take a look at the rest of the team, it looks like FaZe is very willing to play this very standard with 3 to 4 tanks and running the power comp where you have the Roadhog, D.Va, Reinhardt being the front line, and with Zombs there, that's going to make it a full 4-tank defense. So FaZe going with the tried and true of this patch.
Yeah, I think they're going to open up with that, but I definitely expect them to adjust. I would actually prefer to see them start with the Genji and then kind of, you know, go to the 4-tank if they need it and then switch back later on in the matchup. I really feel like Shadowburn on that Genji, when we talk about franchise players, he is that guy. And I completely agree with Monty, just to step on that note. You need those franchise players, and Fnatic's been lacking that since IDDQD's departure, I feel.
Yes and no. I mean, I do feel like Coolmat with his Zarya has been close, but it's generally when you think franchise players that you do get a lot of focus on your crazy DPS, your Surefours, your Taviks, and of course your Shadowburn. So it's an interesting discussion, but both teams are up and at the ready. And what can we expect from this FaZe defense?
I expect FaZe to play this pretty slow. They're going to wait until the cart gets up till the choke, and then at that point, it's going to be very high tension, and it's going to really depend on what Fnatic do. They can either sweep around this left-hand side and go up the stairwell, or just shove it down that chokehold.
Well, Fnatic right now, they are looking to win the shield versus shield battle to start things out here, looking for all important first pick. They do get a hook to start things off, but so is Too Easy, pulling back the D.Va. Both teams going to be trading out poke, but Fnatic still being very aggressive, trying to push us in, but also not overcommitting. Both teams really want to rely on the Roadhog here to get things going, but here comes Fnatic, rolling into the courtyard to start things out, being a little bit more aggressive. We have Coolmat here at 100% charge, and this is pretty good here from Fnatic. They haven't got any kills yet, Huck, but they are pushing back FaZe, but Too Easy with the first hook and strike.
Yeah, as soon as you land that, it really opens up. Factor Fiction getting 1 kill, 2, 3, and it looks like FaZe are going to clean this up. I think primarily that was just a great Earthshatter, and that really led them off. Looks like Stoop might have wasted his Earthshatter as well, and I really got to question that move. I don't feel like it was needed at the time, and already being down so many players, it feels like it was kind of wasted.
It was definitely wasted in the sense where Fnatic was already on the losing end of the fight. Now, of course, next fight actually starting off here very quickly. Coolmat about to have the Graviton Surge at the race, so I feel like that's going to be the key here for Fnatic if they want to bring this forward. FaZe, though, they have 3 ultimates of their own. Certainly many ways of defending this back, but here comes Fnatic, here on the payload. Early hook here from Too Easy, striking first yet again. Going to be pushing back Fnatic, putting them on the back foot. Self-destruct comes in from Shadowburn, does not get what he wants, and Fnatic actually can bring this back.
Yeah, Fnatic doing a great job. This is a very extended fight, and you're going to see that a lot when it's 4-tank versus 4-tank. Looks like one of them almost went down, and he might be in trouble as Reinhardt taking a lot of damage, but barely staying up.
And here comes Coolmat right now. He does get that first kill, Stoop, and there's that Graviton. Group hug dream for FaZe. 4 people in, 4 people going down. Stoop and half a cool with the cleanup, and that's going to be everything that Fnatic needs to get to this next checkpoint.
Yeah, both teams playing so patiently, and we, you know, expect that with the 4-tank, but you could definitely be more aggressive. It seems like FaZe Clan understood that battle, but on the other hand, Fnatic just slowly edging out that advantage in ultimates.
Absolutely, and just looking at the streets FaZe, what do you expect from FaZe here? Do you think they're going to be highly aggressive and dropping down, or are they going to make Fnatic come to them?
I think FaZe are going to wait until the cart's pushed, probably until the opening of the church, and then as soon as that happens, they're going to have to be aggressive. But for the most part, I think they want to see if Too Easy is going to be able to get a hook or not, and if that happens, of course, you get a pick, you can dive in and do a little bit more damage.
Well, speaking of hooks right now, Bud's looking for the dream from bottom to top, doesn't quite get, has to back off, and FaZe right now just looking for the opportunity to drop down. They will have the self-destruct to start this out here. Fnatic, though, they have 3 ultimates of their own, so with FaZe, when they drop down here, they're going to have to be very, very careful. Here we go, fight is underway. Stoop gets the nano boost to start things off. Not in the greatest position, but what an Earth Shatter! Knocks down 3 and starts getting to the swinging.
Yeah, that was a great Earth Shatter. Both Reinhardt's using theirs, but on the other hand, you could see that Stoop got the better end of it, knocking down 4 members, and it looks like Fnatic are going to clean up this fight pretty decisively. It's going to be extended a little bit longer. Actually, a questionable D.Va ult getting nanoed boosted here, and Shadowburn, I don't think he has the damage to burn through any of these targets.
Shadowburn is trying his best as a nano boost, but I think you're right. He's not getting quite enough damage done there. It's all getting healed up. Stoop going to treat him to the hammer before it's all said and done. It's not a bad bit of delay coming out here from FaZe, but certainly a losing fight. And Huck, they're going to have one more fight to come in here from last.
Yeah, 2 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. So far, so good. I feel like Fnatic's been setting a very good pace for this map. They can keep it up. They can win this fight. They might be on a very advantageous point for this map.
All right, next fight here underway. Fnatic gonna be looking to start this off the bang. HappyCool holding on to that self-destruct. The hook not gonna be successful early on, but here comes HappyCool going to the back, chased down by Shadowburn, not finding a great self-destruct opportunity here, but neither Roadhog getting what they want to start things off. But there it is from Buds. Hook comes off cooldown, gets zombed, and now Fnatic in on 65. Factor Fiction gonna drop the hammer. They're trying to lay this out, but not just gonna be enough as a Graviton hits.
Yeah, and the D.Va's gonna be thrown out there too. Fnatic up 3, 4, 5 kills now, it seems. And that's gonna be a full wipe once again. It seems like pretty much every fight, besides the initial one, Fnatic has come out ahead, and they're gonna have a lot of time here for this 3rd point.
Fnatic is definitely playing the back in, back out game a little bit better than FaZe here, where Fnatic, they know when a fight isn't going their way, they back out, they don't lose anyone, and it goes from there. And now you take a look at the next fight that's coming up here. What do you think about Forsaken and his sound barrier?
I think Forsaken, if he can get it up, combo that with the nano boost from Rockets, they just don't really have a good target to put that on besides Factor Fiction though, but it looks like this fight's gonna get started.
Fight is underway right now. Fnatic really looking to get into this corridor, getting pushed back, but there it is. Factor Fiction goes down. There's no more shield tank here from FaZe. Shadowburn into the back line on the Genji. He's swapped to it now. He takes down Stoop. He's gonna be looking to be the X factor here as it goes in, but Fnatic still pushing in. Soundbear comes out, and this is gonna let Shadowburn get to work.
Yeah, he's gonna be very aggressive here, having all that extra HP, and it looks like they're gonna actually win this fight. The first fight they've won decisively since the beginning of the map, and that primarily came from Forsaken closing it out. I'm not sure if they needed it. It looked like they wanted to be very conservative with using that ult, one of the most important ults in the game by far, and it looks like they pulled the trigger, they win the fight, but was it needed was the real question.
It is a question there. I think it gave Shadowburn a little bit more durability going into the back, but he's so good at actually staying alive in those situations that it was more insurance than anything else.
It's interesting that they actually held on to the nano boost, something that charges a little bit quicker, but it's primarily because you can see Shadowburn at 92%.
Shadowburn could absolutely be devastating here with the nano boost. Here it goes. Nano boost goes on the HappyCool from the side of Fnatic. He's going deep into the backline, going to be covering most of 2Easy's whole hog. Both teams still looking for an all-important first pick, and there it is. 2Easy finds Custa early on, and this is going to let FaZe be more aggressive going to the back. Shadowburn had the Dragon Blade, doesn't get as much from it, but this is okay here for FaZe, Huck, because they're going to trade out and the respawns will be coming back in.
Yeah, very even trade indeed. Shadowburn was very low. He was very hesitant to go in, but when you're nano boosted, you have that blade. It feels like such a waste if you're sitting, dodging. It seems like a lot of Fnatic's attention immediately goes to him, and they're really trying to target him down if he does get that.
Now, we've seen this a lot in the tournament here thus far, but how cautious does Coolman have to be about Shadowburn deflecting this upcoming Graviton?
Very cautious. It's been the MO of Shadowburn since day one, but a big hook coming in. It's sad to see that Roadhog get away. That would have been almost a one fight if they could get that pick off. You can see Coolman on position on the cart looking for that ultimate.
All right, Fnatic right now getting ready for their next attack, moving right ahead. Coolman gonna be looking for the Graviton, does land the Graviton, no deflection in, pulls in 3 members of FaZe, and the follow through is there. It's 2 quick strikes coming out here from Fnatic as they have FaZe here on the ropes. They suffered no casualties here whatsoever, Huck.
Yeah, and you can see Coolmat, you know, we don't talk about those star players. He doesn't have the star role on DPS, but he has been an extremely consistent member for Fnatic, almost always high energy, getting that ultimate very quickly. You can see Shadowburn trying to run for his life, trying to stay up. They want to take one more solid 6v6 fight here.
All right, here comes Shadowburn. He's going to look to combo in with this Graviton. Dragon Blade is out, but he gets knocked right on his butt. Stoop with a great Earth Shatter to stop Shadowburn before it can begin. And now Fnatic keeping them going forward. Soundbear comes out from FaZe, just trying to push Fnatic back here. Custa's going to go down, and that's not bad. Respawns are coming in from FaZe, so for Fnatic, unless they get a kill or 2 right here, Huck, they're not going to be able to take it on this push.
Yeah, unfortunately, it wasn't decisive enough. They're not going to have the damage to clean us out. FaZe holds on 10 seconds. It looks like that's going to be actually the map, so great hold here at the end for them.
Absolutely, and Fnatic, they're going to try and get here on some point. It's Custa moving in. The Tracer does get close enough to trigger overtime, but unfortunately, the rest of the Fnatic squad not going to be able to get there in time. It is a hold on last. here from FaZe, but still, on Dorado, Huck, that's not too bad. You don't always see teams cap out Dorado, and oftentimes we see holds in the middle of the map, so Fnatic isn't necessarily in the worst position here.
Yeah, not in the worst position at all. I just laugh at that. Custa, you had your moment. You could have been the next Harry Hook, but it didn't happen. If you went off, heroed that, maybe they'd consider the switch, but unfortunately he did not. And to be honest, he had a good game, though.
He did have a good game, especially given the circumstances. I mean, let's just look at it logically here. He's from Australia. He has no cold resistance, and Bud stole his jacket. So realistically speaking, Custa playing way above his weight class under the given circumstances.
Yeah, it is. You got to sell those hoodies somehow, right? Got to sell those MLG hoodies somehow. Doing a great job. I want to say that they did a great job of prioritizing Shadowburn. I mean, whenever you can get that ultimate off as Reinhardt or Shadow, that Genji, especially when he pulls Blade, it's almost always worth it. Especially if you have somebody like Shadowburn on the Genji and you know how lethal he can be.
It's a great counter to Shadowburn when he goes in with the Dragon Blade, and yet on the same note, it's still giving a benefit to Shadowburn's team because Stoop, of course, had a whole bunch of great game-changing Earth Shatters yesterday, but when Shadowburn is on that Genji, he actually has to hold the Earth Shatter, not look for the crazy good opportunity because he needs it to counter the Dragon Blade. So it's one of those like little meta factors that goes into this that when Shadowburn's on Genji, forces a team to really change their general strategy.
And how extremely important it is to keep track of ults. You know, these teams don't really know. You're kind of guessing. It's something you're not completely sure of, and you need some people on your team to just kind of keep track, like, hey, what's Lucio ult at? Where are we at with Shadowburn? Where are we at with this Zarya ult? Should we look for the deflect? And so far, it seems like Fnatic are extremely good at knowing those factors.
Well, speaking of Fnatic and their team composition as it's coming out here, we will have Vonethil coming out here on the Symmetra. Not too surprising given the success we saw from other teams on Symmetra yesterday. Gonna be curious to see how this works out. Where FaZe, they're gonna have to go in here, they're going at their brute force comp, and they have to hope they get an early pick here, Huck, because if they don't, I think Fnatic is gonna be in a pretty good position.
Yeah, it feels like FaZe only has like 2 options here. So Fnatic having a coach, having people to prep, it seems like they're gonna do this a lot. And it looks like Shadowburn actually gonna throw a curveball here. We saw this a little bit yesterday, gonna run with the Pharah.
And this is interesting. He's not running it with the Mercy, so this puts a lot of pressure on Raucus to really keep line of sight with this Pharah at all times. The Shadowburn goes in, but you look at the Fnatic defense right now, they don't have a whole lot that can actually counter-poke Shadowburn. It's going to be basically Ana versus Ana here. One Ana trying to kill the Pharah, the other Ana trying to keep the Pharah alive. And Shadowburn getting some nice poke to start this out, but oh my goodness, Custa getting the better of Shadowburn there, as I don't even believe that Raucus had line of sight on him.
Yeah, and that basically means a full reset for FaZe. They're just going to wait it out. It looks like Shadowburn's going to stay on it. I thought it was pretty funny seeing Vonethil with the Symmetra trying to shoot the Pharah. I mean, good luck, man. If that happens, that's some crazy, crazy NRG.
That'd just be a terrible thing. But speaking of change-ups here, Shadowburn actually doesn't want to challenge Custa once again. Will be coming back here on the Genji, so going to his tried and true as FaZe tries to get through this courtyard. And they're taking this fight right now, but a hook comes in. Shadowburn puts him in a bad position. He's able to dash away, though. So FaZe still in this. Shadowburn going to get fully healed up, still looking for his opportunity. And FaZe right now is slow playing this. They don't want to go in entirely quickly. They want to give a little bit of time for 2Easy to land that hook. Bud's looking for the hook of his own. Now his quick cooldown is down. FaZe is going to take this opportunity to go in.
Yeah, you can see how extended these fights are. The Nano Boost ends up coming out. Shadowburn getting a pick 2Easy as well. So far, not paying off for Stoop. He might get a pin here. Looks like he gets shielded, actually, and then counter pin. Great bubble from that Zarya. Zom's doing a great job keeping his Ana up, and it looks like they're going to be up fights, but it's evening out. FaZe Clan with a big advantage, though.
Absolutely, and they're going to have ult momentum going into this next fight. This is going to be a full cleanup here from FaZe. Shadowburn and Raucus going to town, but they're not done yet. That was only the opening act. We have Nano Boost and Dragon Blade going to be on the way. We know just how devastating that can be, particularly in the street space here in Dorado, where it's difficult to get on the high ground. Not so much here.
Yeah, and the only counter that we talked about, we're going to be looking for Stoop here. Stoop does have his ultimate. If he can land that Earth Shatter, he could be the hero here. Unfortunately, FaZe Clan are very close on all 6 of their ultimates, so you're going to be really relying on this big rectangle guy to really slam him down and clean up the kill.
There is one way that the day can be run. Oh my goodness, what the a hook coming out there to start things off. Shadowburn sees the opportunity. Nanoblade is out and at the ready. Will get swept, but immediately woken up. Has Vonethil looking for more. It's 2 kills here from FaZe, and Fnatic is on the ropes.
Yeah, Stoop used his Earth Shatter. He barely missed him. Stoop tried to clean, turn around, hit him, and unfortunately Shadowburn knew this, was expecting it, and dived immediately to the first floor off of the second, and great job by him avoiding that. And look, the advantage still in FaZe's favor as far as ultimates.
They're going to have a lot of them going to the next fight. And Huck, how good is Custa playing, though? That was a great sleep dart, even if it got broken.
Yeah, and that's not really your fault. You hate to see that. You see the nano boost of Genji with the sword out, you hit the sleep.
All right, here we go. The ground ton is in from Fnatic. Gonna try and turn the tables here. Coolmat pulling in 3. They do pick up Zombs as a result. Rest of Face able to get out. They burn the Sound Bear for that survivability, and it might have been a mistake. They're already down 2. Shadowburn getting pushed back by a D.Va in his face and more. And that's a really nice trade there for Fnatic.
Yeah, they traded ultimates, but to be honest, Forsaken's Lucio ult coming out, that's a big waste, I feel, to a certain degree. Already being down 2 members, as you said. Looks like they're going to clean up a little bit, get a little bit more charge. Too easy saying, you know what, I can pull 1 too. Gets 1 in return, but this next big combo we're going to be looking for, Factor Fiction having his ultimate, Zombs as well, and of course, Shadowburn already back to 91%, Raucus 80. It's going to be interesting to see if they're going to hold that blade for the nano boost or just run with it.
This fight right now is a very big break point in this game. If Fnatic can find a way of turning this back, it would be huge, but here comes FaZe. Ground Ton is out, going to pull in 3 to start out this fight. Shadowburn in over the top. Blade is out, going to be facing the whole hog, has to deflect early, but with Vonafil already down, this is not bad, and they already got the checkpoint. Fnatic did not stay on it.
Yeah, that was a big mistake. They could have. There was an even fight, 5v5, and it looks like now at this point they're going to either have to die or fall back. No use fighting here with their spawn point being so close. A good charge coming out, and this is a little sloppy, to be honest. Uncharacteristic from Fnatic squad coming out. They're going to get a lot more extra charge on these ultimates because they can clean them up, and because Fnatic honestly should have either stayed on the cart and died, installed as much as possible, or fallen back immediately.
Right, and now for Fnatic, the problem is that if they lose 1 more team fight, they are fairly likely to lose the game. They don't have that much buffer in regards to where the payload is, and FaZe, they have a great opportunity here ult-wise. Here comes Buds though, gets the hook, does not get the pick off. That would have been huge for buying some time, but Shadowburn able to slip away.
Yeah, great bubble once again from Zombs. It seems like he's really been on point, saving his characters as much as he can. Coolmat gets Shadowburn, it looks like Forsaken's returned that.
That was a big Earthshatter coming in from Factor Fiction, knocked down 3, but the fall through was not there. Too easy to get the hook lane to the fight, trying to deal with Stoop, and Stoop very low, but withstanding, gets healed up by Custa at the very end, and here comes Buds with the counter. Too easy, it was a great hook, but unfortunately, the support play coming out of Fnatic right now is top notch, and Custa is having himself a game.
Yeah, Custa's doing a great job keeping everybody up, even when they're so very low. That was a big win for Fnatic, not just in the fight, but in the ultimate advantage as well. Looks like Shadowburn, once again, almost every fight we're saying he has his sword up, and he's going to be able to combo it with Raucus, so they're going to need another big play, and unfortunately, Stoop doesn't have the Earthshatter to counter this time.
He does not have the Earthshatter, but Buds might be able to make do with a whole hog, depending on where Shadowburn goes with this, but FaZe, they're looking to go in. That Nano Blade combo up and at the ready, and here comes Shadowburn in over the top, slicing and dicing into the backline, but look at Buds with the whole hog, cleaving through the FaZe team, ignores Shadowburn, and just takes down all his cohorts instead. And Shadowburn has to feel a little bit rough about that. Didn't get too much off his blade either, but really, that was a great moment of decision making there by Fnatic to not go for him and just deal with the exposed FaZe team.
Yeah, bold choice indeed, Zeeps. He went and decided to just kill the rest, and to be honest, great job by HappyCool, just evading him, moving back, making sure he didn't get a lot. It's so interesting to see Shadowburn play that Genji, diving up and then coming straight down with the nano boost with the blade.
All right, FaZe here with a minute 30, about 2 good pushes left to take this. They do have the Sound Bearer up and at the ready. Probably gonna be looking to be a little bit more aggressive with this initiation, but they don't like what they see here just yet. Shadowburn has gone off of the Genji, now onto the D.Va. More power comp here than not. Bud's gonna whiff that early hook. Too easy, looking for a hook of his own, and there's Stoop! Gets what he's looking for, 3 people knocked down. Another great Earthshatter coming out here from the Reinhardt of Fnatic.
Yeah, and you got to feel for Factor Fiction here. I feel like he's being overshadowed a little bit. Stoop having a great game. They're going to kind of even the kills, but this is definitely a big reset for Fnatic. You got to wonder, Factor Fiction, who's been known traditionally as someone that's hit those big Earthshatters, not really being as present in this game.
Here's the one.
This is a strange fight, staggering both sides.
It is staggering both sides. What do you think of Fnatic's situation here? FaZe has a lot of ultimates.
Yeah, FaZe does have a lot of ultimates. 3 coming in, almost having 4 and 5. He's going to pop this, and he's going to blow them back.
He's blowing them back, and now Fnatic, they have to find a way of getting back in. HappyCool, get commit to the defensive matrix, trying to stall it out just a little bit. Factor Fiction, though, finds Custa. He's been huge here for Fnatic, so they're going to have to do it without his healing. Sound Bearer is blown here from FaZe. This is the all-in moment of the match. FaZe trying to bring it back with Moth, though, builds a Sound Bearer later in the fight. Fnatic turning the tables. FaZe getting worked down. They're spread out, and they're hoping for a miracle.
Yeah, they're hoping for a miracle, and really they only have Shadowbird's bomb. He drops it. Will he get what he needs? He needs 2, 3, 4, 5 5. It looks like they're going to trade, and it's not going to be enough, but it's still very close. Shadowburn doing as much as he can, getting back on the card. Only 1 second left.
And there it is. FaZe still trying to keep it moving, but Fnatic with a very, very big edge right now, and Stoop still has that big hammer if it's required, looking for his opportunity, swings it right at Shadowburn. Overtime ticking away, and it's going to be Fnatic taking map 1 here on Dorado.
So close, yet so far. You can see how close that cart was, but this Fnatic squad, you can see they're pumped up. And this is what the interesting thing is. When we talk about Cloud9, we talk about Envious, when they get done with the game, where do they go? You look at Fnatic, they win, they're happy, they get in a circle, they discuss everything, they have their coach there, and that's what's needed as Overwatch starts to progress further and further into a bigger esport.
And Huck, we were talking a lot during the cast, but what did you think of the tank and support play coming out here from Fnatic in this matchup?
I mean, Custa, we keep mentioning him. He had a great game, not only with the healing, but with the sleep darts, focusing down Shadowbird. It didn't pan out and not always will, but to be honest, they've done a great job. And Stoop was all over the place. We saw at the end, Fact of Fiction being able to get 1 kill on Custa. Great, you wasted an Earth Shatter, you got 1 kill. But when you compare that to Stoop constantly hitting 4 or 5 members with Earth Shatters, you got to look at that matchup and say, hey, Stoop had the better game there for sure.
Absolutely, and the interesting thing for Stoop is that Stoop goes very far back into Overwatch lore. He was actually on Envious 1.0, was on the top team in Beta 1, and he's always been a good player. But I feel like here in Vegas, we've been seeing Stoop reach another level. I don't remember casting games of Stoop where I was mentioning his name this much, this often, where he was getting this reliable value out of his Earth Shatters, and really just great positioning in general.
Yeah, and he's got a great social dynamic, I feel like, in his team. Like, he's a quiet guy, he's fun-loving. It's like almost that Mickey scenario where he really brings the team together, and that's what you need. I mean, that whole squad, you never see like big personalities coming out or big egos. They're all very down to earth. And, you know, I would love to see a franchise player come into there, but to be honest, if it's working, it's working.
I think the key thing here for Fnatic is that everyone is so ridiculously good that it's just hard to point to one person as being the hero. I think if you go back, of course, to the self-proclaimed Beyblade meta where you had Nano Boost Reaper all the time,
of course.
A lot of people like talking about Buds, and of course, back when McCree was more of a deal, a lot of people talked about IDDQD. But don't forget, right now we're in a meta that really does glorify tanks a little bit more than DPS a lot of the time, so maybe it's even not fair to say that Fnatic doesn't have a superstar, just that they're playing to this current meta very well, and their tank and support play clearly was on the next level, so I thought it was really good stuff coming up from them.
Yeah, and that's playing to their strengths, right? This is a squad that where we saw those fights were very extended. They were lasting 30, 45 seconds. Both teams playing very cautiously. FaZe, really, I think they need to step it up and they need to be explosive. You know, you talk about the 2 different styles of these teams. We're going to Ilios. What are you expecting from that FaZe squad?
So rolling in the Ilios, of course, FaZe does like the chaos a little bit more, and you do get more chaos on control. It's interesting because on one hand, Fnatic has very clean engages, which can really help you win the first fight and maintain control, and yet there's always so many angles for teams to come in from, and if you do pull out something like a Genji later on into a fight from someone like Shadowbird, he can find ways of picking up 2, 3, 4 kills in a control map that is harder to do in a payload map.
Yeah, you kind of force the issue, you know. There's this one central point, this one focal point where you have to fight, where on payload maps it's a little bit more of a high ground advantage, positional thing. So I think, in particular, we've seen them have good matches so far in this tournament. FaZe have shown strength, even on Nepal, where traditionally they haven't done really well. On Ilios specifically, I would definitely give a slight advantage to FaZe compared to, you know, the payload Dorado type maps.
Well, here we go. We do have a wild card coming out here already. Halfacool going to be repping the one and only Pharah. That's going to make a lot of people happy at home and at the desk. Pharah, favorite of all of our hearts. And he goes right into the backline. Some nice rockets started out. Great splash on the Zarya here. Almost has him down. And that is a great opening from Halfacool. Completely catches FaZe off guard. And Fnatic rushing right in, trying to make the most of this.
Yeah, and he's doing a great job, but it looks like they're going to return the favor. FaZe getting 2 more picks themselves. Halfacool finishing off that Ana, though, is very important. We can see maybe if Fnatic can pull this back, but it looks like Buds is actually going to get charged down too easy. Going to finish the kill barely, I guess.
Really, it was good target priority coming out from 2Easy and Shadowburn. It wasn't too much panic coming out from FaZe, even though they were getting pushed back. They struck right back with 2 kills of their own and were able to really put the fight back in their favor. Fnatic the course. They did just pick off the Lucio, and they're coming right back. But FaZe, for now, gets first control of this point, but Hafikul going off again on this Pharah.
Yeah, and getting barraged so early, that's got to be key. He's looking for a concussion here. He could knock some people off the ledge, and he looks like he's going to drop down in this shoot. He gets a big pick. He's going to get one, maybe two. It doesn't look like there's anybody else on the point, but he does get that concussion.
And that just knocked Ana right off into the brink, and that is great. Hafikul with Pharah out of nowhere, truly being an all-star here on Ilios. And now I'm curious here, Huck, do you think we're going to see FaZe change anything that's a little bit better to deal with this Pharah? We do see the Genji coming out, but is that enough?
Yeah, I mean, traditionally you wouldn't think Genji being the pure counter. I think it does all right, especially because it's Shadowburn. But generally speaking, you want to see that McCree, you want to see that Soldier, but we'll see how it works out.
All right, well, Fnatic right now getting ready for the next fight. Stoop, of course, holding on to the Earthsharer. They have the Nano Boost up and at the ready. Soon they have a Graviton as well, so this fight not necessarily looking the greatest for FaZe in terms of ult economy. And here comes Custa, hiding right now behind the Reinhardt. Nano Boost going on to Stoop, and Stoop getting some air time. Just call him Air Stoop right now. It's cool, man. Get Zombs in the backline, and nothing too flashy here coming up from Fnatic, but it's effective, and they're going to use a Sound Barrier to finish out this fight.
Yeah, pretty close fight. I think Fnatic only being up 1 kill. Shadowburn's looking for damage, but it's so hard to find when there's 4 tanks there. You're not going to really have it. Fortunately for him, there's a Pharah, but at the same time, like we said, Genji, can he close the distance on that Pharah? I think it's a very hard thing to do. It's going to be interesting to see if Too Easy will switch eventually.
Too Easy is probably going to have to mull over switching sooner rather than later, because Genji is not really a counter to the Pharah. I mean, he can kill Pharah depending on the situation, but it's not reliable. Meanwhile, let's take a look. Cool, man, holding on to the Graviton, looking for the right area, and there's the Graviton coming in. It sets up Hafikul in over the top. Justice reigns from above, and 3 members of FaZe fall.
Yeah, and it feels like they don't really know what's going to happen. I feel like they need a Soldier, they need a McCree. So it's either Zombs or it's Too Easy that have to make that switch. I don't think Shadowburn's going to be extremely confident on those characters. He could always switch back onto that D.Va, but they're going to have a good combo here at least to win one fight. 90% for Fnatic. They're going to be looking for this Blade and looking for that Nano Boost to give Shadowburn that extra to kill people.
This is giving the ball to your star player right now. Shadowburn goes into the back, already picks up 2. Will he get even more? Hafikul's working his way in the back, and oh no! Shadowburn didn't get on the point! He was doing all sorts of death and devastation, but did not touch the objective, so FaZe, who could have recapped there, they had the fight advantage, just they don't get on the objective. And that's it.
Yeah, that has to hurt just a little bit. I don't think it's going to tilt them too much, but they definitely have to make some adjustments here. I feel like if they go into this next match with the current lineup they have, they're going to be kicking themselves if they go down 0-2 on this map. It's such a hard thing to gain back momentum, especially on King of the Hill maps.
Especially for FaZe as well, where FaZe is not exactly known for being the team that comes from behind and really brings things back. They have on occasion, but their history suggests that they do tend to go a little bit more on tilt, so they definitely want to win this Ilios game and give themselves a breath of fresh air. But we are heading into Ilios. The Ruin stage is on the way, and Hafikul's still on this Pharah here, Huck.
Yeah, and you gotta wonder, is this that franchise player in development here? He's been on the Pharah and he's been doing a great job, and I love just how aggressive he is. He isn't scared. He doesn't have a Mercy that's backing him up, but he's still diving in so deep and getting picks. As we say that, Hafikul taking out the opposite star player on FaZe, Shadowburn going down so early.
That was a great rocket from long range to take out Shadowburn. Wasn't even who was going for it. Gets Forsaken, just domes him in over the top. And at this point, Huck, does FaZe have to look at this Pharah and go, look, we need to run a Soldier, we need to run a McCree?
Yes. Yes, they do, CP. We've been saying it. Please, FaZe, adjust, because it is not working. And you have 2 good hit scan players on your team in Zombs, in Too Easy. One of them should switch.
Well, for now, Fnatic very happy that FaZe isn't switching. Buds pulls down Shadowburn from the sky. Shadowburn going onto the Pharah as a switch up. I don't know if running Pharah v Pharah is really the right idea here, but that's what FaZe went for. But thus far, not working out. Fnatic in full control of this round thus far.
Yeah, they're doing a great job, and it's really hard on this map to move through that choke. I think their thinking is that a Pharah will give them a little bit more movement so they can bust through there, but it's not working so far, and I still feel like this is not a matchup they're looking for.
I just want to say I'm looking forward to the Pharah v Pharah battles. Let's see some mid-air rockets is something true to my heart, but here comes Hafikul in from the back. Nano Boost Barrage immediately just removes Too Easy from the map. 3 unanswered kills coming out here from Fnatic as Hafikul piles it on.
Yeah, great coordination. You're going to see Shadowburn dying here at the tail end. But not only is he flanking, not only does he have the barrage, not only does he get nano boosted, you see Coolmat immediately, as soon as he uses that barrage, that's when he bubbles, because that's when he's going to be vulnerable. He can't move, and he's going to get slip dart or just taken down, hooked, whatever.
All right, 70% here for Fnatic. They only need 2 more fights, if that, to win this round. And FaZe has been looking lost. Fnatic looking very good. Vonthal has a sound barrier to start up this fight, and this could be very rough here for FaZe. They're going to need a really good Graviton. There's a Graviton coming in. Gonna pull in 3. Shadowburn, will he let loose of the Justice? No! He gets pulled into his own rocket. Death comes from Buds. Still, FaZe with a bit of an opportunity to win this fight as Too Easy does pick up a critical last moment pick.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to bring it back. They're going to get 4 or 5 picks here. They're going to be up, and it's going to be a clean sweep, but is it too little too late? 99% to 0. They cannot leave this point. They have... Are they capping? No. Okay, 1 person left to die. Vonthal going to be reset for his team, and when you look at the ultimate advantage, you should think that FaZe have an advantage here. They should be able to take at least the next fight, but they cannot drop it, and as I say that, you see 3 lighting up at the top right for Fnatic.
And it really depends on the Graviton game here. Graviton has arguably been the strongest ult in predicting who is going to win a fight, and Coolmat has been very good at landing good Gravitons. Fnatic right now just poking back and forth, trying to give a little bit of space, trying to let Coolmat look for that opportunity to drop the Graviton. And Fnatic, time is on their side. They're just taking this slowly, pushing in, and there's the Graviton coming from Coolmat, and there's the ball for him, but Shadowburn, a barrage of his own, catches half a cool off guard, and the counter engage from FaZe just too strong for Fnatic to deal with.
Yeah, that was amazing play. Happy Cool, seeing his first-person perspective, he did not see Shadowburn behind him, and it looked like Shadowburn, man, they were just, it was Jet versus Jet. They were waiting, and he lined up behind him, and it was a wasted ult for Happy Cool.
Justice reigns from slightly more above?
Yeah, slightly more above indeed. And actually, they're going to adjust. You see that he lost that Pharaoh battle, and he says, you know what? We're not going to be stubborn. We're going to play a hit scan, and let's see just how good he is on this McCree, because we haven't seen him play it too much.
No, and Happy Cool will see if he can counter Shadowburn here. So Fnatic getting off of what got them here thus far will be looking for the anti-air option themselves, and Shadowburn needs some serious damage to start this out, having to get healed up by Raucus. It's good on Raucus to be able to get him, and while that's going on, Too Easy wins the Hawk duel versus Buds. So this is not going to be a winning fight for Fnatic, and now Huck, the timetables starting to get actually pretty dicey for Fnatic.
Yeah, that was so cute to see them playing peekaboo around that pillar. I mean, Shadowburn doing a great job knowing where his team at, knowing where the support is, and just staying behind that pillar for as much protection as possible. Shadowburn being very brazen here, almost going down, but he actually picks him off. Happy Cool going down early.
He went down early. Here we go. This could be the very last fight of this round. Shadowburn going in deep. Nano Boost supporting him, getting right in on Custa, not able to finish it off due to that sound barrier. And Buds, by the way, has swapped on the 76. He wants to be even more air control. Happy Cool swapping the Tracer to get back in this fight a little bit more. And what a pick off there. Shadowburn went for the Justice Ring from above. Buds right there with the punish. And Fnatic is turning this around.
Yeah, they're turning it around, and they need to now. 99% to 99%. Happy Cool once again showing how versatile he is, switching the Tracer to get back into this fight to make sure they can flip this for the last tick. But can he do it? Bud's doing a great job on Soldier. Not too much of us seeing him on that character either. You can see those rockets coming in from Fair. Will it be enough? I don't think so. OT ticking down, and that's going to be it. Fnatic going up 2-0 against FaZe. And you got to wonder, with this matchup, did FaZe look at their team and say, you know what? They are missing IDDQD, but then you see this come out and you're like, I don't know, that hit scan play coming out from Happy Cool, coming out from Buds, that's really strong.
One thing in Overwatch that I see that I never really like is when one team is running a composition that's working really well, the other team comes with their own composition that they've practiced, and then they just swap to a mirror composition or mirror key parts of it. It's sort of the thing where Shadowburn can be a good Pharah depending on the setup that he's getting, but going in against Fnatic that probably practice this Pharah setup on control points and sort of just going, oh, it'll work out, it's dangerous. A lot of the times it does not work. Of course, the most classic example of that wasn't even with Pharah, is with Widowmaker, where one team's destroying another Widowmaker. It's like, oh, we'll just counter
switch, yeah.
That never really works out. You're going to get out-widowed in that.
Yeah, and you're going to not be in position. They're always going to have the setup. You got to push into them. It's a lot harder, but we'll see how it works out. We are going to get that mirror matchup. Pharah versus Pharah. Who will be the bigger star for their team?
Who will be the true Rocket Queen here between Happy Cool and Shadowburn? Both of them on Pharah. Both taking to the skies. Shadowburn just a little bit higher to start things out, and both teams being very cautious here. They really want to buy some time for the Roadhogs to get picks, and Happy Cool now starting to be a little bit more aggressive. Comes in over the top, doesn't get what he's looking for, and Buds goes down once more. I do believe he got hooked into Zobs, but here we go, Pharah v. Pharah. The fight is underway. Who will hit the more? Final mid-air rockets
so
in.
close, he's chasing him. This is a dangerous game to be playing, and in the meantime, you can see that actually FaZe getting the better hand of that, and that's where you rely on your teammates. That was a very dicey chase.
It was a dicey chase, but unfortunately for Fnatic, while that was going on, they were just getting mopped up. I mean, in terms of resources, it was a decent trade between Fair and Fair there. Yes. Pharaohs were effectively out of the fight as they were playing their separate game, but...
And I think that works into FaZe's advantage, right? If you can get that duel, that is what you're looking for. Fnatic are the better team when it comes to a complete, cohesive unit. And actually, Coolmat even switching to Soldier. They are really flexing hard so far on this roster.
This is going to make this guys very, very unfriendly here for Shadowburn. There's no doubt about it. This is a big switch on the 76, and Coolmat, an excellent 76 at that. So both teams trying out here, and Coolmat can take down Factor Fiction early on. Shadowburn coming in over the top, trying to turn it back around, not able to get the rockets he's looking for as Stu turns the side room into the party room, picking up 2, and Shadowburn, just for good measure, getting domed by Happy Cool.
Yeah, that was an unfair fight, to give credit to Shadowburn. He was in a little bit up against the wall against 3 members of Fnatic, but this is a very exciting match. And honestly, from a coach's, analyst perspective, this is a beautiful type of game, seeing them adapt so much, more so on the Fnatic side.
Absolutely. Well, for FaZe, they have a chance to bring this back and continue with their advantage. Zombs has the Graviton up and at the ready. Gonna be looking for a good one. Fnatic actually pretty well spread out right now, making this a little bit more challenging here for Zombs. So he's gonna go to the back line here. Doesn't use it on the Lucio. Reinhardt doesn't like what he sees. Is being very patient with it here, and FaZe taking their time for better or for worse. Meanwhile, Shadowburn, of course, here on the Pharah. He's gonna look the combo, and there he is. Barrage coming in right after the Graviton. Not quite what he was looking for. Coolmat with the immediate punish.
Yeah, and Reinhardt's gonna fall down actually into the well from that. It looks like he got stuck to the other side, but you can see Happy Cool in the back line getting more than what is necessary, picking up 2 members, very important supports on that back line, and I feel like FaZe are gonna get phased out here. It doesn't look like they have what it takes to take back this point.
No, they don't. And the one thing I didn't like about that last FaZe push is that they really took a long time to go in.
To set that up, yeah.
Which effectively cost them a push in and of itself. So instead of being on the verge of retaking the point and still keeping a strong advantage, now Fnatic, 63%, only needs to win 2 fights to pull this round back, which would mean, of course, that they would win Ilios and be up 2 maps in the series. But so this next fight unfolds.
Yeah, and that'd be a devastating lead indeed, especially mentally. This is a big mental game right now. 2 ultimates on each side. Who's going to come out? You can see Happy Cool having as much room as he needs. He's going to be able to shell out on this FaZe squad.
Indeed, and he doesn't have to worry about an opposing Pharah anymore. Shadowburn on that D.Va, and bye-bye, too easy. Into the pit you go. Bud's throwing him right in, and this is huge for Fnatic. All they need is to win this fight, and they'll have it. And oh, that could not have been intended.
Reinhardt actually got pushed by the D.Va, doing a great job there. Shadowburn pushing that nano-boosted Reinhardt into the well, and that's going to be the advantage they need. When you need your star players to step up, sometimes they do, and Shadowburn did just that.
All right, Cussa right now trying to pull it back, gets onto Lucio early on, or later on in this fight as it goes down. Shadowburn trying to bring it back, does have the self-destruct up and at the ready, and FaZe starting to pull this back right now. They've already recapped the point, and they're cleaning up the remainder of Fnatic. Coolmat still has the attack visor, and he actually gets 2. He pulls down Shadowburn before he can get back into his mech, so Fnatic actually reversing the tide here. They don't go for the full reset. They're bringing the fight right back to FaZe. I'm not sure if it's the right idea, though. It's too easy. He's able to get on the half heat.
Yeah, so during that whole fight, yes, it was very close. They almost turned the tables, but at the same time, you can see FaZe slowly but surely ticking back. 74, 75, they're gonna need a lot more. Fnatic already at 99 and already up 2 maps. It's do or die for Fnatic, or FaZe on this point.
All right, so for Fnatic, they're gonna be coming right back in, and Happy Cool tastes the hook of 2 easy to start things out. Now a 5v6 for Fnatic, but they cannot back out. They have to take this uneven fight. Meanwhile, Zombs looking for the dagger in the heart right now. There's the Graviton, pulls in for Justice, raining from Shadowburn, not from the ultimate, just from Raw Rockets, but it is enough. 4 kills here from FaZe, and that should give FaZe the round and keep them alive here on Ilios.
Yeah, a very interesting swap. Once again, Shadowburn playing D.Va, doing really well, knocking Reinhardt into the well. Immediately, Happy Cool switches to that Tracer, and he says, you know what? I'm gonna go back. So both teams playing into each other. It seems like for the FaZe squad, it's mainly Shadowburn, right? He's either gonna be on that D.Va or he's gonna be on that Pharah. On the other side, Fnatic are flexing almost everything. You can see Coolmat setting back up, going on that Zarya. We'll see if it keeps it. But for the most part, it seems like Fnatic has the advantage. It's just, how do you crack this? What is the counter that they're looking for against this FaZe squad? What can beat both of those compositions?
Well, interesting enough, FaZe not really clear what they want to run here to start things up. They were thinking about putting Shadowburn on the Pharah once again, which would be fine. as it is the ruined stage, but instead, we're going to be Shadowburn coming out here on the D.Va, but there is a switch up here. Zoms is going to be on the 76, so they're going for more raw power with the idea of air control coming in from Zoms, and we'll see if this is finally the ticket that FaZe is needed to deal with the Sphera from Fnatic.
Yeah, it's mostly going to be on FaZe to set up this initiation. Fnatic having the range advantage here between the Pharah, between the Soldier. On the other side, FaZe having the Roadhog adds a little bit more durability, and that's maybe what they need here.
All right, we'll see if it's enough. Zoms right now is looking to shoot that Pharah right out of the sky, and look at how this is affecting Hafikul. He cannot just linger up in the air. He really has to respect the pressure that Zoms is putting down. Still though, FaZe starting to be a little bit more aggressive. They get onto the point, and they cap the point. Fnatic does not contest it early on, and this is big here from FaZe.
And that's exactly what FaZe need to do. Having that durability, having that extra tank, they need to get into the face of Fnatic squad, but it looks like Fnatic are going to have a slight advantage here.
Well, Buds is able to get on the 2-easy, ends up getting the double kill, and that is big because, honestly, Buds has been having a really rough time, even throughout these rounds, even as Fnatic has been winning. He's been getting out-hooked by 2-easy in a lot of these cases, so if Buds can just turn the tables on that a little bit more, that's going to be very, very important for Fnatic in winning these fights. It'll also free up more room for Hafikul to do what he wants to do.
Yeah, and it feels like they have to have a point of counter engagement. They're waiting, they're being very defensive, but at some point you have to say, all right, we're going to get into them, and we need to create space for our DPS long rangers.
2-easy with the early hook here on the Stoop. Stoop not able to get away. Zoms powering up here. Nano boost, Tac Visor on the way. 3 kills going to be coming out here from FaZe as they swiftly get back onto that point and retake it.
Yeah, and a very clean win. That's what you want to see usually. You see a big 6v6 fight, you say this is our bread and butter combo. Raucus throws the nano boost to Zoms. Zoms lights up and starts mowing down targets one at a time. His team brings in the support, and they are very aggressive on their engagements.
All right, and you take a look here at Hafikul. He does have the barrage up and at the ready. Not going to have anything like a Graviton to set it up, as Matt is on the 76 here once more.
No Zarya to bubble him either.
No, and he's not even going to have a nano boost here, so he's really going to have to go and just find his own perfect way here. Easier said than done when Zoms, of course, is a great 76. Almost gets hooked here by 2-easy, and he's still going in. No fear from Hafikul. Goes for the barrage, ends up getting slept with the D.Va in his face. That was questionable.
Yeah, and that's going to happen time and time again when you don't have the support that you need with the nano boost, with the bubble. But it looks like it's going to even out a little bit. Coolmac killing Zoms going to have a little bit more extra damage and range on their side, but it looks like Raucus also going to go down to Buds.
Buds coming in off the flank, getting a very good hook on the Raucus towards the very end. It's still very close there. Either team could take it. Shadowburn trying to bring it right back, hits on the Bonneville, has the self-destruct at the ready, so the flank from Buds not going to be enough. FaZe going to be ejecting Fnatic from this point, and now here, Huck, it gets interesting. Fnatic only going to have one more push left.
Yeah, and Hafikul running for his life. I love the aggression from this FaZe squad. Even at the end there, you see Factor Fiction just plowing through, trying to get a little bit more damage and charge on his ultimate.
I love, too, how we've basically reset to the more standard competition here, where the days of Pharah, of course, now over once more. We have Fnatic moving in with the power comp, trying to just get this last vital retake, but they have to get in the point here. 95%, it will not go into overtime by default. They have to touch this, and they do.
Yeah, 98, 99 now, and it looks like Zoms, once again, bread or butter. He's going to be mowing down targets. You can see him picking them off. Stoop very low. He gets slapped. He's going to be turned out too. Coolmac going down, and it looks like FaZe are going to take this. We're going to be going 2-2. We're going to go into the final 5th Ilios map.
And this could be a microcosm of the entire series here, Huck, where this is going to go to the limit. Of course, if FaZe were to take Ilios, it would even up the series 1-1. And this is a best of 5, but with how close both teams are playing each other, with how much both teams are switching up and trying to find an edge, if this went to the full 5 maps, I would not be surprised.
Yeah, I would love to see it. I would be dying at the end, but I would love to see that. And it's just so interesting seeing both squads constantly switch out, and you can see how flexible so many members on their teams are. You see Coolmac playing Soldier, you see him playing Zarya, you see Buds flexing as well. Hafikul has Tracer, Pharah. We saw him a little bit on McCree, and then it looks like we're going to go back to Shadowburn on that Pharah. And this is based on not only the maps, but their flexibility on those heroes. I love Zoms Zarya. I think he's been doing a great job, so I'm happy to see him back on that. But we saw how effective he was on that Soldier as well.
It's very interesting to see the tables turn here, where, of course, when we started the map, basically Fnatic was running FaZe's comp, vice versa. Now Shadowburn on the Pharah, and Fnatic on the tried and true. So, oh my goodness, the swaps that you see in Overwatch. Shadowburn, though, coming in over the top, looking for the first pick off. It's Forsaken getting onto Custa, following up the damage from the rest of his team. So, already 2 clean kills here from FaZe, and Fnatic going to be thrown off this point relatively early.
Yeah, it looks like Buzz is going to go down very early. He's about to die, and it looks like they're going to have advantage. Happy Cool saying, you know what, I'm going to just take a little dip in this well. To be honest, Fnatic executed very well. They stayed out of the sights, they came around the corner, they dove right in immediately. That's what you need to do with this composition. You can't stay in open area. You can see these rockets just piling down on their squad from distance, but they lost the fight, and now you gotta wonder what switches are they gonna have to do, because I don't see anything just yet, and they need something to deal with Shadowbird.
They've been playing Cool Mad on the 76, which has been all right, but I think they lose a lot when he's not on the Zarya, so it's not entirely ideal for Fnatic's hero pool. But either way, Fnatic moving in right now, starting to push in the phase once more. Oh, like
so very close.
Almost putting Stoop into the well, but Custa, the counter is there. Snipe Shadowburn out of the air, and suddenly the 6v5 is up and out the race. Stoop can get knocked on his butt there by Factor Fiction, so more of a 5v5 now, but Fnatic definitely in more of a dominating position to start things out.
Yeah, Fnatic having the advantage early on, but FaZe having the position. It looks like Happy Cool's gonna stay up for a little bit longer. He's so close to dying. Custa doing a great job, not only giving that nano boost, but making sure he stays up so he can use that. The big bomb gonna come out, but on the backline, Factor Fiction taking him out. It looks like this is a very close fact, and finally Shadowburn coming back in, taking out his arch nemesis in Custa, saying, you know what, you're not a real hit scan, you cannot deal with me, and he is dominating the playing field right now.
This is going bad. The worst here from that. They'll just try to escape for his life. Not going to get happen. Just thrown right off. And now, here is the problem looking at this here. Of course, we do see Bud swapping onto McCree, but you look at FaZe here. FaZe has so many ultimates up. They only need to win one more fight. Fnatic, quite literally right now, needs a miracle to bring this back, or needs FaZe. What? Oh, okay, because the blast just throws him off from nowhere. That is the anti-miracle.
Yeah, that is not what you're looking for. Bud's having to grow wings basically to stay up as McCree, and now you gotta wonder, 92%, they're gonna have to go in here and need an even bigger miracle 5v6.
Well, the 5v6 is on the way. Zom's gonna open things up here with the Graviton, pins off Fnatic, and Justice rains from above. Shadowburn with the finisher. 3 kills to set up that Graviton. Oh my goodness. FaZe striking right back, bringing themselves back from the brink here on Ilios, and they even up the series 1-1.
I mean, that's what you're looking for, I guess. FaZe coming out, and it looks like it's mostly on the back of Shadowburn. You gotta really wonder, from Fnatic's side, what is the ideal composition for them in this matchup? We talked about how maybe they don't want the mirror matchup, but I think that's their best answer. Having Happy Cool play Shadowburn, negate each other, and keep their heroes that are like very strong. Cool Mad on that Zarya, having Buds on the Roadhog, and Custa hopefully being able to add a little bit of support to Happy Cool.
Absolutely, and sometimes I wonder if Fnatic also outthought themselves there. They were doing fine with their initial setup there. It didn't really seem like they were losing too badly on the mirror, especially the first run of Ruin, so I wonder if they just overreacted a little bit, got into something they weren't comfortable with, and it went from there.
Yeah, you can see them getting into the circle, discussing it. Hopefully they can come back. It will be a change of pace for the next map, so it'll be completely different, and I think they're going to be a little bit more comfortable on the payload.
Do think so as well. So, to break all this down and talk to you about why we saw the Pharah in that last map, let's throw it over to our analyst to give you that valued insight.
Thank you so much, CP. Wow, what a game. 1-1 in the count here, folks. If you're just joining us, what a series we are witnessing between Fnatic and FaZe. Gentlemen, all right, Monty, there is a star on
what's a star?
What is
we're all stars. Yeah. I actually hate the meaning of the word star player like Buds does. So, I'm just going to stretch it to fit whatever definition I want. Well, and that is everybody.
Okay. Well, okay. I want to kind of like rewind to Dorado though, because Dorado definitely was we saw a new star in Dorado, and I'm going to be very bold in saying this, Custa.
Yeah, great play. Yeah.
I mean, you couldn't ask for better sleep darts. You have Shadowburn diving in on Streets phase, and then Custa's like, nope. Done, just plucked right out of the air, Doa.
I mean, I think one of the litmus tests to how good an Ana player is whether or not they can hit the Genji with the sleep dart consistently. And Custa's showing us that he's definitely a top-tier Ana player. He's been landing those consistently, like you're saying. And yeah, I mean, it makes it a lot harder. That Genji that suddenly is such a big backline threat isn't so bad anymore.
Yeah.
It also felt like he was that backup for Stoop. You saw Stoop hit a few Earthsharers that would stop Shadowburn in his tracks, but when he missed it, then you had Kusa in the back to hit him with the sleep dart. Like, they controlled him so well, and the fact that they were both able to do that really led that map, like, it put them in control of that map.
Yeah, a very impressive play from Custa. Money, you also shared that same sentiment as well, like the way they approached that game.
Yeah, even at the end, it was not only hitting the Genji, but taking down the Tracers. They couldn't stall out the cart, get that final push going. Very crucial timings on those sleep darts, and it kept continuing, right? Even with Shadowburn, he was able to be the only player on his team to be able to actually knock that far out of the sky, and that's hard to do on an Ana, but he was consistently delivering those kills onto the Pharah.
And then in a grueling map 5, it went all the way the distance on Nepal. What I loved was this was the essence of Overwatch, hero switching, right? It was really cool to see that. Counter picks, really figuring out who you want to stop, how you want to stop them. You got a Pharah, bust out some hit scan, counter with that one. You know, you're getting countered there, take out the Diva, counter the hit scan. Those were really my big takeaways.
I mean, I really do think that it took a long time for FaZe to actually start to pull out the 76 on Zombs, but once they actually committed to that, things started going quite a bit better for them, and I think they were a bit cocky and not really committing to shutting down Hafekul's Pharah. But once they did, and especially on Well, it wasn't only that, it was the fact that they got so many environmental kills. Right at the first part of that, Custa was, on the first push, just knocked directly into the Well by Forsaken. That was the big cause of having such a successful first attack there from FaZe.
You could tell, too, I think at the beginning of the match on Dorado especially, he was afraid to go Pharah, but towards the end of Ilios, he was definitely feeling really more comfortable. He got a lot of environmental kills, as Monty said, and his rockets were completely on point. But to what you were saying, I guess, about the Zarya combo, coolmatt's been on Zarya most of the games, and when he switches to 76, it leaves them a little bit vulnerable. So you would see Zom switch to the 76, suddenly coolmatt feels obligated to play 76, Hafekul's on Pharah, or on Diva now, and it kind of messes with their style because coolmatt's the Zarya player and the 76 player, and I think that FaZe was definitely able to exploit that as we got through Ilios.
Yeah, you know, when I watched the two Pharahs play, in that map at least, I felt like Hafekul was actually a little bit better of a Pharah than Shadowburn was, but I think FaZe did a better job of protecting their Pharah and enabling her than Fnatic did in that series, and so in the end, the more successful Pharah ended up being Shadowburn.
Yeah, certainly tipped the odds in their favor. They pick up that victory. FaZe tying this one up 1-1 against Fnatic. Game 3 coming up next. You don't want to miss this one, folks. We'll be right back.
I'm here in Bristol, Virginia. And now, I'm in Bristol, Tennessee. No matter which state in the country you live in, you could save hundreds on car insurance by switching to Geico. And now I'm in, Virginia Sea.
See how much you could save on car insurance.
Welcome back to the Overwatch Invitational at MLG Vegas. FaZe versus Fnatic is going on right now, and if you're just joining us, the series is tied at 1-1 with a grueling match that just took place on Ilios. Now, as we set our sights over to Kings Row, one has to ask the question, can FaZe keep the good times rolling? So, I mean, Monty, you're always the opinionated one. Can FaZe do this? Can they pick up another?
I thought FaZe was going to win this series narrowly, so I'm going to go with yes. I think that we've seen them adapt better to the Pharah right now. Fnatic's going to have to bring out something else. Otherwise, we're just going to see Pharah 76 versus Pharah 76, and I prefer what we have seen from FaZe with these compositions.
What about you?
I mean, I think it could objectively go either way. These teams look really close right now, but I agree with Monty in that at this moment, in this best of 5, it looks like FaZe is able to adapt on the fly a little bit better than Fnatic. That could change, but you know, they seem to have the edge by like this much right now.
And that's all that they've needed to get here is really what's impressive. They beat Liquid narrowly, they beat C9 narrowly, and now they're here in a very close match. Winning 3 matches in a row on Ilios after being down 0-2 takes a lot of perseverance, and it's definitely not the best mindset if you're Fnatic to have been up 2-0 on match point 2-3 times and still not been able to win. So the mental game is definitely in FaZe's favor right now, and I really want to see how that's going to carry over into this next map.
You know, Doa, as the best player in the world,
yeah, ask me anything.
How do you feel? Do you agree with Flame that this is? It's mentally grueling, you know, to go into Kings Row knowing that you could have taken it?
Being the best Overwatch player in the world, I never have to really deal with this kind of situation. I'm not really familiar what it's like.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
Lose, so I can only, you know, guess. But yeah, I would say I could imagine that it might feel kind of bad. But, you know, we did just take a little break, so they had a little bit of time to kind of maybe get it together a bit mentally again. You know, not something I need to worry about personally, but I could see how it could help Fnatic out.
You would never have to reverse sweep in the first place.
No,
I would. A clean sweep right off the bat.
I just sweep all the time.
Yeah, all he does is
Doa's never had a silver medal in his life. All gold.
No,
all gold.
That's what Zenyatta does, man. Gold damage, gold kills, gold healing.
Gold balls.
Yep.
Gold balls. Oh, man. I don't even know where to go from there. But you know what? I think FaZe has a good chance. I want to see FaZe Envy in the finals. I think that would be a fun matchup. I really like Fnatic. I think this squad has just some really good reads and just good play, and they've really adapted in this competition, which is something I think a lot of people didn't really expect, and I'm happy to have seen that. But one cannot dispute the explosiveness that FaZe brings to the table. Shadowburn is a superstar. Whether anyone on FaZe wants to believe it or not, this guy, when he's on Genji, is savagery, and I love watching that.
I'm willing to admit that. I agree.
Yeah, it's so good. Go ahead, Flame.
I was going to say from that point, I don't think that they realize how much they play around him. Maybe they don't think that they're all superstars and nobody's but they don't realize like how much easier the game is for them when they have this Genji in the air, like creating distractions. Hitting Earthshire is a lot easier when everyone's not looking at you. Same with Gravitons. It opens up so much of the map. Too Easy had a great game, and I think it was because you saw Shadowburn get off that Diva. So now you have Too Easy with a lot more space. He played phenomenally actually on that Ilios match, and we didn't give him enough credit, but he did a lot.
Well, let's see if FaZe can keep it going. Can they go up 2-1, or will Fnatic answer right back? Let's go ahead, bring it back over to your commentators, ZP and Huck.
All right, thank you, Golden Boy. Here we are on map number 3, FaZe versus Fnatic, and we are heading to the one and only Kings Row. And Huck, Fnatic has had a whole lot of success on Kings Row in recent times, especially if you go back and look at what they did at DreamHack.
Yes, they have, and I think they're even more advantageous here, but we're going to have some interesting picks from FaZe, and we're going to see if they're going to be able to bust them with this Widowmaker and with that Lucio and that Genji.
All right, so for FaZe, their plan is straightforward here. Coming through the front, give Shadowburn time to work through the back. Fnatic, of course, they're known for having an iron defense here on Kings Row, so we'll see how they deal with this opening salvo here from FaZe. Fnatic, arguably one of the best defenses of Kings Row in the game, and for now, they're rotating back, they're letting FaZe move in through the hotel, and they're just really biding their time. But there's a charge in from Scoop, gonna be setting up Buds as he comes in from the back line, and Too Easy just surrounded on all sides.
Yeah, Buds coming in very strong there, getting a very close shot and killing 2 almost 3 there, doing a lot of damage. I like the positioning of FaZe. I think they had the right idea, but unfortunately, they didn't have enough health on that shield to really get into a prominent position, and constantly being flanked, being forced into that small corner really hurt them.
Fnatic has some of the smartest movement you can find when it comes to this first point Kings Row defense. They knew exactly what FaZe is going for, and then they said, okay, we're just going to split it up, attack them from both sides, and there was very little that FaZe really had in the tank to deal with that. Now FaZe, of course, they don't have much in the way of ultra, going to be looking for Zoom, but here we go, Stoop diving in, gets the nano boost, swings the hammer, finds 2 before it can even begin, and FaZe going to be getting pushed back.
Yeah, Shadowburn barely going down there. He is the closest to his ultimate at 88%. Raucus only at 50%, where on the other side, Custa's already used a nano boost and is almost back at 20%. I think that's primarily because the fights have been so clean. Raucus really hasn't had the time to keep his team members up, but we'll see what they have to bring to this fight.
Well, right now, Shadowburn will be looking at the Dragon Blade up in this fight. Just needs to land 1 or 2 more shurikens to do just that. Fnatic, they're bending back right now, have not given up any picks early on. They even get hooked and they're able to hold it back. But here comes Shadowburn into the back line, eats the Earth Shatter instead, and Buds with the immediate punish. Very disciplined is this Fnatic squad right now, as Buds going to use Whole Hog to clean up the rest of FaZe and push them back.
Yeah, great job by Stoop. It's not the first time we've seen it in this matchup where he is completely prepared for Shadowburn. He pulls out the blade and it is immediately taken down. I would love to see a little bit more coordination out of Zoms with the bubbles to make sure he can keep him up, but a great hook. Zoms is going to be in trouble, and he pulls the trigger before he goes down.
That was well timed by Buds. He knew Zoms was going for the Grauton, and now here comes the counter. Cooled out the Grauton in the zone, pulls in 3 members of FaZe. FaZe investing so much into this fight. They do the later Sound Bearer, though, which gives them a little bit more durability. 5v5. Fnatic has not won this fight here just yet. They are winning the poke war ever so slightly, but this is going to be rough. This FaZe is going to get the reinforcements a little bit quicker. Here comes Too Easy, looking for that important hook. Gonna get slept instead. Well met by Custa.
Yeah, Custa being on so much today with those sleep darts.
And what an Earth Shatter from Snoop. Knocks down 3 is epical, blows them all to smithereens. Fnatic just playing this so exceptionally well right now. And that has to be rough for FaZe, given how much they invested into that fight, Huck.
Yeah, not only did Custa hit that sleep dart, but Factor Fiction actually had one of the better Earth Shatters of this match, knocking 3 members down, having the nano boost, charging one of Fnatic's squad, almost pinning them, and then at the last second, actually Custa hit a sleep dart then too and saved one of his team members. So great job by this Fnatic squad being so very coordinated.
Well, for FaZe here, this might be their very last push. Only 35 seconds remain until Fnatic gets that vaunted first point hold, and FaZe looking for that early pick. Too Easy, not successful here just yet, but here comes Buds, finds Forsaken, and that is massive for Fnatic, as only 19 seconds remain, Huck.
Yeah, it's Stoop getting a great charge once again, knocking out a member, keeping him completely out of the fight, getting that extra ultimate charge, and you can see at the top right, the top left, 10 seconds left, they don't have much to go on.
They just have to roll right in. Shadowburn's gonna have to just throw this bomb out and pray, and that's what he's doing. Takes to the skies, not nerfing this just yet, just gets on it, but there's the counter Diva self-destruct, and 3 members of FaZe already down, and this initiation phase not doing what they want. They have to hope for a miracle, but all hopes fading swiftly.
Yeah, and FaZe just having a lot of trouble. Fnatic, a great iron defense here on Kings Row, and as you said, traditionally they've been great on this map.
This is Fnatic's home turf now, and it kind of makes sense because they've been boot camping a whole lot in London as of late, so either way, this is no longer just a one-off thing. Yeah. We saw this back at DreamHack versus NIP. We're seeing it here versus FaZe. Fnatic, you do not want to fight them on Kings Row. I think that is very safe to say now.
And that would be interesting actually going into the finals, because Envious have had trouble traditionally on Kings Row. So that, if they get that map in the finals, that could spell like almost an auto win for Fnatic, at least one map.
If nothing else, I think Fnatic would be far more competitive on Kings Row versus Envy than what we saw in other series in this tournament. So either way, now what do we have to see here from FaZe?
I feel like FaZe, I mean, they got to take a chance, right? I would love to see some Symmetra play. I mean, you're going for a full hold. There's no one that really dives that home more than Symmetra. On the other hand, I really don't know how comfortable FaZe are. When we see Fnatic flex on all these roles, I feel like on FaZe's side, they're not able to adapt quite as much. You do have people on this squad that are very talented and can play many roles, but it comes down to practice, right? If you haven't practiced it, you're not going to want to whip it out in the semifinals and do a good, like a crazy Symmetra play. You're not Envious. You're not there just yet.
Absolutely. And just to be clear, we're talking about practice.
Yes, practice. Practice.
Oh, man. So.
I'm glad we both kind of follow sports.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah.
And I had to make that just as awkward as possible, too. Just like, I cannot deliver with any near the delivery. But take a look here, coming out here from Fnatic. Vonthil probably not going to be looking for the Widowmaker, but Half-a-Cool very well could come out in the Hanzo. We've seen it from in the past, if he does want to look for that early pick to let Fnatic take this a little bit easier, but not too many targets for him here, Huck.
Yeah, I would love to see it. I think they have a lot of room to work with, especially once they know, like, hey, we had a full defense. He might just throw an arrow, see what's on the field, and then kind of go from there, and it looks like exactly what he's going to do. He's going to switch up here. Let's see what he gets on. He gets back onto the traditional D.Va. They say, you know what, it worked once, it's going to work again. 4 tanks. Here we go, boys. And they could get a very strong engagement here and just dive on them.
The interesting thing is that how they're engaging this, well, it was looking like FaZe instead. They get out of the hotel, come back in the other way, but it's a quick sleep dart at the expense of Fnatic. It's going to put them on the back foot, but look at this. Vonthil gets on the Zombs. It's an early pick, and now 5v5. This is not bad for Fnatic, especially if Buds can just find one more.
Yeah, 5v5 indeed, and that's an advantage of the attacking side, I want to say, but as we say that, HappyCool does get hooked in. He's able to stay up. Great job by Stoop to initiate that fight. He's been hitting every charge, and they've been on point. Coolmat hitting the bubble, not too early, not too late, keeping him up for as long as possible.
Bud's not going to get that key hook to start things off. FaZe countering right away, but here comes Stoop, but he charges in, but there's the Earth Shatter coming in from Back to Fiction. Knocks down 2 to start things off. It's not enough though. Coolmat punishes him for that Earth Shatter as he's going in very deep. 39% charge, finds Zombs, and it's a trade out here from both teams, but that still favors Fnatic if they can reset quickly, Huck.
Yeah, and it looks like that's exactly what they're gonna do. And on the FaZe side, they did have to burn that Lucio ult on Fnatic's. He's about to have it. Vonthil, the main shot caller for Fnatic squad, the leader of them, has his drop the beat. They're gonna have a big opportunity here to seal out this map.
This is Fnatic's chance to win Kings Row right here, right now. They will not get a better chance, and with Vonthil leading the way, this could be big. Here comes Fnatic going forward. Will this beat get dropped here? It's looking likely. They're not doing it just yet. They're trying to win the shield war, but once they do that, they're gonna throw all their resources into this fight. Coolmat just got the Graviton. There it is. The Sound Bear comes out late. Coolmat is down. That could have been a mistake, but the self-destruct from HappyCool making up for it, taking down 2, and here comes Fnatic.
Yeah, they're down 2 members. FaZe not really having the numbers here. Shadowburn's gonna try to stay on the point. It looks like Bud's gonna pop it. He's gonna go off. It's not gonna be a big D.Va bomb. Bud's actually getting another pick on Raucus, and you gotta think Shadowburn's gonna be the last member, and he's not gonna have enough. They're gonna start capping this point, and it looks like another map for Fnatic.
FaZe right now will get a chance to try and go for the miracle. They are staggering back in, but it is easier said than done. 2/3 have been kept by Fnatic as Stoop gets the nano boost once more, starts swinging the hammer, it's a backline, and drops the hammer. 3 people getting knocked down, setting up the rest of Fnatic. Back for Fiction, bringing it back.
Did he do it? That was a great Earth Shatter from him, getting 3.
He got 3, and he's looking for a little bit more right now. FaZe starting to stagger back into that point. Too easy, of course, on the Tracer, trying to dart around. He's had heroics here before, but it is still going to be very rough. But Fnatic is actually getting
they're backing up. Custis deep, he's behind the Reinhardt, gets on the other side. Shadowburn's very deep as well. It looks like they're gonna both reset. A minute left at the very last second. FaZe Clan were able to defend, and this, they don't have ultimates. FaZe has the advantage here. That was an excellent comeback.
It was a very excellent comeback, and Zom says Graviton, that could be the dagger here to have a Drama Strong. What a sleep start, and then the Graviton, 4 people pushed in. The Big Bang coming out, doing all sorts of terrible damage to this Fnatic backline. But I do wonder here, Huck, was it too early for FaZe to use all that? Because Fnatic, they still have 35 seconds and a whole lot of ultimates coming up.
Yeah, this is going to be very close. It's going to be down to the wire this last fight. They're going to have 5 ultimates. Stoop being the only one that not has it. On the other side, FaZe do have 4. They have room to make a combo. Will it be enough, though? They cannot get wiped anymore. There is no coming back if they lose this fight.
All right, this is going to be fireworks here on both sides. HappyCool does have the D.Va self-destruct. Pulse Bomb comes in from Matt to start it off. There's the Sound Bearer in from Fnatic and Forsaken. And Forsaken's taken down early, so Fnatic with that early pickoff. All hands on deck. Time running out. Who's going to take this? It is back and forth. It's 5v5.
Can they do it? 5v5, there's no more time. They gotta stay on the point. OT ticks out, they're forcing FaZe. Earthshatter comes out, hits one. It looks like Fnatic got an advantage, a slight advantage here. Shadowburn kind of getting on the minor health. I don't know if it's gonna be enough.
I'm not sure it's going to be enough either. Coolman on the Tracer, still keeping the dream alive. Half-a-cool on the point. It is a brawl.
2v2.
Fighting for survival. 2v2.
Shadowburn's
teams. This is craziness here as Fnatic, they're going to do it. They take it in a thriller. Fnatic takes Kings Row up 2-1 in the series.
Crazy match. You got to really think about how that played out. I saw the Nano Boost come on to Factor Fiction. He couldn't do much with it though. The Deeper Bomb being up, he could only hold his shield. He goes for the charge, misses it. Crazy action. So close. It's got to hurt for FaZe going down because now you're on the bubble. You're down 2-1. You cannot give up any more room.
Your margin for error as FaZe is gone. And it's got to be rough here because their defense on Kings Row was very good. In most cases, probably would have won FaZe the map. Unfortunately, Fnatic had a better defense that was an outright full hold. And again, Fnatic's preparation on Kings Row in particular pays off. They are consistently proving that, especially in live events, they have a Kings Row game that is very hard, that's tough.
Yeah, FaZe have to really pick up their spirits here. You know, if you're in those comms right now, you're talking, you say, hey, it's Fnatic, it's Kings Row. We did a great job. That was very close. Guys, next map, we're going to have a lot better chance. You know, on paper, we do better off this map. Let's just pull it together. You got to kind of clap yourself on the back. You say, we know we lost, but that was sick. We came back when we shouldn't have been able to.
Absolutely. Of course, Volskaya, this is the wild card of wild cards, to say the least. And Fnatic, they actually have had some pretty crazy, zany games on Volskaya. 2EZ probably of any competitor here has the most crazy games on Volskaya because that used to be Reunited's jam back in the day, just playing Volskaya back when it was unplayed for reasons in grand finals and tournaments. So maybe 2EZ can expend some of his knowledge there and share with the rest of FaZe. And even as casters, Huck, this is definitely a wild card.
Yeah, it's a very big wild card. I love to see this FaZe squad on the right-hand side kind of circling up saying, hey, they did that thing. We should do that too. That looked fun. Let's get into a circle. But overall, yeah, it's gonna be pretty crazy. I don't want to say it again, but I'm gonna have to. It comes down to practice, right? Like, how much did these teams practice this map? It's very deep into the map pool, right? It's like you have to assume you're gonna make it out of groups. You gotta assume you're gonna make it to the semifinals, and then you gotta assume once again that you're gonna get to the fourth map. And how do you prioritize that practice over, you know, the picks we've been seeing a lot more of Dorado, Ilios, Nepal, those types of maps?
Yeah, and I mean, Volskaya, unfortunately, falls pretty low on the priority list for teams when they're practicing. I mean, you think about how teams practice, too. When you want a script, other teams are going, well, wow, we have serious issues on Dorado and Hollywood.
We
don't want to go practice Volskaya because we're going to be playing Dorado and Hollywood more with how maps tend to go. So this is interesting. This is sort of, when we've seen Volskaya in the past, there's a lot of mid-series adaptability that goes in where teams are far more willing to emulate the other team in what's working for them just because they don't know what to do themselves. Yeah, exactly.
And it comes down to, as a pro gamer, it's so much about efficiency. Not only in your play, but time management as well. And when you come to something like this, you know the other opposite side probably aren't super prepared either. And as you said, we could see those mirror matchups. I would love to see Pharah versus Pharah. I'm not quite sure if we'd see it on this map. It's not something that's been insanely strong. Either way, though, I feel like we're going to see a lot more flexibility from both sides and willing to take chances.
Now, it is worth noting in referencing recent history that Fnatic also had a very, very good Volskaya game against NIP, where they came back with another crazy defense. So if we go off the idea that Fnatic, as a team, has a better, more fundamental understanding of defense in Overwatch than FaZe. And going off the fact that they did have a recent big hold on Volskaya in recent memory.
Yeah.
Maybe this favors Fnatic a little bit more over FaZe, but this is still one of the most outrageously hard maps to actually hold first on. And even if you were to replay that old NIP series a whole bunch, I don't think it's super likely if Fnatic just holds on this over and over again.
I think it comes back to also the factor of just support staff from these organizations, right? You look at Fnatic, they have a dedicated coach. They've had a dedicated coach who is involved with the team. You know, FaZe, on the other hand, they don't have that. So yeah, maybe you haven't practiced as much, but hopefully on the Fnatic side, you know, their coach has dug up some VODs and said, hey, I have seen this has worked. I know you guys haven't practiced it, but it's a lot better if you practice something for an hour or two and you already have a concept of what works than going into it, you know, bare bones, the whiteboard, and saying, I have no idea what we're going to do.
Exactly. So we will be seeing FaZe here on the defense first. So if Fnatic's going to have an iron defense, we'll have to wait until they're...
Yeah, we don't want to say anything too soon, get ahead of ourselves. We don't want to hype you guys up because we're already too hyped. But it's interesting to see Zom's actually on Soldier. They're saying, you know what, maybe we're expecting that Pharah.
Well, if they're expecting that Pharah, they very well might be right. HappyCool still showing that Pharah to start things out here for Fnatic, and we'll see how effective it is. Pharah actually, a lot of cool things she can do on Volskaya, especially in terms of knocking people off, good defensive positioning with those concussive blasts.
Yeah, and it looks like as soon as he gets some room, he's going to actually move back and take his time. It looks like he's, whatever he saw, he wants to go back, pick that Diva. It's going to be interesting how that plays out. I guess they saw the Soldier and said, you know what, let's not do that.
I think you're exactly right. I think they saw Zoms and said, you know what, we're actually not going to play that game once more. Instead, Fnatic being actually relatively unchallenged as they come up here. I'm not sure I actually like how FaZe is playing this right now. They're giving Fnatic any engage they want, and the idea is that they can drop down and contest it, but I am not convinced on this. Early hook coming out here from the side Fnatic, putting Zoms in a rough position. He just has to run away. Will actually run away. Great support coming in from Rockets to keep him up. A lot's going on. Bud's on a rampage in the back, picks down 2, and this point might be as good as gone.
Yeah, it looks like Zom's going to even a little bit, getting one pick himself. He's lucky to be alive. Bud's doing a good amount of damage. Going to pop this Diva. Diva baby going to be in the back. Gets picked off by Custa, and it looks like this is going to be an early point for Fnatic. Going back to your point about positional play, it made sense to keep the high ground. You forced the opposite team down onto the point, but they had a great Diva flank. HappyCool came up from the behind, pushed Buds off, and that's exactly what you're looking for. Luckily, Buds had the support. His team kept him up, but he was in a really dangerous position, being so far into that Fnatic lineup.
Well, once Zoms got pushed off like that, he really just had to run away, could not offer damage, and everyone's focused on Zoms. By the way, here's Bud's backline, but here we go. Fnatic with momentum. This is arguably their best chance to take point B. This is a hard point to take, but they have a big ultimate advantage. They're moving in. Here comes Snoop, swings the hammer, powered up, moving into the backline. It's 3 unanswered kills by Fnatic, and could this be the Fnatic dream? A quick second point cap might very well be on the way.
Yeah, and this hurts a lot for Volskaya, having that clean sweep. It doesn't look like they're going to get back on the point. We saw them do it on King's Row. Can they do it here? I don't think they're going to be able to get on it. And no, Fnatic barely taking that point. You can see Factor Fiction. You can see Too Easy trying to touch it, but that's a big win.
That's not just big. That's devastating. That is a gut punch in the biggest of ways. That's the type of thing where even as a lesser player, if you're not lesser, but more casual player playing in competitive ladder, like that happens to you and you're just, oh my God, what is going on? We are losing this match. Well, on a lesser level right now, Fnatic absolutely feeling really good about this, and FaZe feeling not so good at all about that situation.
That's as good as it gets.
Yes.
That is, and the thing is, when you look at maps like Volskaya, you have that second point. It's so close to the defense's spawn point, you need a clean sweep. And as you said, the best chance, the best opportunity for that is when you have an ultimate advantage. And luckily for Fnatic, they won the first fight and they snowballed that into the second point and executed absolutely beautifully.
And that's the key with assault maps, is that your best chance of taking point B is oftentimes off a very, very strong point A attack. And because their point A attack was so crisp, did give them such an advantage, they were able to pile it on through, nano boost Stoop. FaZe had no answer to it early on. They ended up losing 3 people because while they're worrying about Stoop, here comes the Diva explosion in the back. And now FaZe, they have to deal with Fnatic's iron defense here on point A, and even if they get through it quickly, taking point B on a map like this is no picnic.
Yeah, and it's going to be very difficult. And when we look at the two teams, we look at their styles, we look at their preparation, we always assume that Fnatic are going to be a little bit more prepared. You can see Diva here munching on some Doritos, playing some games. I think that's a Viking. Yeah, that's a Viking. Have you ever played that game?
The Lost Fight. There's like the SC2, there was like a mini game.
Yeah, there's a little mini game. Yeah, quite fun. Shout out to all the StarCraft 2 players. You know me. Shadowburn going to be on this Genji. He's going to be looking for a lot of room. I mean, FaZe staying tried and true to their lineup. They want to be exploding onto this point. If they can get a big win, they do have a chance of taking that second point, as we discussed.
It'd be very big, and they're all coming in here through the high ground to the right, and Fnatic also not challenging. And neither team, well, Fnatic's giving them a little bit more pressure over the top, but yeah, even still, they weren't really trying to challenge them as they came in, and in fact, FaZe just slowly marching forward.
This is very interesting.
It's very dangerous because of that. You could get dumped right into the icy waters of Volskaya, but Shadowburn finds Vonethil off of the knockback, gets right in, throwing all sorts of damage into the Soldier. Coolmat having to run away, and Coolmat very lucky to get away with his life here, but it is a 5v6 right now, and Fnatic, Iron Defense or no, having trouble keeping it together here in Volskaya as FaZe comes in strong.
Yeah, he's gonna get Custa here. He picks him, finds 2, finds 3. It looks like they're gonna have a slight advantage. HappyCool getting that devo, gets put to sleep. A great job by Raucus, knocking him down, keeping his team up at the same time, and it looks like FaZe are gonna get what they're looking for. They're gonna get this first point very, very quickly, and Vonethil being the last person, as usual, to die. And let's look, this is the key point. Let's look at the ultimates. We have that Zariel, we have the bread and butter. Shadowburn's gonna have a big opportunity to get this point.
Huck, my body is ready for the strike back here. Can Shadowburn put FaZe back in this game in a big way? Here he goes. Nanoblade at the ready, looking for those pickoffs. Not getting too much just yet. Stoop, though, does go down. The Graviton is out. 3 kills here from FaZe, and oh my goodness, Huck, is this happening?
It might be happening. That's 4 kills. Can they stagger out? That is the question. Fnatic having the D.Va ultimate, they do have a chance. They're going to switch up onto the Mei. They need to buy time, but time is ticking down. They're at 2 checkpoints. Can they do it? I don't know.
Stoop goes in, immediately goes down, and FaZe on the verge of taking the second point just as easily as Fnatic did. Time running out for Fnatic. They are coming in with the stall, hoping for the miracle, hoping for a pickup to pull this back, but they're so close right now as FaZe.
Can they do it? HappyCool still on the point. Stoop has ultimate. He's gonna lay it down. He gets 3. Can he bring it back? He gets another pick. He's staying on the points, trying to survive it so his team can back him up. It looks like he's gonna buy enough time. It's so close. Coolmat on the point. Mei, can he stay alive? They're bringing this back. Fnatic with the phenomenal defense. I cannot believe what we just saw. ZP, they brought it back.
Oh my goodness, that was so close, and then Fnatic just a little bit better at stalling that out. And once you know where that was over, where Stoop hits a big earth, and then suddenly Coolmat just waltzes up in his new winter parka because he's on Mei. And just like that, Fnatic has bought themselves a just insane amount of time here, and FaZe gonna try and bring this back. They do have another Nanoblade, so here we go. Shadowburn into backline, has 1, has 2, immediately getting to work, slicing and dicing, and we're back in this position once more, but that is a devastating way of opening this up.
Yeah, it looks like they're gonna close this one out, but all in all, great job by FaZe, keeping composure, not faltering. They're gonna be down a minute. It's not the most ideal situation, but hey, Volskaya, we could go the distance here, especially how these teams have been playing.
Well, usually it's a little bit rare on assault maps to see crazy, gaudy scores between both teams.
10-10 or something, we could see it. The dream is alive.
Well, right now, Fnatic, with 6 minutes left, they could absolutely go in here and immediately take both points again. So I don't even know. This is kind of why I do like seeing Volskaya in these situations.
Rarely,
I understand that the players don't, they have their preferences and they like playing the maps they've practiced on, but as a spectator, this is actually pretty awesome right now between these both teams, and we'll see how things work out here. Now, note in terms of rotation, because FaZe has less time, it's going to be Fnatic on the defense again. They're not swapping off with Max attacking or otherwise, so we get to see if Fnatic will have a better defense coming out this time around.
And it's interesting to think about, like, FaZe has a lot of momentum, you know. Yeah, sure, Fnatic held him a minute extra, but I just love seeing Shadowburn. Every time, he's like an eagle. As soon as he hits up in the sky, he's a hunting bird that just comes down the falcon to pick off the mice. And he does such a great job when he takes that tactic. And it's something for players to take home back, you know, to wherever they play, whenever they're watching this. You get into those pub matches, to when you're on that Genji, to make sure to use that tactic. It gives you a lot of room, and when you get that blade, you get the resets to, you know, go an extra mile with another dash.
So here's a question here from Fnatic is, how are they going to deal with this defense? It does look like they're holding much further up right now, where they're not going to give up the high ground early on. They're going to make FaZe actually fight for it. And I like this. Stoop goes into the early charge, Buds immediately falling through, going to get charged back himself, but Factor Fiction can be first to fall. Shadowburn does find Vonethil in the back, but overall, a 3-1 advantage here for Fnatic, and this will be a successful hold.
And that's where it gets kind of tough. You know, we talk about that snowballing effect on these maps. When you get that first hold, that means you're going to have a little bit more ultimates, a little bit going into this next fight. Even if FaZe take this next fight, even if Fnatic don't use their ultimates, that means it's going to be an even playing field for the second point, and very interesting to think about from a team perspective.
And again, I just love this adjustment from Fnatic where they realized, hey, our defense to begin with here, we didn't have the right strategy. This time we're going to make them fight for every inch, and it's working out. Shadowburn right now having to worry about Buds, trying to build up the Dragon Blade. More is going on the right side, but Stoop does find Rockets in the fire room, takes him out, and it's a deep dive of these Fnatic tanks that is pulling this fight forward as Buds ends up with 3 before it is all said and done.
Yeah, now you're starting to get a little worried. They're going to be extra aggressive here, finishing off, factor fixing, not letting him get back, not letting him to get healed up. And on the right-hand side, Fnatic top right, looks like Stoop's going to have his Earth Shatter, Happycool's going to have his bomb, and Buds and Colmac going to be up pretty soon as well. On the opposite side, only Shadowburn being close to that blade.
That is an interesting phrase, though. Only Shadowburn, air quotes. Shadowburn, of course, would have his work cut out for him here. No doubt about it. It's not the biggest ult advantage, but there is always that puncher's chance. Fnatic right now, again, they are making FaZe pay for every bit of ground they want to get here, and it's draining a whole lot of time. As FaZe, they have to just fight to get into this first ground. Now they're split off, and here comes Fnatic. They see the split as Shadowburn tastes the dirt.
Yeah, Shadowburn getting slapped down by Stoop once again. His arch nemesis piling through, and it's a full wipe. And they didn't even use that much. Like, realistically, they only use one ultimate and you wipe the complete opposite team. That is exactly what you're going to look for in these fights. This is where FaZe are going to have a decent chance, though. It looks like it's going to be 5 ultimates against 4. The only one not being up for Fnatic, besides what Stoop just used, is the Vonathil Lucio drop the beat. Let's see what they bring to the table here in this fight.
This could be the game in series-defying fight. Coolmat, though, finds the flanking Graviton. Oh, the self-destruct in the back. Goodbye and good night. 3 kills coming in from Fnatic off of that setup. But luckily for FaZe here, Hook, they didn't burn many of their ultimates in that fight.
Yeah, great setup by Coolmat, to be honest. That is an all-star play. If we talk about that star factor, I feel like he's been the most consistent over time. Exactly what you're looking for, an opportunity for him. And I think it comes down to what you were saying, the positioning of this Fnatic squad. They've really adapted. They're not getting fancy. They're saying, you know what, we're just going to hold him at the most natural choke.
Now, the interesting thing here is that this is still going to be a big advantage for FaZe, but no, Shadowburn slapped! Custa, the god, goes full nap time on the Shadowburn and creates an opportunity here. Stoop picks up 2, has the Earth Shatter. Will he drop it right here, right now? Could take out Shadowburn. Not going to use it here just yet, but this has been a great defense from Fnatic. FaZe had so many ultimates here, and maybe they still take this, Huck, but they're not taking anywhere near as swiftly as they wanted.
Yeah, for the first time, FaZe picking up kills on this offense. They pick up 2, and that means that the spawn point for Fnatic is so far, but it's not over yet. Factor Fiction only getting 1, Custa going down. Stoop returning. He tries to charge. He misses off the map, and it looks like off of that, FaZe are going to be able to take this.
Stoop just a little bit too far. Was trying to take someone with him. Yes. FaZe now with the momentum they need, but what a great stall from Fnatic, buying close to 4 minutes here on the first point. And in fact, if you think about how this map usually works, that was very close to a full first point hold.
Yes.
FaZe actually had more time than you normally get for first because of how quick they capped second.
Yes, that's completely true. But as we talked about earlier, going into the second point, you look at what they have. They do have that very easy combo with the blade off of Shadowburn and Rockus' Nano Boost, as well as the extra buffer coming from that Lucio. Will it be enough?
We're going to have to see. This is definitely FaZe's best chance coming up right here. But Fnatic, they have the tools to stall this out. Remember, FaZe has the flawless victory of this. Kind of hard when you have a self-destruct in your face, but here comes Shadowburn. Backline enabled. Grabs Vonathil immediately. Looking for a little bit more. Slicing, dicing, has to put the blade away and runs right into Buds here. Will take him out before it's all said and done. This is pretty good here from FaZe to start with. They've only lost 1. Happycool doesn't quite get what he wants, and it's a full wipe. So, FaZe in good position, but Fnatic, we know how they can stall. They will have a chance to come back out here, and Coolmat does have that Graviton.
Yeah, Coolmat and Custa gonna have his as well. Looks like they're gonna stall a little bit. Stoop getting an early pick. That's a missed position by Forsaken. They're gonna pop that Zarya ult, and it looks like they're gonna get a lot of people. FaZe turning up, getting 3 more kills. It's fairly even right now, but it looks like Fnatic are gonna hold, and that might be it. There's only 10 seconds left on the clock.
That is very likely to be it, and that was the case where even though it looked so good for FaZe, they lost 1 person in that initial push, and it let Fnatic come right back in. They still had the Graviton. They had enough time to stall it out, and FaZe gonna have to settle for just 3 points here in Volskaya. And now Fnatic, they have a great opportunity to make this map their own.
Yeah, you got to feel really good right now to be in Fnatic's position. You're in the driver's seat. You control your own destiny. You have 6 minutes. At the worst, you can get 1. And like maybe you choke completely and it's horrible, but you're still gonna tie. I think in general, Fnatic gotta feel really good right now.
Absolutely, and again, for Fnatic, the worst case scenario for them here is almost certainly going to be a tie. For FaZe to come out and have a 6-minute defense on point A, that's 50% more time than what you usually have on one of the hardest, if not the hardest, first point defense maps in the game. That does not seem very likely. So Fnatic, to some extent here, playing with the house money. The question is, though, how quickly they'll get point A. If they get point A on first or second attack and have over 5 minutes left for last, that's actually very big.
Yeah, and it's mostly going to be on that second point, having the right ultimates at the right time compared to that FaZe clan squad. In general, we've seen them do a great job. I mean, Custa, so far in this tournament, been playing beautifully. Not only once, we've seen it, I think, at least 3 or 4 times in this match specifically, shutting down that Genji and Stoop as well. You think about what's bringing to the table from the FaZe squad, Shadowburn being such a big factor. They've countered him perfectly and put a lot of priority in shutting him down.
The key thing to note, though, is that even as they're shutting down Shadowburn, at least is opening other opportunities for FaZe. Like, I feel like 2easy overall has had a much better series thus far. But part of that is that when you're so worried about Shadowburn, it lets other parts of FaZe do their job. But here we go. First fight underway here for Fnatic. 5 minutes, 42 seconds underway. And they're just coming from the ground floor and gonna let Buds look to bring someone down to them, or Half-a-Cool on the boop, and there it is, he finds Reinhardt. The fight will be taking place on ground level.
Yeah, Factor Fiction being very deep, and this forces FaZe to drop down. It's going to be a very sloppy fight. You can see Raucus, only the person on the high ground, trying to support his team. Very interesting that both sides are mix and match, but it looks like FaZe are going to come out on top. They got 3 picks so far, and this is exactly the start you need as FaZe. If you lost a big fight here, you're almost certainly going to lose this map, but they still have a while to go. 1 minute off the clock. 5 more to go, ZP.
And Huck, how much time does Fnatic lose here if they lose the next fight, knowing the ultimates that FaZe is about to get up?
Minute and a half. It's really their mindset. I would love to see Fnatic to come back hard and fast and say, you know what, let's get those ultimates out of the way. Let's be very aggressive. And if they lose a fight, great. If they don't, let's make them burn as much as possible.
All right, Fnatic coming in here through the high ground on the right side, looking to just power their way through this. Of course, they are running D.Va, Reinhardt, Roadhog, and the early hook coming in here from Buds does not immediately result in a pickoff, but FaZe definitely getting outpoked. Factor Fiction going to be first to fall, and Fnatic coming in strong right now with the 65. Another hook from Buds. Shielded off, though, by Zomps. It's a nice shield. We'll see if it's enough as Shadowburn brings the blade and is looking to turn this the other way.
Yeah, and Buds is hunting him, trying to find him, and he's not going to get him. Shadowburn being very slippery, poking around, and you got to feel like that was a lost opportunity by Fnatic. Buds got the nano boost while he was chugging, breathing for air, healing up. Shadowburn actually dropped to almost 1/3 HP, and that was mainly off of that Ana grenade. So a great job by Custa once again, but he could not get a grasp on that slippery Genji.
Indeed, and also Zom's a really nice shield to keep 2easy alive there. That was almost certainly going to be a bad time for 2easy. Fnatic coming in once more, but Zom's now, he has the answer, he has the key. He can graviton Fnatic as they're stuck in this very tight area. And might even be able to ban out a sound barrier if the cards play right. So Fnatic has to be careful not to waste too many ults here, especially if Zoms does get that good initiation.
Yeah, let's see how aggressive they are, and they've switched positions. A great hook. Coolmat dropping down, forcing Fnatic. 2easy going to clean him up. They're going to be up 1 member. I'm not sure how this fight's going to go.
And right now, this fight is Fnatic still going in, but I don't know if they're getting best ultimates into this. They're already down 1. I think they're just trying to build their war chest here.
But FaZe being very composed. They haven't used anything.
Yeah, and Half-a-Cool, I'm not sure if he used ult or not. I think he just might have gotten knocked out of his mech. He actually, I think, did save his self-destruct. So Fnatic, pretty obviously, after they lost Coolmat, they're just going to hold on and wait for everything to be up here, but how big would this be here? FaZe has just as many ults. If Fnatic tries to match power for power here, Huck, and loses, the dream of a first point hold here for FaZe, which would be the longest full Skye first point hold ever, is alive.
Yeah, let's get sloppy here. 6 ults versus 6 ults. It's gonna be interesting. Actually, Custom might not have his in time, but this is gonna be very interesting. FaZe, so composed here, not burning anything in the last fights. They're putting themselves in great position.
Coolmat right now about to get that graviton. This is going to be a slobber knocker if there was one. 6 ults v 6 ults. The graviton comes in from Coolmat. Half-a-Cool drops the bomb right behind it. takes down Factor Fiction. It's 2 quick kills here coming out here from Fnatic, and that's a good start. FaZe burning their ultimates as well, but there's the Earth Shatter from Stoop. That is going to let Fnatic win this fight. The ultimates have been used. Fnatic stands victorious.
They stand victorious. The only person holding on to theirs is Factor Fiction. 3 minutes off the clock, though. Now, Fnatic, only 2 minutes left. To be honest, you're not happy with that first point. If you're Fnatic, you're saying, hey, we invested everything, and we barely got it after 3 minutes. They're going to have 2.5, 30 seconds being added after you cap it, and they're going to say, you know what? Curveball time. We don't have this match just yet. Half equal, get on that Pharah, get in the sky, let's see what you can do.
And the Pharah is actually a very nice pick here for what FaZe is running. I don't think FaZe really can swap off in response to this. If they're checking the hero compositions, they would know that's there. Of course, now they're getting rocketed, so of course they know. Yes. But here comes Fnatic. They're rolling right in. Factor Fiction does have the Earth Shatter to help prop up the defense a little bit more. But look at this. He's going to force him to the ice block as Fnatic starting to apply pressure at this point, and they get Forsaken early on. So 6v5, a good start to this for Fnatic.
Yeah, but they're burning time. You see that Maywall saying, you know what? We just need to fall back. We have the time to stagger. Big Earth Shatter coming out, knocking out 2. Looks like FaZe is going to go up 2 kills. Half equal is going to even the field. 4v4, too easy. 1 more on the board for FaZe, and their respawn point is so close. You got to start looking at the clock. 1.5 minutes left. Too easy. More and more kills. He's going to pick off that Pharah, swatting him to the ground. And now you're looking at this time, and you're saying, hey, we don't have much. It'd be interesting to see if FaZe adjusts. I don't think Shadowburn did a great job on May, but that wall to stall out time, to put up, you know, another Reinhardt shield that just doesn't break. Great choice by him. Very, very tactical.
Absolutely. Now for Fnatic, this very well could be their last attempt. It's such a long walk from first to second here at Volskaya, so Fnatic have to make this count. I think their ideal situation here would be to get that Graviton into Barrage. Cool, Matt, and that's what he's looking for right now. You look at his poke that he's going in. He's just trying to get that last little bit of ult charge. There it is. Not quite there yet. I think he thought he had it. Fnatic starting to engage. And Cool Matt almost certainly saying, guys, wait, don't have it yet. Still trying to get it. Still trying to get it. Doesn't have the Graviton. And this is a pain time. Finally, the Graviton comes out. Half equal did not get quite the follow through he's looking for. And I don't know if this is enough from Fnatic.
Yeah, they get an extra kill. They're up 1 person, but they're going to be countered, and huge combo coming out. FaZe going to be able to clean up here, and that's exactly what they needed. 20 seconds left on the clock. Will it be enough?
And for Fnatic, it very well might not be enough time for them to get back here. It might have been enough for FaZe. 14 seconds remaining. I think Fnatic might be able to touch the point, but that was certainly their best opportunity. Now they have to just roll in, hope that no one dies, and get in on here. 5 seconds left. They still need to touch this here.
Can they touch it? It's 2 seconds. He's going to Stoop's on the point. This is going to be the last fight.
And here they go. Buds right now coming in. Does have the pulse bomb at the ready. Rockus finds Bothell immediately. The Earth Shatter from Stoop doesn't do too much. Buds tries to fall through on it. 5v5 right now on the point. Too easy though. Getting cleanup kill after cleanup kill. The soldiers of Fnatic are falling right now. And this very well could be it. We could have ourselves a draw as FaZe gets all the cleanup that they're looking for.
What an amazing match. FaZe coming up so big there, and you gotta really wonder for Fnatic, a team that is generally so composed, so on point. We saw Half Equal run in at the end, drop the barrage, but it was a second too early. Cool Matt, you know, we were calling it, we're like, any second now, any second now, any second now. He couldn't hit anybody on FaZe, and the Zarya came out a little bit too late. The Nano Boost was wasted, the barrage was wasted, and there was nothing there when the Zarya ult finally came.
Unfortunately for Fnatic, the difference in that last fight very well could have been that 3-4% of Zarya ultimate charge. They had to go in and, oh my goodness, just a little bit rough there for Fnatic. They weren't able to coordinate their ults as they're looking for, and as a result, we have a draw here on Volskaya. Fnatic still up 2-1 in the series, still had a very good Kings Row game to fall back on, but now they have to really consider how they want to attack Gibraltar, which will be our 5th map.
And that's got to feel pretty bad as Fnatic, to be honest. I mean, you go into that map, you have such a big advantage. You think, surely we can probably win this. And there were definitely times, there was opportunities where they did have the advantage that they needed going into it. It just wasn't enough. And for a team that we kind of criticized to a certain degree of how inconsistent they are and how momentum-based they are as a team, FaZe being very composed, not only on that second point at the end, but on the first point, just holding on to their ultimates and not overusing.
No doubt about it. And now to break down the craziness of Kings Row and Volskaya and give you guys a preview of what to expect, we're going to be throwing back over to our analyst desk. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, ZP. All right. I'm just glad it's cold in here because your boy was sweating like that whole time. Both games were just insane. Kings Row, what settled it? Just 1 point, right? Like that.
Yeah,
that's
pretty
insane.
much.
Like, where do we even start? Flame, I'm gonna start with you. What
I'm
happened?
almost speechless because everyone always talks about the phase tilt factor and how much they will throw or just not play at their peak. But they keep making these miraculous holds, these miraculous plays. They had no business almost winning Kings Row, to be honest, and they did. And then, to be honest, their backs were against the wall on Volskaya, and they made a miraculous 6-minute hold. I don't know where to put them. They're playing at the level of everyone that they compete with, but they're never going above and beyond. So I'm really scared for them in this last map, but they can definitely do it. It's just they have to be ahead. It feels like they're crawling up and up to keep up with Fnatic, and it's rough.
Okay, Monty, I mean, we have just tons of things to break down.
I mean, the Volskaya game, obviously incredibly entertaining, especially when Fnatic comes out, takes point A, nearly 6 minutes coming into point B, takes that as well, so they have so much time left in the bank, and that put enormous pressure on the FaZe. But even then, even though they failed their first point B push, they knew they had that ult advantage, came back in, got it on the second attempt, and managed to drag out the second set of captures all the way to the end into the draw. So really impressive composure, I think, from FaZe in a dire situation.
But I do want to ask you, though, about how Fnatic, how they were playing on the attack, because they did a brilliant job a couple times just really fending off the onslaught that FaZe was bringing to them. What were your major takeaways?
We have a replay ready for this, fortunately, so we can talk about some of the ways that teams attack on Volskaya A and the way that some teams defend. So usually you have, if you're on the defensive team, now we did see them switch it up and play around the truck at the front, but both teams played high ground here. And the idea, if we look at these compositions, is that you want to protect the soldier. So it's 6 men on the high ground on the opposite point, so you can't get flanked to the right of Buds right here on the Roadhog, where the attacking team is dropping down into the map. And the idea is you sit up here, you want to soften your targets with a soldier or a McCree, or look for that lucky hook from the high ground before you drop down. So you force them to drop down to take the point. But what happens is that Hafakul has a great play here on this D.Va in which he knocks Zombs off, which forces the rest of FaZe to drop early. So we can roll it right now. And you're going to see the Zarya shield goes onto him, and he just scoops this Soldier 76 onto the low ground. That means that everybody else has to fall down to protect him. And they don't get the kill onto Zombs here, but Buds is doing work behind the camera right now on Hafakul, absolutely wrecking everybody that came down. And there's no poke damage coming in from Zombs. He was dealt with by the D.Va. Defensive matrix was there. And that's just a really clean attack here on point A. And they got exactly the right player off that high ground that they needed to.
If you're new to competitive Overwatch, if you've never watched this before, maybe you're here for the first time in the venue and you're here for COD and you came around and you're like, man, I play Overwatch, I want to check this out. That right there was the reason why Overwatch is awesome.
Yeah, really clean engage.
Yeah, it's the little
really clean engage. And they knew exactly what would happen when they knocked Zombs off and then took out the tank line because they knew they were going to have to drop or just let Zombs die, basically, and then they'd lose the point anyway.
All right, so now that we have gotten the incredible setups out of the way, Doa, I gotta ask you, man, there was just so many things in that game that we could break down, but for you in particular, what was your like, oh my God moment?
Well, I mean, right at the end, it doesn't really get much more exciting than that, man. I mean, they had the Graviton Surge, they had the Barrage ready to go for Hafakul, and all they needed to do was just execute that properly, and they probably would have been able to take point B, but they couldn't quite do it. It took Coolmat a little bit too long to get that Graviton Surge ready, and by then, you know, the engagement was kind of disjointed, and they weren't able to do it. Then, of course, you know, Shadowburn comes back with this huge Blizzard on the Mei, gets a ton of cool kills, rather, and that's the end of it. So it's the little things in the Assault modes, and I know, you know, the Assault maps come under a lot of criticism sometimes, but man, they produce awesome, exciting games. So for me, right at the very end, that was crazy.
It was awesome. Flame, this is, you said it, the Clown Fiesta, the ultimate party, if you will, that the fireworks show, really. when you have two teams that are basically laid out with 12 ultimates on each side, what does it come down to at that moment?
I mean, you have to know that both are coming, and I think the team that initiates is usually the one that comes out on top. You saw there, I think it was Coolmat threw out his Graviton before Zombs did, and suddenly it puts FaZe in this weird panic where they're trying to get their ults off, but they're also trying not to die to Happy Cool's self-destruct. So like, when you're in that position, it's better, I think, to just save. I mean, they made the hold work anyway, but it's hard to know how successful you'll be when everyone is ulting at the same time. You're like, oh, I'm sound barriered. I can do whatever I want. But then suddenly half your team is running away. It's all about initiation, I think.
What a great game. Hopefully you guys at home enjoyed it as well. I'm sure everyone in this arena enjoyed it. The update for you guys, though, is that the tiebreaker map will be Nepal. But we're going to go through to Watch Point Gibraltar, play that one out. If FaZe are able to win that and tie up the series 2-2, then we will go over to Nepal where we will conclude this matchup and Envious will know who they're facing off against in the final. Unless Fnatic are able to shut them down on Gibraltar, in which case the draw is not necessary, and thus we move on to our final matchup. It's going to be a good one, folks, and I cannot wait. Hopefully everyone is excited. Game 5 coming up next. Watch Point Gibraltar. Who comes out on top? Don't go anywhere. In a thriller of a matchup, FaZe and Fnatic are locked up, and we are getting ready for Watch Point Gibraltar. Of course, if FaZe were to win this one, tiebreakers would be needed, but for Fnatic, this is it right here. You want to put the final nail in the coffin. Can they do it? That is the question that I'm sure everyone is thinking here at MLG Vegas. So to answer that, let's go ahead and toss it over to our commentators, ZP and Huck.
Thank you, Golden Boy. And now, Huck, we are getting ready to head into Watch Point Gibraltar, going to be map number 5 here in the series. Fnatic looking to close it out, but that FaZe, you got to think that they got a jolt of adrenaline from coming out that strong in such a close game.
So did I. I'm on the literally the edge of my seat. I cannot wait for this matchup. And honestly, I think it plays pretty well into FaZe's traditional lineup. We get that Genji in the shuttle phase. He has a lot of ability to attack up, and they've shown that they can flex on those hit scan. This is a very interesting match, and we actually covered it at the beginning, saying that Gibraltar might actually be a good map for FaZe.
Absolutely. Of course, you do look at the history for Fnatic. I do feel like Fnatic does have a bit of an edge on maps that favor preparation. And Gibraltar certainly is one of the maps where you can really game plan for how you want to run things, both on point A, hangar, resets, and otherwise. So I do think you can make a compelling argument either way. For FaZe, of course, FaZe enjoys chaos and momentum.
Yes.
So if they can get a very good early attack off, for example, when they're on their attack, I could actually see them saying a blazingly quick time. But we're not going to get to see their attack first. We're going to see them on the defense. We'll get to see what Fnatic has in store on their attack.
In general terms, I always like to defend first. It kind of puts you in a spot where you know what you have to do. If you have a very great hold, you can kind of change your composition, take a lot more of chances. And when you're attacking first, you don't know what to expect. You just gotta play kind of down the road, down the line, traditional setup, and do the best you can do. You can see Bonatil here on the Widowmaker, just trying to spot out, see if you can get any intel on their composition. The only one really showing is Shadowburn. I would actually prefer Shadowburn not to show that, because you never really know what, you know, is going to come out, and showing that Diva, taunting them a little bit, dancing in their face. You can see Zomza. Oh, that's so cute. Many presents. Many presents.
Well, Scott, Zarya is the bringer of gifts, and yeah, I mean, in terms of showing the Diva there from Shadowburn, he has run defensive Genji on this map in particular before. There's no real reason to give up that information early on. Bud's right, of course. The reason why he went for the Bastion there was if there was a crazy drop-down ambush strategy, he would be ready with the immediate punish. It was not just, hey guys, I'm trolling and picking Bastion. No, it actually had a reason.
Yeah, I always want to do that, Cheese. Pub games, they never want to do it. I don't know. I think it's fun, it's risky, but they're going to dive down here. They're going to have the height advantage, the defending side, but they're going to have to make a stand soon. If they get around this arch, it's going to be one fight, and they're going to cap this first point.
FaZe's defense here is very straightforward. They're going for brute force, nothing in server room, nothing on the high ground, which can work, but I also think they're giving up some of the better aspects of Gibraltar defense here and making this perhaps a little bit easier for Fnatic. Fnatic right now, they're pushing it right up, and again, they can take this a straight fight on level ground. Not guaranteed to win it, but I think they have to be pretty happy with this here thus far. We'll see if they can convert.
Yeah, as the defenders, you're looking for some kind of advantage, and composition-wise, they don't have it. Coolmat taking out his counterpart. Zom's going down. Zarya versus Zarya. It's interesting what's going to happen here at 5v6. Can they break them on this first point?
Well, Fnatic right now, definitely the big edge. And Boost going to be coming out onto the Zarya. So Coolmat saying, I'm just going to melt everyone down with my microwave. Looking for it right now. Hasn't quite gotten the value off of that. Fnatic, though, still in a commanding position, applying quite a bit of pressure. FaZe, though, they're bending back, not yet breaking. Shadowburn can actually bust this wide open with a very good self-destruct here. Fnatic being relatively hesitant and committing. They're really holding in the server room.
Yeah, both teams being so patient, showing why they are in the semifinal, but it's about to get very interesting as Zoms almost have his Graviton. He just gets it, and Coolmat doesn't quite have his just yet.
This is where Zoms could put a dagger in Fnatic right now, push them right back. There's the Graviton, and there is the self-destruct from the back. But what a great shield by Stoop. Stops it from hitting his team, but look at that Factor Fiction going in off the opening, drops the hammer, and Stoop, unfortunately, cannot be in two places at one time. Could not defend both that and the Earth Shatter very effectively.
You gotta wonder, though. You saw Factor Fiction was right up on them, swinging. If he charged and could take out Stoop, that was gonna be a full wipe, and they would have saved an extra ultimate. I wonder if he didn't have his charge quite up, but that's a little miscoordination coming out of the FaZe team, the FaZe clan right now, but they still have a lot of weapons. They have 3 ultimates at the top left, and that ever so important, Lucio dropped the beat, but on the top right, Coolmat, the star player for Fnatic coming out, he's going to have a lot of opportunities.
Absolutely, and I kind of wish FaZe was a little bit more spread out right now, because this is going to give Coolmat a really nice grab time. Pulls in, immediately grabs 3, a nice fire strike, cleaving damage coming into it right away. Too easy going to fall immediately. Zom's in a world of hurt. The sound barrier is almost wasted, perhaps, from FaZe. It comes out very late into the fight, and usually that doesn't work out well. It will give them a jolt of energy to try and defend this, but because they're down people, they're already in such a bad spot that now they're opening themselves up to a snowball and hanger.
Yeah, and that's not what you want to see. It could have definitely been held a little bit longer. Raucus being the only one that benefited greatly from that. It was a wasted ultimate, and we're going to have to see a little bit of adjustments here from FaZe. They're not going to have an opportunity.
And look at that, they're just cleaning up the people coming out of spawn. That is the dreaded spot on Gibraltar, where if you just lose point A, you spawn there, you can't get out. They chain Forsaken's death, and Fnatic now going to give themselves even more momentum coming into this phase. And ult-wise, it's relatively even between the two teams, but this next fight can be so important for FaZe to set momentum and let them reestablish their defense.
Happy Cool actually overextended extended and got picked off. So it looks like Fnatic are going to be a little defensive here. FaZe want to push the issue. They want to hem them in this corner, hem them in this room, and kind of close the distance before HappyCool can come back, try to get a 6v5, but they're not in the position with Too Easy being so far back. They can't really do much. Factor Fiction holding the cart, but it looks like they're going to get in position to drop down.
They're dropping down, then they're going right back onto that payload. Earthshatter being dropped by Factor Fiction, knocked down about 2. I don't know if the fall through is there, but here comes the self-destruct in from Shadowburn, blows Buds right up. 2 kills here from FaZe, but it's still even. Fnatic can win this fight. However, with Custa going down and Coolman on the ropes, not as likely.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to happen for them just yet. Shadowburn actually picking up 2 more kills. He's had a great game on D.Va. He's sectioning off that baby. I would like to see them stagger a little bit more. I don't think it was quite necessary to take out HappyCool there, but all in all, great play from Shadowburn. I would really like to see Factor Fiction diving, so just that explosiveness off the combo, they're going to be able to get a lot more off the Zarya bombs. He hasn't been able to take out Stu just yet.
That was a very important fight for FaZe 2. It lets them reestablish here in the hangar, buys them at least 2 to 3 minutes compared to Fnatic had won the fight. And now Fnatic stuck trying to figure out how to engage on this. Not the easiest, but look at that. He's going to pump Reinhardt right down. A great D.Va play from HappyCool. That was surgical. And here comes Fnatic. Coolman holding on to that Graviton. Might not even need it because Stoop says, I got you, fam. Knocks down 2. And this is a brilliant, awesome engage by Fnatic.
Yeah, an awesome engage indeed. And you can see FaZe is kind of all over the place. They're going to actually use the nano boost on Too Easy. You got to question that. He doesn't have much. He's about to get his ultimate, but it's going to be on the tail end of this fight. He's going to pop it. Can he do it?
And that is a caster curse in process, as Too Easy was in the back line pulling it back. Fnatic started this fight off really well, and it still might end well, but FaZe does a great job of getting some pickoffs there that they probably shouldn't have gotten and stalling things out. Fnatic, though, they are rolling forward, and they're able to keep the Graviton. So all's well that ends well as they find you towards the end. Sound Barrier comes out in a rush. We'll see if Fnatic can deal with this, though, but there's a Graviton, 3 people getting sucked in, and Stoop right there for the fall through.
Yeah, and Factor Fiction not in position to save his teammates with that shield. I mean, they try to bring it back at the last second, getting picked off, getting hooked. There's a lot of support there for that baby D.Va. It wasn't enough. Raucus actually went down as well. So now you look at the board and you can see that Shadowburn does have his ultimate, but he can't really combo it with much. D.Va ult is something that you actually have to use in cohesion with a few other ultimates, but 2 minutes left on the clock. This third leg being actually very hard to attack on.
Absolutely. Shadowburn's gonna have to channel his own inner Kaikai right now in terms of unassisted D.Va kills, but Too Easy, hooked right in by Buds, creates an opening now for Fnatic. Zom's actually really overdiving there, lucky not to get immediately picked off. And this is really good for Fnatic. They're trying to fight back the poke war. Factor Fiction shield going to fall here in a moment. It is a 6v5, and Fnatic, there's the Earth Shatter. The shield was down, knocks down 3. Counter Graviton is out, but because of the Earth Shatter, I don't think the fall through is there.
Yeah, Shadowburn actually uses his D.Va bomb, picks off 1. It was okay. He got 2 at the end, and it looks like FaZe are going to be able to hold on. More importantly, that fight was so extended. You could see a minute left on the clock, and it looks like Fnatic are going to have to back up. Custer running for his life. Can he get around the corner? No, he cannot. And that's going to be a little extra stagger. A minute left for Fnatic, and they do have a 2 ult advantage. Raucus is going to be the one for FaZe that's going to have to come in big and choose who's going to get that nano boost. Factor Fiction going to be the most likely target, but we have seen them experiment with other choices in the past.
We absolutely have, and here comes Fnatic right now. Custa gonna open up with the nano boost on the Stoop. He's been the common target, but a nice sleep start puts him out. Factor Fiction into the backline on the HappyCool. This is pretty good here for FaZe. Remember, they do have the defender's respawn advantage. They can trade out, but right now they're looking just to win outright instead, as Too Easy picks up a little bit more.
Yeah, and a great combination. Raucus hitting the sleep dart. As soon as he comes back up, the nano boost is completely wasted, and then Too Easy, knowing the timing, knowing when he has to be in position, gets the hook, and there's 20 seconds left.
This is do or die here for Fnatic. They're really going to be dependent on the Sound Barrier from Vonethil, giving them this big opportunity, but Zombs can end it with the Graviton, waiting for it, does pull in 2. Fnatic diving in. They're all in this Graviton right now, but a nice Sound Barrier by Vonethil keeps everyone up and healthy. The Hog pushes people back. They have to get on the payload. 1 second left remaining, and they do cause overtime, but because they sacrifice positioning, Huck, they're getting mopped up by this FaZe squad.
Yeah, the great Earth Shatter from Factor Fiction, hitting 5 people, laying them all down. Easy to pick them up. HappyCool being the last person on point, and this is going to be a closed out. Not bad from FaZe. I feel like they're very happy with this defense so far.
They are absolutely happy with this defense, and it's interesting because of how quickly this game could have gone the other way. If you think about that very first attack that came out from Fnatic, they actually did get an early pickoff. They had a decent window of a 65, and then FaZe was able to do enough in terms of dealing poke damage, making Fnatic feel uncomfortable. Fnatic regroups in the server room, gives FaZe the opportunity to get everyone back up, and then even though there was not a whole lot of subtlety to the FaZe defense, they just simply fought it straight up time and time again and ended up drawing a lot of time off the clock.
Yeah, that's something I noticed about C9 in particular as well when they went against Envious. They lose every fight. They're barely on the kill feed, but it seems like they can drag out these fights for as long as possible. So despite them losing every fight very badly, basically, they stagger so hard. They stay on the point. They make sure they fight for every inch. And then by the time you get to that third leg, you get to that final point, it seems like there's just not enough time.
Indeed, and now we're going to take a look at the Fnatic defense here. Now, remember, let's not write off Fnatic just yet on this map. Their strong point in Overwatch has been their defense.
Yes.
And I'm curious to see what defensive set they run here, because even though FaZe's defense worked out, it probably isn't the most academic way of playing defense on Watchpoint Gibraltar first. They did make things a little bit too easy for Fnatic in terms of opportunities, but they sort of went through in raw skill.
Yeah, too easy indeed. In general, I like FaZe when they're attacking more. I mean, we talk about how momentum-based they are, how explosive they are. This is the opportunity for Shadowbird to really show up for his team. He's going to start on this Genji most likely. We'll see if he switches in this last 10 seconds, but I expect that he sticks on it. He's going to have a lot of trouble blowing up any target, but if he can get on Custa, if he can dodge those sleep darts, that is basically where FaZe can see that they'll set a great time here on this map and hopefully take it to OT.
So for FaZe, they will be reliant here on Shadowburn. And bear in mind, granted, ult charge builds a little bit slower nowadays. And oh my goodness, an early hook to start this off. Reinhardt was sleeping, puts Happy Cool in a bad position. He is able to get fully healed, but if he was knocked out of his neck, that would have been very, very big.
Yeah, that was a very dangerous situation, and it simply came off the Reinhardt getting slept. You could see that D.Va had to come up to support him, gets hooked, and it kind of snowballed a little bit, but they recomposed, and now they're going to have to set up their defense. It looks like they're going to be taking a similar position to which FaZe took in the last one.
This is a little bit surprising for Fnatic, given that they do like better setups, but here they are, rushing right in the FaZe. They see an opportunity, but Buds ends up dying the too easy, so now 65 here from FaZe. Shadowburn, as we mentioned, he's one of the best garbage men in the business for cleaning up the fight, and he is rolling back and forth. So are the rest of FaZe, and this defense not actually looking very good at all on the side of Fnatic.
No, and that was a very interesting tactic that we've seen Fnatic take before on King's Row. They say, hey, this is where we're defending. They're very execute-based, and Too Easy met Buds. Buds was trying to flank us at Roadhog, gets around the corner, but actually gets chased down, and as soon as Too Easy saw that target, they call out, move to the left, they dove them, and FaZe exploded, did a great job, and you can see that in Fact or Fiction having his ultimate ASAP.
So the one upside here for Fnatic, if there can be an upside for just getting wrecked that hard on first, is that they are fully reset up here for second if they can win this fight. But no, they're just set up to die once more. 2 quick kills coming out here from FaZe, and the pain train keeps on coming. Fnatic looking lost and confused right now, and I don't know what that was at all. A late Graviton self-destruct combo, but with so many people on Fnatic dead, does not seem wise.
Yeah, what you really need there is either the shield has to be broken or you have to have an option to take it out. And when you don't have that, I mean, Fact or Fiction is going to sit there all day, and with, on the opposite side, Stu being taken out so early, they did not have that option to charge through the Reinhardt shield to make that play.
Here comes FaZe right now, fully loaded. They have Graviton, they have Dragon Blade, and they're going to use both in kind. Shadowburn gets that back line, gets one, looking for the Lucio. He's on support duty, and he finds him, cuts him down in midair. Big plays coming out from Shadowburn, and no, he didn't care about the Graviton. He just wanted to get everyone that wasn't the Graviton.
Yeah, an interesting choice. I think he's really scared of going up against Custer, or he's afraid he can't get through that. I think either way it works out, but I would have loved to see him just clean up on the tanks. I mean, you got the Nano Boost, you got the Blade. I understand they're big boys. You're going to have what it takes generally to take them out. A Fact or Fiction using his ultimate. I want to say this is really sloppy, but Fnatic going to use the Lucio ult as well. They're not going to be able to touch the point. Yeah, maybe. Barely they do, and they're going to hold on for a little bit longer, but I don't think it's going to be enough. And at this point, they're just staggering themselves.
This has been a terrible crunching right now from FaZe on the Fnatic. Fnatic staggering in, using ultimates where they don't need to use ultimates. It is a slop fest coming from Fnatic. This is very unexpected. He got, oh no! Custa going the fall here. If we had a full stat total right now, it'd be along the lines of something like 42-3 or something in favor of FaZe. Yeah. This has been nothing but sheer brutality.
Rock is hitting some great sleep darts, and Shadowburn just used Genji Blade. Gets it again. They got 5 minutes. Fnatic still setting up off of that stagger. It looks like they're going to have to make a hold here. If they don't do it, FaZe will be taking this map. We will be going to that tiebreaker.
Well, the self-destruct comes in, gives Duke the opportunity to get the pin on the Factor Fiction. 5v5 right now, but guess what? Shadowburn not going to get to the health pack. Cut down in his prime. Big pick off there from Happinpool. This cut him down and stop the Dragon Blade from coming in if he was going to go for it. But this is very rough here for Fnatic, because now take a look at the ultimates coming in for FaZe. Fnatic has almost nothing to defend this, and they can't defend it last. They have to defend right here. Here comes Shadowburn in over the top. Dragon Blade at the ready. Nano boost on him. Looking for the pickoffs. Actually not getting very much with this. But meanwhile, on the point, the Graviton comes in. It's 3 kills from the side of FaZe, and they are very close, Huck, to taking Gibraltar in style. It's looking like that's exactly what they're going to do.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to the tiebreaker match. This will be a best of 3. Lijiang, Nepal, which one?
It is Nepal.
Nepal will be the map. And I think, to be honest, FaZe traditionally haven't had a strong showing on Nepal, but in this tournament in particular, they've kind of met their demon, faced it, and said, you know what? King of the Hill, that is where we're strong. You gotta feel very good as FaZe to come back now.
Certainly, and usually the storyline has been FaZe being the one that's on tilt, but I gotta say, I don't know if it was giving up the Volskaya advantage they had, but Fnatic looked drained. They looked empty here on Gibraltar. I mean, their defense was all right. Their attack was all right, but their attack was all right, but their defense was absolutely abysmal. Yeah. And I don't even know. I mean, sure, credit where credit's due. FaZe came in strong, but Fnatic was making terrible decision after terrible decision in terms of fighting lost fights, using ultimates in lost fights, hanging around too long. It was not an ideal game.
Yeah, and that was a big problem for Fnatic. You do not want to go against a red-hot FaZe squad, and that's what they are right now. They are repping that logo very hard. I mean, in general, I feel like the stars aligned a little bit. We saw so many lucky shots or just things going right. We see Factor Fiction drop his Earth Shatter, and then a questionable choice from Fnatic to lead up to that and say, you know what, we're going to burn Lucio for that. When there's only 2 or 3 people on the point, you see this MLG trophy. This is exactly what they're competing for. Neither of these teams have had a big championship.
No, they haven't, and it's a pretty nice trophy, too. Of course, the other team still in here that will be in the grand finals, of course, is Envy, and they just picked up a nice trophy from Apex, but certainly both FaZe and Fnatic would like to add one to their trophy case.
I have 2 of those trophies, actually.
Oh, there you go.
It's very nice. I do recommend. I hope FaZe can pull it through, but it's going to be a tough match. I mean, Fnatic, they have the composure. You know, you can see that they're talking to their coach now. He's going to try to settle them down and say, hey, you know what? You guys are doing great. There's a few little things we have to fix. You know, they got lucky. I mean, we saw a lot of sleep darts there, like Custa getting picked off, the Reinhardt at the beginning. It almost went very badly for them, and it just seemed like FaZe, they keep driving it through.
They do, and unfortunately for Fnatic, I feel like Gibraltar was their last chance to put the series away, because you think back to earlier in the series, the map that Fnatic lost before Gibraltar was what? Ilios. It was Control. Yeah. So now they're going to have to go back and go, how do we fix what was wrong on Ilios as we go to Nepal? And it's going to be easier said than done, especially when FaZe right now has to be on quite a high. I mean,
it was close, though.
Yes.
It was very close. It was 3-2 down to the wire, and it's going to be interesting. Like, you really have to think, what compositions are we going to see? We've seen Shadowburn, for the most part, that's the flex, right? That's going to be either Diva or it's going to be the Pharah. And then on the other hand, we've seen Fnatic try many things, but nothing has been super solid for them. We talked about this early on, mirror compositions. Do you think the best choice here is Pharah versus Pharah?
Pharah v. Pharah in Nepal, I think, is a little bit of a harder sell. It's never really been her absolute best map. Actually, more than anything else, sometimes you see her at Sanctum because you have the higher ceiling there. You can knock people into pit and all the rest. Other stages in Nepal actually lead themselves to more control-type setups where you oftentimes see Mei on Nepal. And we'll see if that's a thing coming out from either of the 2 teams. I don't think either of the 2 teams really likes running it a whole lot. Shadowburn actually runs Mei for FaZe when he runs it, but...
We saw that on Volskaya a little bit at the very end, and it actually was very clutch. I think he used his wall in a non-orthodox way, but it was extremely effective, and it actually might have won that fight. But I don't think either team's super comfortable with it.
No, I don't think so either. And also for Cool Matt, given the other vital roles that he plays for this Fnatic squad, putting him on the Mei, though absolutely hilarious because of his name, you can make all the ice puns in the world.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know if is necessarily the greatest maneuver for Fnatic under a lot of situations.
That's the thing. I feel like when you look at Fnatic and you look at people that are flexing, Happy Cool is the most flexible, and you don't lose much when you take him off the Diva. But at the same time, when you take Buds off the Roadhog, I feel like you lose a lot. You take Coolmat off the Zarya, you lose a lot. They are very good at the characters that they can flex on, but it's not as versatile as the FaZe squad, where you have Zombs. You know, he was traditionally with Liquid, he was a hit scan player, and he was extremely good. Now he's playing Zarya, and he's still extremely good, so they have those bigger options.
Absolutely, and I think it'll be interesting to see how this goes down. Nepal, of course, it's still a control map, but it is a somewhat different map than Ilios in terms of what heroes they want to run, as we've just been alluding to here. So definitely curious to see what we get from both teams, but if the idea of momentum is any sort of thing in esports, then you got to think that you have to give the edge to FaZe here.
Yeah, I mean, we've said it since the beginning. We've said it this whole tournament. That is their MO. It's a momentum-based team, and we've said that they can't come back, and they've actually proven that they have. And I think that's more to the fact of the overall big picture, right? They're not a team that traditionally is hitting a lot of semifinals, and now they are, and they have everything they need going into these last moments.
I can say firmly, if you just even look at the Volskaya game, looking at other tournaments in the past, FaZe probably would have folded after suffering that first early Fnatic attack. There's no doubt. And yet they came back, they gritted it through, ended up forcing the drawn Volskaya to stay alive, and then just absolutely crushed Fnatic on Gibraltar. And it's just looking very, very solid for them.
I love to see it from this crew too. I mean, traditionally, there's been the the version 1 of FaZe, which was Mindosaki, who's now on Cloud9. But this is the new squad, and they stayed together for a while. I was part of putting them together. It was half of Oh No, a tier 2 team. Let's be realistic. It was half of what it was. We United, the knockoff.
Well, there is a funny bit of trivia. There was half of Oh No, and it was Oh No that delivered the Oh No to the original FaZe roster.
Yes.
That was basically the tipping point that made FaZe decide, okay, we have to rework our roster now.
Yeah, and then since they put it together, they've done all right. Nothing discrediting them, but this is really their moment. They've said to me personally that they feel like this is their tournament where they can bring out the big victory, and they're going to need everything they have, not only in this match, but going into the final. We keep bringing up momentum. Envious. They are the Titans on the hill. They are the guys that are not being touched right now. They didn't just beat Cloud9. They clowned Cloud9. It was a 3-0 victory. They absolutely dismantled that team. So right now, they are the team to beat, and if FaZe can't close this out, they wouldn't have a shot against Envious. And I think Fnatic, to be honest, if they make it out here, I don't think they could beat Envious either. So I'd love to see FaZe come into it.
Yeah, Fnatic going against Envy, I mean, okay, maybe we'll see Kings Row in the grand finals if that is a map.
Yeah, that's one.
Fnatic could come out pretty strong there. That they definitely seem stronger on that map than others. But overall, from seeing both teams, Fnatic, whether it be good or ill, they are a very consistent team. FaZe does have that crazy explosiveness to punch above their weight class a little bit more often, so we'll have to see. I mean, certainly, we've seen upsets in Overwatch before, and that's a great thing about the game is that you do get a high degree of variability from time to time, and you can see even a very favored team fall under the pressure of a grand final, but I do think for both these teams, whoever gets out of it here will have a rough go in the grand finals.
Yes.
But perhaps it will be a little bit rougher for Fnatic if they are the ones to end up winning this tiebreaker here in Nepal.
Well, here we go. Looks like we're about to get into the game. This will be a best of 3. Traditionally, these 2 CP maps, or no, sorry, I misspoke. These King of the Hill maps, the control maps, have been best of 5s. So it's going to be very interesting what's going to happen here. The pressure is on. This is the most tense moment either team has faced ever before. Can they do it? I don't know, ZP.
It's going to be very close on both ends, and this is going to be interesting too in terms of matchups. If both teams stick on what they're going here for, Happy Cool is going to have the duty of containing Shadowburn. It's going to be that McCree versus Genji matchup where a McCree can lay down very potent poke damage from mid-range to keep the Genji suppressed, and also makes a Genji really have to worry about the threat of flashbang anytime he gets remotely close. Shadowburn, though, very good at working around that, so that's a key matchup to look here. And of course, the Bud's Too Easy matchup has been big, where Too Easy, honestly, has gotten a little bit more, and
We might be seeing a Pharah here. This is very interesting. He hasn't played too much McCree, so it's not that surprising that he switches off, but I'm not sure how it's going to play on this map.
This is probably one of the better stages to run Pharah in a control point, but he's going to have to look for an early pickoff, and I think if they lose this first fight, we'll have to switch. Pharah's really hard to actually get back in and find the retake. It's much better if you have control. But for now, both teams trading off Poke, and Fnatic actually coming out a little bit ahead. Oh, there it is! Knocks him into the pit. Rock is looking like he was going to recover, does not. A big concussive blast coming in, and that's going to give Fnatic a whole lot of momentum in this fight.
Yeah, and they're going to just dive in there. You can see that FaZe have given up. They said, you know what, let's get back, let's reset, but it looks like they're going to trade out, actually. Support for DPS. Shadowbird does go down, and it looks like he got one person, but they don't have enough. They don't have numbers right now, and they're actually pushing back in. This is very questionable from my perspective.
It is absolutely questionable. And Hapicool using splash damage to a high degree of efficiency right now, just peppering the FaZe squad as they roll forward, as they are shoulder to shoulder in the buddy system almost, walking right through. And Hapicool right now, nothing really on him, just having a fun time over the top. Barrage Too Easy right in the face. Fnatic right now, not doing this without getting some degree of pressure, though. Zom's actually fighting this back.
Yeah, Zom's fighting 2v1, though. You see a Lucio trying to get back at the bottom of his screen. He's trying to climb up. I'm not sure he's going to be able to do it. He hasn't died yet. He's
no!
And he gave up. Said, you know what? All right, I accept my fate. That would have been actually a very interesting 2v2 fight with the Zarya Ana versus Zarya Lucio.
Someone didn't play his Pro Skater games back in the PlayStation era, but either way. Looking here, it's going to be FaZe trying to get back in onto this point. 50% to Fnatic, and they've had very good control here thus far. Might even see seeing a nano boost on the Hapicool. We will have Graviton up and at the ready for both teams here.
Another
knockoff!
Yeah, and that's been very key. They decide to pull the trigger anyways, and once again, Shadowburn has put to sleep by Custa. Custa doing an amazing job. Meanwhile, on point, FaZe fight back, and they actually get 2 picks. They're going to decide to pull the trigger, but Bud's equaling the tables. He tries to take out Shadowburn. Hapicool not challenged so far. It looks like he's going to have free reign, and they're going to keep the point. 75% ZP, not what FaZe is looking for on Nepal.
Not at all, and they just had their best chance to retake there with the Graviton from Zoms. They did not get what they were looking for, and Fnatic right now on the verge of playing this way. They need one more fight, and Bud's flanking Hog, trying to knock Reinhardt off the ledge. Doesn't quite get it. Too Easy going to stop it, and back the other way. Too Easy with the huge Hog, throws 2 people into the pit, and FaZe going to live a little bit longer here on the Sanctum.
Yeah, and it's going to be the... They just used Blade, they just used Nano, they get it again. It's going to be that against the barrage from Fnatic. I give the advantage to FaZe, but they're going to need everything. 96% to 15. Can they bring back Sanctum?
We're going to have to see right now. Shadowburn does have that Dragon Blade. We'll be looking for it. Hapicool, not a lot of space right now to use this Pharah, but here comes Shadowburn, diving deep in. Nano Blade on the way, gets charged into the back and killed by Custa. Farewell to Shadowbird. What a turnabout here by Fnatic. 4v4. Buds and Hapicool, though, with all sorts of momentum on their side, heading back the other way, but Too Easy brings it back. This is a crazy back and forth fight.
Yeah, and it's the Ana players, I feel, that are really showing up. Too Easy having a great game, but Raucus doing a great job of shutting down Hapicool. And on the opposite side, Custa, of course, being the bane of Shadowburn's existence, constantly keeping him down, constantly killing him, disabling him as much as possible, especially when he does have that ult. And actually, interesting choice, Shadowburn on Soldier. We haven't seen that yet this tournament. Let's see how it works out for them.
I think he just wants to stop Hapicool from getting that barrage that he's looking for. Will contain him to some extent and ruin some of his sight lines. Although there's some more cover for Fair on this map. Next fight, look at this, where Shadowburn has to run the other way. Wasn't looking for Buds, eats the hook instead. However, Hapicool did get punished as he tried to fly in for that barrage. It is a 5 versus 4. Buds looking for the free kill into the pit, doesn't get it. And Fnatic gonna have to back out, and now we're gonna be down to our last fight.
Yeah, it's gonna be the last fight, probably. It's 80% against 96, and once again, we see the nano boost coming up for FaZe. It seems like they have a slight advantage, but on the opposite side, Fnatic also about to get 3, 4, or 5 ults, and they gotta step in here, though. Too Easy decides to pull the trigger and create space.
Absolutely, and now FaZe, here's the Graviton by Zoms. It's massive, and counter Graviton is out, but FaZe with the fall through, it's Too Easy, picking up 2 right after that. FaZe Clan on the verge of having the comeback here on this round. Almost a microcosm of the entire series thus far.
And FaZe close it out. Do you believe in dreams? These kids are playing their hearts out. FaZe coming back in true fashion, doing a great job on that first round.
And I gotta say, just looking at that in the last round, I really did not like Half-A-Cool staying on the Pharah after they lost control.
Yeah.
She's so much better at keeping control than actually bursting your way in. And I feel like they would have been better served just by swapping off that a little bit earlier.
And it's really hard to make those calls this far into the match, right? Like, this is do or die, boys. It's over if they lose it, but at the same time, someone has to take charge and say, hey, you know what, you need to swap off that. As much as it might hurt, as much as you might want to play that hero, we really need something that's going to be able to take round. And on these types of maps, on these King of the Hill maps, that is the story of, if you get an advantage, it's really hard to come back.
Absolutely, although this, interesting enough for Pharah, this is not the worst Pharah map. Definitely better than Village. And we'll see if Half-A-Cool is able to keep it going forward here. But for now, he's committing to it. Too Easy does get hooked in by Buds.
Great bubble, though, by Zoms. Soak that damage.
So it's still relatively in between both teams. Too Easy, though, hook not going to connect him. What a hook, bringing Too Easy back into the fray. And still, he doesn't go down. Stoop is the one who actually gets punished for being a little bit far up. And FaZe, with these two pickoffs, well on their way to getting first control at this point once more.
Yeah, and Zoms with the great bubbles both times. After every hook, he starts bubbling heroes, and he's getting that extra damage. You see Half-A-Cool go down actually to the hook. Coolmat taking one for himself, but they're going to have to fall back, and this is not what you want to see from Fnatic. FaZe with great potential to come back, even more potential to hold on to this point. They have a great advantage. Raucus already having Nano Boost. On the opposite side, actually Buds, we didn't see him too much on the kill feed, but at the same time, somehow getting the damage, and he's already at that ultimate.
Here comes Half-A-Cool right now, laying in the rockets from the back, trying to build up his ultimate. Coolmat pretty close as well. FaZe not in any particular danger here, and in fact, you see Factor Fiction going to the backline. He dives a little bit too deep before it's all said and done. Zomzo pulls on the Groundton, tries to keep this fight in FaZe's favor, but might have been a bit of a waste there, Huck, as they force up the sound barrier with only 5 people in. FaZe throwing a lot of ultimates after what could be a losing fight.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to be a big mistake from them. Shadowburn actually going to pop his as well. I'm not sure. They still have the point. It's 50% to 0. Shadowburn actually may be able to pull it back. It's a very even fight so far. 2 tanks. He's trying to guard him, but they don't have the damage to bleed through FaZe. FaZe, great choice. I mean, we're wrong.
It was a gamble from FaZe coming in there where they were down a whole lot. They threw down the ult, and the ult immediately didn't get anything, but it was Shadowburn coming in from the back, able to get 2 pickoffs on the Fnatic that had the numbers advantage. However, they drained everything for that. Now, this is a fight they should lose if Fnatic plays right. The Groundton is in immediately here from Coolmat. Soundbear is out. They don't get any kills. It's a whole hog from Too Easy, keeping FaZe alive. Stoop, though, has had enough. Drops the hammer, knocks down 2. And not entirely won here yet by Fnatic, but is looking good.
Yeah, it's looking very good for them. They're just having more damage, more DPS. Another one going to go down. Too Easy bites the bullet. Buds takes out another one. Looks like Fnatic for the first time this match are going to flip the points soon enough, but 94% and still ticking. A little showmanship from Raucus. It's going to be 99 to 0. Fnatic cannot let it be flipped.
So let's just be clear on the storyline here. FaZe, 1 team fight away from dispatching Fnatic and getting into the grand finals.
Yes, and a huge comeback on multiple maps. FaZe, they can do it, but Fnatic have the advantage. 3 ultimates are in their pocket.
Next fight here on the way. Fnatic going to be trying to set this up. They do have that self-destruct. Half-A-Cool throwing it up and over the wall. Does find Zoms immediately. Stoop swings the hammer. That's going to be 3 unanswered kills by Fnatic. So for FaZe, that is not their tournament-winning fight, but they do get at least 3 more.
Yeah, and they more importantly saved every ult, right? You look at Fnatic, they used a lot to hold the point. They used 3 ultimates. On the opposite side, FaZe are going to have some very important things coming up for them. They do have that Nano Boost still. They have Shadowburn, of course, Zoms as well, and more important, Forsaken. That Lucio ult's going to give them a lot of help.
Stoop right now with a flanking Earth Shatter. This is high risk, high reward. FaZe coming in with the ultimate advantage. Who's going to pay off? He's looking for it. They saw it. They find the flank. Stoop has to immediately back off. Now, let's take a look at Zoms. The Groundton is in. It's a full group hug. Is it going to be enough? Shadowburn throws in the mech, and he gets that! A triple kill from Shadowburn. Huge plays from FaZe, and FaZe a little bit closer now. All they need to do is take control of this point and push Fnatic out, and they will be headed to the grand finals.
Yeah, OT's gonna tick down here. It looks like that's gonna be it. Earthshadow for Earthshadow. Can Buzz get in there? Doesn't look like he's gonna do it. And that's it, boys and girls. FaZe are your winner to meet Envious in the final. And you can see how much that means to them, all of them. So come on, Zombs, get in there. Don't be awkward. You gotta love it. Oh, that means so much to that team. They've come so far, not only as a team, but in this match even, to come back in the style that they have.
That is huge coming out from FaZe. Again, that first round on Nepal, kind of a microcosm of the entire series. And that final fight coming in, I did like Stoops Gambit looking for the flanking Earthshatter. Did not work out.
Check those corners.
And then there was just that grand moment of silence where here comes Shadowburn's mech. What's going to happen? Blows up 3 people. Blows up Fnatic's chances of continuing in on this tournament. But still, it's a good performance by Fnatic. They have yet to take the final step and win a big live event. And yet, they still show that they're one of the strongest teams in Overwatch. And that's something they're going to have to content themselves with, as they have been knocked out of the tournament.
Yeah, one of the big key factors there, it was Earthshadow for Earthshadow. Unfortunately, from the Fnatic side, they did not have that D.Va bomb.
All right, well, the breakdown, what was one of the closest series of the entire tournament. We're gonna throw over to our analyst desk. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Wow, what a series, 6 maps, and I couldn't have been happier. Doa?
I want to congratulate FaZe on being the first team I've ever seen to actually check their corners for that.
Yeah, seriously.
Man, everybody gets caught by that, but FaZe, first team I've ever seen to actually be like, I wonder if there's a Reinhardt waiting for us around the corner. Well, guess what? There was. They saw Stoop. They avoided it. What a combo after that Shadowburn with the D.Va self-destruct. Man, that was an epic end to an epic series.
And that's it. I mean, we see why everybody talks about Shadowburn as a star player. That's one of the things I said was sort of the X factor to this match is that FaZe has the star player. They can step up and make the big plays. And if we look at the last 2 maps where their backs were against the wall, the play from Genji on Gibraltar, and then chaining it into the huge D.Va ult to close out on Nepal, just beautiful stuff.
Look at that right there. I mean, you knocked out Stoop, took him out of the equation. 3 vital roles there with Reinhardt, Roadhog, and Zarya. You just shut them out. I mean, FaZe, this was an incredible series. But you know what, though? I do know that we have Rachel over at the station. I don't want to leave her hanging. So let's go ahead, check up with Rachel, see what's going on and who she has to talk to.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. I've got Shadowburn, the man himself. Now, Shadowburn, your legend precedes you. So many teams came here with strategies prepared, especially for dealing with you. What is it like to go into the match with that pressure on your shoulders, and do you feel motivated by it?
Yeah, I really feel like motivated. Like my team is relying on me and too easy. Like we relying on his hooks, and it's really hard to play pressure on you every time, and it's really hard.
Well, you're a team that's practiced very hard. You guys boot camped out here. You played a lot, put a lot of thought into this tournament. Did you practice all these maps that you ended up playing? Where did your experience in the map pool when you were practicing go? How deep did you prepare?
Like we mostly practiced for winter. We tried to qualify for winter. I forgot to. Winter Premiere. We didn't qualify, but we tried to practice maps for MLG. We mostly practiced King's Row. I think we practiced as well Wall Sky sometimes, and we really felt really good. But we had a draw on this map. It was a really hard game.
Well, the analysts seem to be of the opinion that FaZe plays to the level of their opponents. Every time you go up against an opponent, you play as good or as poorly as they do. Do you guys feel that you'll be able to play on the Envious level or perhaps even beyond it today?
Yeah, I think we can. I think Fnatic really good team, really good. It was really hard to play against them. We had really good games when we were practicing against them, and we had really close games now. It's I'm really excited to go in the final and meet Envious.
Well, the final is only a few short minutes away, so I'll let you prepare and give it back to you guys on the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Rachel. All right. Where do we start?
Well, man, I mean,
we've already been here a couple times.
Yeah. I just feel like there's been so many incredible matches, storylines. I do want to say it is very fitting that at an MLG event, we have FaZe versus Envious in the finals. It just makes all the sense in the world. Flame, begin to just make sense of all this for us, please.
I mean, I wanted to, you go into this series expecting Shadowburn to be the star player. I think Kusa and Stoop did a really good job of shutting him down, but Zombs was just in the back, always alive, and like creating so much room with the Zarya. There were multiple fights, I think, where it was just Raucus and Zombs against like 2 or 3 people, and they come out on top consistently, when in reality, I didn't think they should have. You don't notice it, but the 2 of them being so good and so focused, I think, really set them over the edge there. But yeah, back to Shadowburn, like, that ending was incredible.
Yeah, when the ball's in your court, you just got to score.
I mean, it seems like in the end, it always comes back to Shadowburn, but I feel like we've seen a lot of good performances from basically everybody on FaZe throughout the course of that match. I mean, towards the end, to me, Fact Fiction was just getting these amazing earth shatters. He'd let the initial kind of engaging combo go through, and then after the Graviton and everything was done, he would come up with these great angles to just get everybody prone, help them finish off that fight, and that's what kind of makes me think this finals might be actually pretty decent, pretty close, because everyone on that team had moments in that series where they really were the star, whether they want to be called that or not.
I'm going to have to respectfully disagree, looking forward, that I don't think the finals are going to be close.
Unfortunately, they might be.
Unfortunately, and the reason why I say that is, what have we seen out of FaZe so far? When have they been at their strongest? Okay, Shadowburn playing Pharah. Well, guess who plays double hit scan, McCree and Soldier? That's Envy. Hey, how about that Genji? When did they play a really good Genji player recently? Oh, they played Arhan in the finals, Africa Blue. That was a 4-0, and they shut down the Genji very nicely in this meta, right? They're going to have the now buffed Symmetra as well, which is excellent at shutting down Genji with the increased range now on her left click. So I think if you're Envy, you're going to be feeling really good about your team compositions going into the finals.
Monty, hype killer Chris strikes again.
In the flesh.
I want to contrast him a bit, because his analysis is 100% on point and everything that he says is right, but it's FaZe. You can't make sense of them. They come into these games, you don't expect them to win, and they'll do it. You saw at the end there, they checked the corner. So many teams don't, and they took the point. They had 99%. They went in with 1 dry push. They didn't use any ults. So many teams fall into this weird panic state where they'll burn them, and then you're like, why did you do that? But they were so composed this entire series. And I guess to that, Fnatic did almost beat Envious throughout. I mean, it was a 3-0, but it didn't feel like a 3-0. Envious has looked mortal in this tournament. And again, FaZe being on that level of their opponents, it's going to be scary. I agree with the Arhan thing, but Shadowburn's I think even way, way above Arhan right now.
Well, Arhan did nothing, so maybe Shadowburn will do.
Right now?
Arhan is a great Genji player, so if we even say he's not at the same level, the difference between, in my mind, the difference between Shadowburn and Arhan would have to be a vast gulf, which I don't think it is.
Okay.
And also, FaZe is coming off of a 6-map series that was just incredibly, and now they're going into a best of 7.
That's why they're letting us talk a little bit more, because they got to give these boys a break.
Yeah,
it's got to be a little bit tiring. You know?
Exactly. I mean, maintaining your focus for that long as a professional player is incredibly difficult. And it was an easy series against Cloud9, 3-0, earlier today for Envy. And they've just been sitting there. They've had the break. They've been able to observe all of these games. So I think that coming from that perspective as well, it's not going to be. They're not going to be anywhere near as mentally fatigued.
Yeah, I was looking right in front of us. We actually have the Envy booth, and I saw Chips just sitting. And he was there for quite a while. So, this one's going to be nuts. But let's actually take a look at the championship bracket. We started the day with 4 teams, but it has all come down to 2. And as fitting as it is, once again, Envy versus FaZe at MLG to determine who is the champion. But it's not Call of Duty. No, it's Overwatch. And that's what makes it even more exciting. 2 very different play styles, very different approaches to the game. I think if you are a fan of competitive Overwatch, regardless, you are excited because we finally see something different. We've seen Fnatic in the final before. We've seen Envy in the final before. We've seen a lot of these squads, the top dogs, if you will. We really haven't seen this out of FaZe, and that's what makes it so exciting. It's a breath of fresh air, Flame.
It really is, and I didn't expect it. I've talked to them. They had problems. Like, they didn't qualify for NG. You just heard them talk about it. And they come into here, I think their boot camp didn't go the way that they expected it to, but again, like, you don't know how they do it, but they just keep getting better every single match.
I mean, that's the thing, is that, like, you know, you watch some teams and they seem like well-oiled machines. Everything is executed on a very, you know, stable plan and all that. But when you watch FaZe play, it's like watching, like, drunken boxing. Like,
that's a great analogy.
They're, like, stumbling around and you're like, oh, they don't look very good. But suddenly, like, the jabs come out and everybody is lying on the ground. It's like, how did they do that? I didn't see that coming. And that's the same feeling I get when I watch FaZe. They're an incredibly fun team to observe.
The lack of structure might catch Envy off guard.
Hey, I'm going to say it a million times. We're going to say it again. They are consistently inconsistent. And maybe they'll check the corner next time. Maybe they won't. Who knows? Right? Like, anything's possible. Oh, man. Well, guys, thank you so much for top quality analysis. This has been an incredible series to break down with you guys, especially. But that is going to do it for us here at the desk. But, folks, coming up next, it's the grand final. Envy facing off against FaZe. Will FaZe get their first championship, or will Envy repeat? Let's see how this all unfolds, and we'll see you on the other side.
started. Only 2 remain.
Man, I don't know how you stop this Envy team.
We're going to win the whole thing.
But only one will be champion. Envious FaZe Clan. $100,000 on the line.
Harry getting the nano boost. This could be it, Matt.
Yeah, some 6 shots there from Harry, able to take Kai out when he's in that baby diva mode.
MLG Las Vegas. Who's gonna take home the Las Vegas championship?
Hi everyone, welcome back to the Overwatch Invitational here at MLG Vegas. I'm Seltzer, rejoining you on the desk for the finals. I'm so excited for this matchup. It's going to be incredible. We have Envy and FaZe, a true MLG, what is that? What do you call a fantastic match? The El Clasico, perhaps, of MLG?
It's a classic. There's no other way of saying it. These are 2 sponsored teams that have a rich history in esports, and now they're fighting each other in the grand finals of Overwatch here in Las Vegas. So what more could you ask for?
It's going to be incredible. Of course, joining me on the desk, I've got ZP here, my knowledge man. I've got Stir, and I've got Flame. Actually, all my knowledge men. Thank you guys for sharing your brilliance with me throughout this tournament.
I have a brain.
You do, and you brought it with you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Well, let's take a quick look at the group, see how we got to where we are, because we are about to head into our championship final. But we played a lot of Overwatch to get there. We started things off in Group A with our incredible teams. This is the group that featured Envious, that featured Cloud9. And these guys were, we'll start with Group A. This is the group that featured Fnatic, that featured Complexity, Envious, and Rise Nation. Cloud9 in the other group. We'll get to them later. But we had Envious here make a clear path to the finals, 2 victories. Very simple for them, very complicated for their opponents.
Yeah, definitely excited here to see Team Envious go up against FaZe, because of course they did not come from this bracket. They didn't have a chance to run into them yet. They've already beaten Fnatic, but now they're going to have to prove themselves against the champions from the other bracket.
It's going to be incredible.
The scary thing for all the other teams here in this tournament is that Envious has been gaining strength as the tournament has been progressing. They've been getting more experience with this particular meta. They came in with not a lot of practice and some personal things in regards to players being on a flight for like 50 hours. But Envy has worked through all that, and they have seemed almost unstoppable.
It's totally true. And speaking of unstoppable, if we take a look at Group B, FaZe has been incredible. You guys were saying it on the desk here, where they always seem to play to the level of their opponent. Well, that bodes really well for them if they can play to the level of Envious.
Yeah, I mean, he said that Envious was gaining momentum, but I feel like FaZe is kind of like the Reaper of this tournament. Like, they kill you and then they steal your soul. Like, it feels like they're just gaining power from all of these teams that they're playing. They put up a really good match against Liquid. They weren't too convincing, but they did it. And then C9, everyone thought C9 had it, and then they beat them. And then suddenly they're up against Fnatic. It goes to 6 maps in a best of 5, and they come out on top in like the most impressive fashion, I think. So most people will probably count them out of this final just based on the way Envious is playing. But again, like, they've been getting better and better. So I don't know what to expect.
Yeah, we definitely saw that earlier today in our final bracket. We can take a look at that as well. This is where we switched over to a best of 5, and as you said, it actually turned into 6 maps for our FaZe Fnatic matchup there. We have 3-2. That was so close. Just coming off that, I mean, poor Shadowburn, he must be exhausted going into this finals matchup.
Absolutely. I mean, you think about the grind on FaZe here, where they have to finish that crazy semifinal matchup, and now, guess what? They have to go against Envy in a best-of-7. So the path is long and winding here from FaZe. But the cool thing about FaZe is that they have the ability to play up to whoever they're playing against, and that has been their strength when they do, in fact, do well in tournaments like these.
I mean, to that point, too, I think there's a little bit of coldness. I mean, not just in the air here, it's freezing. I think that might actually hurt Envious, because they've been sitting around watching, whereas they just played a marathon over on FaZe. So I think the first match might be FaZe's chance to finally come out ahead. They've been, like, crawling back from behind throughout this entire tournament, and then making, like, that one jump, that final leap in the very last map of every series.
Well, let's talk too about what it means to be the champion here. We have FaZe and we have Envy going up for this championship. 2 classic brands, of course, in esports, especially at MLGs, but also, you know, this is a North American Invitational. This represents the best of North American teams here. What is at stake pride-wise and legacy-wise going into the next year?
Yeah, honor and pride has just been on the rise, where each tournament, the stakes are even higher. The amount of times teams have won has increased. They want it more. They want it more. Of course, Envious just came from Korea off of victory. They want to keep that streak going. Previously, we saw Envious with a 60-game win streak, which they have not been able to really bring back, and this could be the start of another one.
Absolutely, and for FaZe, what's at stake for them is just winning their first really, really big tournament. Envy, of course, they finally got that out of the way a little bit ago in OG and Apex. But for Envy, as Ster alludes to, they would love to extend that streak even further. But for FaZe, just getting on the board means a lot.
I'm sure just getting where they are is... They feel successful right now, but you can't be just satisfied. I think they want everything. And even in Shadowburn's interview with you earlier, he was saying, like, it's going to be tough, but we can do it. And they believe that they can do it. And they believe that they could beat every single person in this tournament. And they've shown that they can, and they've never really crumbled under pressure. The way that they just won that match, like, I'm still speechless. I can't talk about it enough. I think that Envious has their work cut out for them.
Well, actually, Flama, tell me a little bit about what Envious has to do in this matchup. We talked about them being cold here. They were sitting in the audience, while FaZe was playing. But what else do they have to do to prepare to play their best against this lineup?
You have to be ready for Shadowburn. There's Monty was talking about a little bit how they can run double hit scan on the side of Envious, and you have the Harry Hook Soldier with the Taimu McCree. But Shadowburn, he's like a trump card. It doesn't matter what matchup he's in. He'll sometimes just come out on top and win matchups that he shouldn't. So he's a world-class player on that hero. And I mean, you could argue that Taimu and Harry are too, but it's Genji versus McCree. Like, there's so much room for wow moments, I think, on the Genji. And I think that that's really what Envious has to be afraid of, because I don't think they've ever played one as good as Shadowburn.
That is true. Let's actually take a look at Team Envious and see who they have here at the tournament. These guys are I have to say, Mickey has been so much fun to watch.
Mickey's been amazing, and he's clearly the favorite of cameramen everywhere, where they're doing an Overwatch event and go, wow, look at this guy. This guy's always smiling. He's great.
He makes it so easy.
So there's sort of a self-repeating loop there where people love Mickey because he looks awesome, and then the more camera time is on him because he's awesome.
Yeah, of course, we also do have Internet Hulk, who I do want to give a lot of credit to. He hasn't gotten too much mention this tournament, but him switching to Lucio has really fit the team perfectly, because he's always been a loud caller on the team. He's very energetic, and Lucio is usually the character who's going to scream at his teammates and blast the music.
Yeah, and we've seen him on Symmetra as well, something he liked to play before the recent change, and now something that's all the more powerful.
It's been catching teams off guard, I think, too. Most of the teams haven't had the best practice against the Symmetra, and Envious is just comfortable running it even though they don't have that practice, because it used to be okay to run it. But now that we're seeing them bring it back, I think it's catching most of the teams they've played. Like, they've gotten free wins, I feel, on some maps just because of that Symmetra, whereas I feel like FaZe has actually been one of the teams that has overcome it. So I think that that's going to be a really interesting dynamic as we move into this.
And actually, when it comes to Symmetra too, teams have been really playing quite poorly against it as well, where the shield generator is down and teams don't really know how much they have to invest to go, the shield generator's back here, what do we do? Do we put a tracer on it? Do we ignore it and just fight against the shields? Teams are very unclear about how to deal with it, and the fact that Envy is comfortable in running Symmetra when other teams might not is definitely another ace in their hole.
Yeah, and we talked about Internet Hulk playing Lucio, now vacating the spot of support. We have Harry Hook, who has come out as this incredible DPS player, and he's brought some of the best plays of the tournament for Envy so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Harry Hook has not just on one character either. He's been on 76 and it's been really consistent and efficient, but his Reaper has really been a huge standout where not a lot of people are even going to that character. And I think his team plays around him really well. Coco always getting the Earth Shatters, and everything lines up between Envious right now.
All right, well, let's take a closer look at FaZe now. FaZe is their opponent. We just saw them in a very extended match against Fnatic, so I feel like we know a lot about them, but what might we be missing about some of these players? What's going to be a factor here in this finals match here on Championship Sunday at MLG Vegas?
So for one, I'm very much a critic of him when he's inconsistent, but I did think that 2EZ is having a very good day today. He was able to outplay Buds and Roadhog v Roadhog for a good deal of the last series, and the fact that he's having a good day, bodes pretty well here for FaZe. They're still very much at the disadvantage, but it's certainly better than a situation where more pressure than not was on Shadowburn.
And some of the matchups, I think, in this match are going to be very interesting. You have Fact Fiction, probably one of the best Reinhardts, but he has a very different playstyle from Coco. Coco is known for his passive play, whereas Fact Fiction will come up with these crazy Earthshatters that you don't expect. And on the other side, you have Raucus versus Chips on the Ana, and I think that Raucus, even in that last series against Fnatic, played incredibly. But again, Chips is so solid, their whole team on Envious is so solid, but then you get these really, really explosive moments from the players on FaZe, so that's what makes them scary, and I think that that's what we should be looking at.
Yeah.
All right, well, we have Golden Boy down on the stage with Zoms and Internet Hulk. We've got one from each team. Let's hear what they have to say as we head into the finals.
Thank you so much, Rachel. Okay, so down here with my main man, Zoms, Internet Hulk as well. I just found out, though, between the two of you, that you don't follow Zoms on Twitter. What's up with that shade, dog?
I didn't even know he would play for FaZe yet. I don't know.
Pew, pew. Okay, so Zoms, knowing that that shade has been thrown your way, how are you feeling?
I mean, I'm feeling pretty good. Envy they're basically onliners. I mean, they beat some okay Koreans, but that's it.
Look at that. This is great. Okay, you know why I wanted to get you up here, man? Because you're actually a really big part of your team. We were talking about it in the analyst test, the impact that you brought to the table. How do you feel about that? Do you agree with the analysts when they say that you are, a big deal?
I mean, I'm just really good at bubbling Shadowburn and letting him kill everything.
Respect the hustle. I totally do. I totally do. Well, Zoms, I know that you just want to be done with this interview and just get right back to your chair. So go ahead, man. Guys, give it up for Zoms and FaZe. Give it up for these guys, man. All right. Jokes aside, right? You guys are going into this matchup against a very, I don't even know how to say it, just a very underrated FaZe team. I think a lot of people look at them and say, like, oh, they wouldn't get to this point. But they have proven time and time again that when the cards are stacked against them, they come out on top. How do you prepare for that?
Well, we haven't prepared too much for this event yet because we couldn't. But I mean, it's true. FaZe, I don't think they're underrated because I don't think you can take away from any of those players individually. But they didn't have big results on LAN yet. But they're a relatively new team. But I mean, so far they had a pretty FaZe up day today. But now that they have to face us, it's going to be FaZe down for them. So. Yeah.
Oh, I tell you, the crowd's digging it, man. The crowd's digging the shots. Zoms ain't here to counter back. I wonder what he was going to say. But you guys have had quite the story. Obviously, everyone's been talking about Taimu and the struggle. But there is one story in particular that I want to talk about, and that's you jumping from the Winston to the support, playing the Lucio, and you've become the shot caller for this team. You have an authoritative personality. You have an authoritative voice. Was it just a natural fit for you? Did you say this needs to happen so Harry Hook can play DPS?
I still think Harry does like a lot of shot calling. I think we've always been a team that does like shot calling altogether. I think we're pretty unique in that case. I think some teams have only one shot caller or two, but we actually were very communicative. So I only do my part. So when I was playing Flex or Winston, I would call the engages and target focus. Now that I play Lucio, I have to adjust to my new role. So I pretty much just like I still call engages, but it's different. I don't do the target calling anymore. So it's not too hard for me since I was naturally really comfortable in my flex role, and yeah, I would just play whatever my team needs except DPS. I don't feel like I would fit in one of the best DPS in the world, so yeah, but support is fine for me, and yeah.
Awesome. Well, I know that we are very excited to see you guys play as well. Thank you so much, Internet Hulk. Give it up for Internet Hulk and Envy. This is going to be a great matchup. I cannot wait to see who comes out on top. Desk, over to you.
Thank you so much, Alex. Interesting words there from Internet Hulk. What did you think of that assessment of his role switch?
So the role switch for Internet Hulk is interesting. Obviously, he's been with this IDD-QD core for a long time, but it is a major swap-up made in light of Tailspin leaving the team and the recent pickup of Mickey. But honestly, I mean, thus far, it's hard to argue with the results. They were able to win Apex after the role switch. They've come in here in a less than ideal state and have absolutely killed it. So for now, it feels like Internet Hulk lending experience on support and still just the general communication where everyone on Envy kind of knows what everyone else is going for. It works out.
Yeah, teams that are able to adapt to new metas and new strategies are the best teams, and Envy was already one of the best teams, and they adapted extraordinarily well. They found a great diva, and they want to run diva. They switched over to Lucio, and it works perfect for them. Like, everything they did was a perfect fit.
Oh, it's a great choice on their part, and it really shows their experience and their communication on the team, what's kept them kind of head and shoulders above a lot of the competition here. Let's take actually a quick look at the maps and see what these teams are going to be facing off on. This is a huge factor in this matchup. Of course, we're going into a best of 7 here. You're going to see 7 maps up on the board, and starting things off on Numbani. Envy's got to be feeling some feelings about that one. What do you think, Flame?
I mean, I'm looking at this map pool, Numbani, Hollywood, Dorado, and 7 maps. Those are all Symmetra maps. So, I mean, it's definitely in MV's favor just from a strategical standpoint. I think that they can pull that out, and it'll force FaZe's hand a little bit, which is, I think, what FaZe has been doing well at, is forcing the enemy team's hand, but I think this is going to be the switch off. You can't really run the Pharah ever against Envy. Like, they will shut you down. They have the McCree, they have the 76, and Nepal is definitely a good Pharah map as well. Genji. Temple of Anubis will be a wild card, and Ilios, if it gets to Ilios, I think is probably one of, I think the non-payload maps will be FaZe's best friends in this matchup.
I agree with one exception, Numbani. As much as Numbani can be a Symmetra playground, I feel that Numbani is so variable as far as a hybrid map goes, where we've seen teams get an initial early strike and carry that through the entire way. That actually suits FaZe if they can get a quick early fight and keep the momentum going. So if FaZe has a way of going through this series and actually taking it, I actually feel like they need to take Numbani to start things off, and they need to grab Nepal, because those are their 2 best chances to really catch Envy off guard.
And to what you're saying too is 2EZ actually swapped off the Tracer, I think, in a few of their series on maps like Numbani, on maps like Hollywood, and it always worked out for them, especially in the C9 series, I think. So I guess I'm taking back what I said. There's definitely a lot of room for FaZe, just based off what he's saying. Like, they can win those snowball engagements, and they can win those really, really clutch defenses.
Well, it seems like a lot of the times people are able to break these holes on these hybrid maps is when you come out with something really unexpected against the defense. So what do you think is going to be sort of the best friend for FaZe here and the best friend for Envy? We've seen a little bit, I mean, about half of our games have been the 4-tank meta. Has this been as successful as everyone thought it was going to be?
I think FaZe has been really good at breaking it and breaking the meta a little bit. I mean, they've found ways around it. And on the note of Symmetra, that if Envy is running Symmetra, I think so far this tournament, the only team that I've seen effectively deal with it has been Shadowburn on Pharah. And I wouldn't even say that McCree 76 is the most set in stone counter ever, because you're bouncing around. It is a little bit hard to hit them. They can dodge between, you know, go behind buildings and fly back. I think there's still a lot of potential for Pharah here, and it's pretty good at hunting down those Symmetra shield generators.
What do you think, ZP?
So going into this, it still feels like the theme of this tournament has been teams reverting back to stuff that they're really comfortable on, really practiced on. I think FaZe is going to have to do a mix of old and new yet again to take this, but certainly if they're going to be able to beat Envy, they will need a pretty crazy Genji performance out of Shadowburn.
All right, well, our 2 teams are just about ready. So before we get into this, I want to give you guys the opportunity. We've done a couple predictions on the desk here. This is our last chance as we head into the championship final. Flame, start us off. How's it going? Give me a score, too. I need numbers, not just thoughts.
I'll go statistically, I'll say FaZe 4-3.
4-3 FaZe. All right, ZP, what do you think?
So as much as I want to go for the story of FaZe coming out strong here, I think maybe there's a good chance to take one of the 2 first maps, but after that, it's probably going to be downhill. I'm going to say 4-1 Envy.
Ooh, 4-1 Envy. I'm writing all these down so I can talk about them.
I think it's going to be close. Numbers don't matter. I think Envy's going to win in the end, but it's going to be close, and FaZe is going to give them a good game.
You are friends with Huck, you guys. Numbers do matter. They are super important here. Well, I'm just waiting on word for these 2 teams to be ready, so it sounds like we can hand it over to the casters and get things started on Numbani, our first map of the Grand Finals here at MLG Vegas.
All right, thanks, Rachel. We are definitely ready to get things started here at the Grand Finals at the Overwatch Invitational here at MLG Las Vegas in 2016. That's right. It might be Symmetra in 2016, but not on this map, I suppose.
No, definitely not on this map. In fact, we're going to see a different style of composition that NVS really likes to run. We typically see this on Gibraltar defense.
Yeah, that's right.
But they are going to go single support with Internet Hulk back on his classic Winston. So a lot of mobility with the Diva and the Winston between these upper platforms. So great high ground control. And FaZe, they're coming in. They're playing Shadowburn on the Genji, but otherwise may have some difficulty controlling the high ground themselves, especially if Shadowburn goes down early.
Yep, that's right. A lot riding on Shadowburn as usual, but I like it. You know, I don't think we've seen them do this on Numbani before, but it's been very effective on Gibraltar. Nice fire strike down the hallway there. Immediately Internet Hulk shifting over to go right after Shadowburn, who has to back away. So effectively, Genji removed from the fight initially, now coming up getting a nice cleave on the lightning gun, trying to chase down Fact Fiction, who's kind of on his own down here in the hallway, and so far so good for Envious. Internet Hulk gets that kill there, and FaZe rather, trying to keep the pressure on the high ground. It's not going to work. Here comes Internet Hulk again. Mickey right there with the Diva. And yeah, FaZe Clan has to regroup.
I mean, there's no pressure. You just see basically the Ana and the Soldier 76 free firing from the other side of the point. And Shadowburn just knocked out very early on by Internet Hulk pursuing him with that Tesla gun. And of course, Winston, an excellent Genji counter. Nothing you could do. You can't reflect it. So they're going to try again, boost themselves with the speed through and try and knock him off. But
Mickey goes for it. He's got the nano boost on him as well, too, but not doing a ton of damage yet. Harry Hook getting the first kill on Too Easy. Internet Hulk still providing a lot of confusion for the FaZe Clan to have to deal with. Oh, and there goes Fact Fiction so low, and a really solid defense so far from Envious. They lost a couple people, but they should have time to get back.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And Harry Hook, again, just showing no pressure on him from the other side of the point. So they tried to get control of that high ground, use the Lucio speed boost to get into position and knock a few off, but he instantly coming back with that nano boost and making it look pretty easy. Team Envious really just maintaining that ultimate advantage as well.
Harry Hook behind, he pops attack visor, avoids the hook, and this could be trouble for FaZe Clan. Everybody getting a little bit low here. Nano boost onto Shadowburn, who swapped over to that Diva now, and Harry Hook needs to run, can't make it out. There's the kill for FaZe Clan, and now maybe Envious in a little bit of trouble, but no, Mickey comes back with a kill onto Too Easy, and FaZe Clan having to back off yet again. Envious loses another couple, but defense still going strong.
Yeah, and it'll be everybody going to be running back here pretty quickly from Envy. It was a good play from Shadowburn, realized the biotic field was down, so he could get up onto Harry Hook and secure that kill, but it's going to be a Winston right into the back line.
As Zarya Shields used a little bit early, and Internet Hulk has that Primal Rage, going to use it. There's a sound barrier as well, keeping Envious healthy. Taimu comes back in with that whole hog. And we'll see if they can defend the point here. Shadowburn trying to just separate Team Envious, and they're doing a pretty good job of it. Too Easy finally able to pick off Mickey. And Envious finds themselves on the outside looking in. There's the Graviton Surge. Shadowburn just getting so much damage with that biotic field for Team Envious. Doing a good job of keeping people up, keeping them strong. And it looks like despite losing 2 ticks on the control meter, Envious will be able to retake the defensive point.
I mean, the biotic field absolutely clutch going down in that Graviton Surge from Zoms, keeping the members of Envious alive. And they just turn back and just power their way through the point one more time. Harry Hook gets the tack visor up. It'll be the only ult in play here with a short. Oh, there we go. Just coming up, and 45 seconds left to go. FaZe looking a bit rough.
Chip's really close to that nano boost as well, so they've got a little bit to work with. Nice hook there. Oh, Shadowburn gets the Zarya shield, has to get away, but whoa, what are you doing there, Lucio? It's a little bit dangerous to hang out right there, but it looks like he's going to make it out for the moment. But, you know, again, the way that Team Envious sets up this defense is just so hard to break. FaZe Clan just gets really separated yet again.
Yeah, absolutely. Pick comes through. Fact Fiction going to respawn right now. 15 seconds left to go. FaZe has got to get on this point.
Oh, Too Easy got hooked, man, and that is tragic. You cannot win a 5v6 on attack here very often, and so FaZe Clan, again, more time being bought by Envious on this defense. Got plenty of ults too. Shadowburn taking a nap nearly on the point right now. Fact Fiction going down again, and there's the nano visor used by Harry Hook right now. Graviton Surge popped by FaZe Clan, but where's the follow-up? Don't really see it happening, and a nice Earth Shatter to knock down Shadowburn again. There goes Too Easy, switched over that Tracer, but it looks like it's going to be a full hold for Team Envious, starting things out strong.
I mean, this is what we're talking about when we discuss these hero pools that both of these teams have, the team compositions, because does Envy have answers for the Pharah? Yes. Do they have answers for the Genji? Yes. Do they have a better Diva player? Yes. So where are the advantages? Where is that explosiveness from FaZe going to come from? And Envy just looking really dominant. We'll see if they can take that point and make it 1-0.
I mean, you made a good point on the analyst desk at the end of the last match, where it's not like they haven't faced really good Genji players before. Arhan in Korea is an incredible Genji player, and they were able to handle him with no trouble at all. So, you know, clearly, right off the bat, FaZe Clan maybe not able to rely on that Genji from Shadowburn as much as they have earlier in this tournament.
They just didn't even give him room to breathe. They just chased him down right off the bat. Taimu and Internet Hulk just went on a Genji killing mission and forced him to change out his hero pick. So FaZe going to be coming back now, trying to get this defense really rolling, and they've got to full hold as well. Zoms will be looking at that Soldier 76, a very similar composition, but they'll be going for double support instead of eliminating the Lucio for the Winston.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about Envious is they do have that kind of interesting defensive strategy that really only they have been able to pull off. And they've got those deep hero pools on the team that let them do those kind of weird things, and it's worked out really well.
I mean, I love watching it, and they play it on point 1 on Gibraltar and point 1 here on Numbani because they're long sight lines with big open areas and high platforms that allows you to reposition very easily across the map. It's something we might also see potentially on something like Volskaya point 8. We haven't seen it from them, but same philosophy.
Hollywood too, maybe.
Yeah.
All right, well, either way, Envious on the offense now. Swapping things up. Harry Hook, of course, on that Soldier 76. Looks like a pretty standard Team Envious attacking comp. We've seen a lot of lately.
Yeah, we'll have a little bit of trouble with high ground control here, so we'll have to see if they can contain Zombs, and Harry Hook going to be peeking around that corner real quick.
Well, it used to be Internet Hulk's job on Winston to take care of that high ground disruption. Now it's really been Mickey on the Diva. Harry Hook getting some decent damage right off the bat with that 76. Dodges a fire strike. Shadow Burn up top with that Diva. Good defensive spots for FaZe Clan. They're just going to drop down and try to engage. Biotic Field use. Fact Fiction, a little bit of trouble. Loses a lot of health as he tries to take down. Well, they do get Coco, actually. Too easy with that pick. Another one for him as well. So good defense from FaZe Clan so far.
I mean, I think it's a bit sloppy, but the drop downs from FaZe were good. They made it difficult for Coco to pick a direction in order to use his Reinhardt shield, dropping from behind with the Diva, and then opening up for Too Easy to actually get some hooks as he turned around with that barrier. So,
well, Too Easy is like the best, what I think I would call a utility Roadhog I've seen. He doesn't like go really far ahead and find these like crazy flanks and plays, but he just knows exactly when to throw the hook where in a team fight and just kind of really gets the picks they need at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're going to see a high ground push now instead, so switching things up, and they're not going to be able to be separated, divide and conquered like we saw last time. Biotic Field going to be thrown down as Harry Hook occupies Raucus on the opposite side of the point.
Not a bad idea, and it looks like it's going to be the attack visor used by FaZe Clan for the moment. A lot of that blocked by Team Envious. Harry Hook goes for the hook, doesn't quite land it. Taimu actually going for that hook. Of course, he's going to be the Roadhog. Whoa, that's a hook onto Coco. He's kind of on his own now. Shadowburn, meanwhile, defending this hallway. He's got the ultimate. We'll see if he uses it. He's got the nano boost first. Ooh, gets pinned by Coco. Sound barrier used by Envious as they try to keep this push going now. Shadowburn, again, you know, he's got that ult. He's going to throw it into the hallway. Gets the kill onto Harry Hook. That's a pretty big one as Fact Fiction takes down the opposing Reinhardt at the bottom. Shadowburn now going after Taimu, who's trying to stay alive, but this push is already over.
Yeah, absolutely, Joe. Still 2 minutes remaining, but Envy not getting a lot of purchase so far. Taimu finally picks up the kill onto Shadowburn. Yes, the ultimate's coming in. Fact Fiction landed that Earth Shatter at the start of that fight, picked up a few kills, and Envy just didn't have the power to go after Shadowburn, just sitting there with the defensive matrix and eating up that tack visor.
Remember when I said before on this map, Internet Hulk needed to be the guy disrupting the high ground defense? Winston, well, it's time. He swapped over to Winston. They're going to go with the single healer on Chip Zion, and I suppose Harry Hook, a little bit of an off healer on that 76, but Team Envious deciding to go back to the old tricks.
Oh, Zombs!
Harry Hook, whoa, nice right click on the Zom. Great start here. Internet Hulk with the kill onto Raucus, and things going pretty poorly for FaZe Clan. Now on this attack, the swap seemed to his help, but just a clutch play by Harry Hook on that Soldier 76. We'll see if Team Envious though can get the point.
They're gonna have to drop down at some point, but such a clutch early couple of kills onto the Soldier and the Ana.
Yeah, sound barrier used, Fact Fiction already low. There's the attack visor. Harry Hook unopposed. They're gonna pop the self-destruct. We'll see if anything can get it. Taimu gets the kill on the Raucus. That's what happened, but not what FaZe Clan was hoping for. And they are losing this point. 2 ticks already on the control meter. Another kill onto Fact Fiction. Gets Zombs as well as he comes back. Harry Hook really being the carry hook here on this first point. And it looks like Team Envious going to take Nimbani in style.
Absolutely. Love the switch we saw there. Even though Internet Hulk died at the very start of that fight, picking up the kill onto Ana was absolutely crucial. And time again, as this tournament has gone on, as we've seen Envy play on this patch, since the buff Soldier changes come through, he will open up fights so often. He will kill the enemy Ana. He will kill the enemy hit scan before you even know what's going on. And that's really what snowballed that point.
Yeah. And you know, you're seeing the versatility that Envious has again. You know, when the chips are down, they really need to bring in the Winston. Internet Hulk is so good on this hero, and we saw it work great defensively. That's a little bit more normal. But then bringing it in, going solo healer on attack, that's something you don't see as much. But the way he's able to just sort of separate the enemy defense, split things off into these little skirmishes, really enables Envious to take points like that.
Yeah, very, very quick too. That full hold, just that single point needed on Numbani.
Yep.
And this is, you know, another thing to talk about. Like FaZe, they've been a little bit struggling when it comes to those approaches, and you can see that they were a bit more stubborn, kind of repeating the high ground approach over and over again. Not a lot of adaptation beyond just swapping off that Genji on their attack.
Right.
But Envy tried the low ground approach, didn't work. Tried the high ground approach, didn't work. And they say, okay, we need more pressure onto the platform on the opposite side of the point. That's when you switch it up to the Winston, and it basically just instantly cracks FaZe's defense.
You know, I know Team Envious hasn't had a chance to practice a lot as a team since Apex League ended in Korea, but while they've been in Korea for the last few months, they have really been in some intense boot camping. They had a great practice facility there that OGN provided from them. They were able to go to other team houses in Korea and practice there with the other Korean teams. So it was basically nonstop hardcore training for the last few months, and I think we're seeing kind of the benefit of that as they've come back into this tournament, and despite being a bit rusty, able to shake it off in like the first map of the first match yesterday, and you know, now they're looking good in the final so far.
Well, it's also, they've gotten lucky, no doubt about it. We talk about the incredible story that they had picking up Mickey right
Yeah.
there he is, right there. Right as the D.Va meta comes into play, having this incredible Soldier player as Soldier is buffed, and then making that really, truly Cinderella run through the playoffs.
Right.
But they got lucky again with this one. Yeah, there hasn't been a patch change, but hey, Symmetra gets a huge buff and a huge rework. And guess who already was using Symmetra as a pocket pick? It's Internet Hulk. So it's like, it couldn't be breaking any better for Envy over the past couple of months. They have lucked out in a lot of ways.
Hey man, I think Internet Hulk's just playing the long game, man. You know, he's smart to love that Symmetra so much the entire time Overwatch has been around. We've been waiting, us Symmetra players. It's I know Zenyatta's my main, but Symmetra's like my alternate main, and we've been waiting so long for this time. It's a good time to be a Symmetra player, and we're not going to see her on Nepal, but we can hope we'll see her a little bit later in this grand finals here at MLG Las Vegas. And if, you know, we talked about that sort of drunken kung fu style that FaZe has. This is the type of map, these control maps, where they can really make that work for them.
Well, they've got to do something. Right now they're showing 4 tanks. Are they going to stick with it?
Yeah.
Harry looks like he will be on the Soldier. Mickey will switch off of the Genji, of course, back over to the D.Va. So similar compositions from both sides, but are not going to see that Zarya from Team Envious going with, of course, the Harry special instead.
We haven't even talked about Taimu on this Roadhog as well, making a lot of great plays through the tournament, through the last couple of matches. Speaking of great plays, pulls in Internet Hog. Oh, never mind. We were watching Too Easy there. Team swap colors. Taimu's a good Roadhog, by the way.
Yeah, he is. And Harry going to take out Zombs right at the start of that fight, too. So both there's the hook onto Taimu.
Yeah. And Too Easy again, you know, has been making the picks when they've needed it. Team Envious, though, on the point. They've got a little bit of control meter built up so far, but they need more. Harry Hook gets a kill onto Shadowburn. That's a good start. There goes Forsaken. Now things starting to change a little bit as FaZe Clan backs away. They haven't given up the point.
Nice hook.
Too Easy brings in Internet Hulk again. That's 2 in a row on the Lucio. And FaZe Clan retaking the point now. Such a long battle over who gets it first. Harry Hook gets brought in. Backfiction finishes him off. Too Easy. He's landed like 6 or 7 hooks already in this round. Finally gets killed off by Mickey. But man, what a start. Team Envious somehow claims the point first.
Yeah, they do. Going to start building up that percent very early on. Mickey will have a chance here. Just to quickly resuit, they have a nano boost to work with as they push FaZe backward just a little bit more. Taimu got a lot of hooks, and so did Too Easy. It was kind of a hooking war right there inside of the point. Team Envy, especially with Harry picking up the kills onto the Ana and then the D-suited D.Va, able just to overpower eventually.
And now on board with Taimu as he's on that Roadhog. It looks like they're going to sleep. Shadowburn on the outside. Mickey just fighting around, trying to just take a better position as they avoid Too Easy's whole hog. Chips Iron did get the kill on the Backfiction during all of that, so they're without their Ana right now. And Team Envious going to use that rather to have a pretty easy defensive hold here.
Yeah, and they only had to commit 1 ultimate to that, to a nice grab there from Taimu.
Just Roadhog hooks things.
Yeah, and all they had to drop was the whole hog because they got the initial pick. So Envy going to be sitting in a great place when it comes to their ult economy. Zombs working up now towards that Graviton surge. So not a big commitment from FaZe either, just trading Roadhog ults basically.
Yep, Chips Iron waiting on the side. Nicely by the back. Oh, the Earth Shatter. What a combo for Team Envious. And they will absolutely rock FaZe's world. That was one of the most beautiful setups I have ever seen.
Well, they didn't check their corner.
They did last time. You get one corner check per tournament, I think. That's how it works for most.
Well, you don't expect the Ana to be there
No, you
sleep darting you, but what a gorgeous setup.
Man.
Coco absolutely wrecking them with the Earth Shatter. But that said, yes, it got them percentage, but FaZe didn't have to invest anything, so they're going to have a strong push right now.
Yeah, Zoms wants to just run in here. I'm sure he wants to use that Graviton Surge. Waiting for it right now. And FaZe having to back away. Zoms actually did use that Graviton Surge. I think it might have gotten eaten by Mickey's Diva there. Self-destruct used. Taimu gets a kill on the Shadowburn as he goes down. Harry Hook loses that particular duel. Coco knocked prone from the Earth Shatter. It's a brawl inside the point right now. Too easy. Has the Nano Boost. Gets a kill onto Internet Hulk. And it looks like FaZe Clan got mad. 99% for Envious, but they're going to be pushed off the point here.
Yeah, but Envy will be happy with that. They were down a number of ultimates. Shadowburn going to move over to the Genji right now. See if he has any better luck. But overall ult economy, Envy going to be higher in those percentages right now. Yep. They've got so much time to work with. It's a little bit poke from Harry Hook, trying to build up that tack visor.
You know, I'm having flashbacks, though, to the last semifinal where FaZe would retake the point when Fnatic was at like 90% too, and they would win some of those rounds. So Team Envious, I'm sure, feeling a little bit of the pressure right now as they get back onto it. The tack visor is available for Harry Hook right now. See if he wants to use it.
Yeah, they're going to use it. They're going to wait for the nano boost will be the question. They don't have to commit to it right now. Yep, they are.
Yep, tack visor. Oh, he's so lucky that hook didn't connect. Still has to worry a little bit about Too Easy. That tack visor not getting as much as I think they would have wanted to, but Backfiction finds himself separate. Oh, but here comes Shadowburn back on the Genji again, getting tons of kills, man. 3 with that before even pulling out the Dragon Blade. And FaZe Clan. Wow, what a team fight.
It builds up that Dragon Blade from 3% all the way up. So Shadowburn doing some work here. And we saw Harry Hook lose a lot of potential DPS. I think they jumped the gun. I think they could have played the poke war for a little bit longer and built up ultimates. But what you saw was the trick with Soldier where you jump shift, and that's how he was able to dodge that hook. Basically, you can sort of like slide in midair.
Yeah, that's right. You do a little bit of air dash there. Shadowburn pulling up the Dragon Blade. He's got the Nano Boost. There goes Internet Hulk. Looking for one more. Doesn't find it. Taimu having to fight Backfiction here, and Harry Hook in a little bit of trouble. Shoots into the Reflect for a moment. Shadowburn having to retreat. Mickey, though, gets the kill onto Forsaken. In the meantime, still, Team Envious, though, not able to quite push onto the point yet. We're up to 82% now for FaZe Clan. Man, it's like FaZe Clan versus Fnatic all over again here on these control maps.
Yeah, they've got the Graviton Surge back to it. Envy has not been able to capitalize on having more ultimates because they did split them up, I think, a little bit too much. I would have gone for a much harder push there. Envy gonna have to try and do this. Graviton goes down.
That's right, Graviton Surge used, and they're gonna wade in there with Backfiction using the sound barrier to try to keep everybody healthy. Zoms firing away at Mickey here. Taimu gets the first kill onto the opposing Roadhog. Too Easy going down. There's the sound barrier coming in for Envious much later in the fight, but a much better time as overtime. 99% for both teams right now. Shadowburn desperately trying to carry here, but Backfiction on his own. No healing. He had the biotic grenade on him. They're going to retake the point, and overtime will be started. Can FaZe Clan get back? It doesn't look like it. Shrine taken by Envious. Wow, what a round.
Yeah, great round. Good kill there on the end. Taimu landing the hook onto Too Easy. Maybe a little bit more challenging than we would have liked to have seen from Envy given the advantage they had, but FaZe did a great job of holding on.
Yeah.
And they turned it around with the Genji coming back out. We saw the Nano Boost onto the Genji with the Dragon Blade one more time, and that stalled out to that 99-99, giving FaZe a very good chance of a comeback.
You know, more than anything, it seems like FaZe is just really good at fighting. You know, not necessarily team fighting. I'm not talking about like solid engages, big combos. They're just good at brawling, you know? So if they get Shadowburn on that Genji, if they can kind of scatter the team a little bit, you know, in these control maps, it seems like they want to create chaos. They're very good at taking advantage of that.
Yeah, it certainly seems that way, and I think that on these control maps, these are the ones that we really have to see FaZe be successful on if they're going to win this best of 7. Because
definitely.
I think that trying to fight Envy on escort or hybrid maps is going to be very difficult for them.
Yep, Shadowburn on the main now as FaZe just dashes right onto the point before it begins. See if they can hold it. Just trying to take that defensive position inside the room. Team Envious coming from the side. Mickey going in. There's a Mei wall. Mickey and Taimu both picking up kills already, though. So good start for Team Envious. That wall coming down. And FaZe might be in a little bit of trouble here. Harry Hook on the Reaper, as we see quite often. Shadowburn trying to get away, going after Chips Ion, looking for the kill. Can he find it? No, not quite. Internet Hulk comes in with a save for his fellow support, and Envious will take the point first.
I mean, that went south very quickly for FaZe, Doa, because we saw what happened when Taimu landed that initial hook. Pick up another kill. Yep, there's another one, but there is a Zarya shield behind it. Going for the cheeky engage more towards the spawn location. They can't follow up on the biotic grenade with much of anything, and Taimu doing a good job of zoning them out and forcing them back down. Shadowburn has decided that he's going to have to go for the Mei right here. They are flipping things around, and Harry Hook starting this point out. I love Reaper on Village because you have to fight in that very small room. Makes a Death Blossom quite easy to.
Yeah, Harry Hook coming in right now, trying to build up that Death Blossom.
Here we go.
Raid Form coming in, avoids the Earth Shatter, I believe. No, I don't think he did. No, he got hit with the Sleep Dart. He has a Nano Boost now, going after Zombs, takes him down. Mickey and Harry Hook getting kills as well. There goes Fact Fiction. So Envious holding that fight. It looked a little bit iffy for the moment, but Harry Hook just getting himself in a very good position in the corner.
Taimu going to be going onto the McCree right now. That's a bit of an interesting switch up considering what we're already seeing, but with no long-range damage really from FaZe. If he can find that angle, gets sleep darted, gets destroyed. That was a bit awkward. That's like a Taimu positioning moment right there where sometimes he plays a little bit risky.
Well, he swaps away from Roadhog and then forgets he's not playing Roadhog anymore. There's the Death Blossom.
Nice move.
Yeah, really good move. Getting Reaper out of the way, not doing a ton of damage. There's a self-destruct coming in. Not picking much up with that Diva. Shadowburn has the Blizzard if he wants to use it. We saw how good he was with the Mei on Volskaya. Not using it right yet. Now popping it down. There's the sound barrier though coming through. Zombs, a lot of charge, not much charge actually on that Zarya. And Team Envious, despite the ultimates used, able to win that team fight.
Just out-brawling. Taimu managed to come back up, and there was nobody on the outside of the point. He was just standing there, shooting his left clicks, popping heads that entire time. Harry gonna jump back over. It looks like we are going to have a 100-0, but we'll see if FaZe can do something. They've got 2 ults. Got to make it work.
Oh, it's overtime. They put the Nano Boost onto Fact Fiction right away. Coco throws a Fire Strike through. Another one comes in from return. Taimu gets 2. Mickey gets another one. Nano Boost onto Taimu. Deadeye countered by the Earth Shatter. He's going to get pinned, but it's a little bit too late for FaZe Clan maybe. The Graviton Surge didn't do a whole lot, and it looks like Envious will go up 2-0 on this Nepal round.
I mean, Doa, I was just wondering where that Nano Boost went from Chips, and then all of a sudden I looked at the kill feed, and off camera I saw everybody start to go down to Taimu, landing huge headshots. That's right.
Oh, that's you gotta like freeze frame that face right there.
4-0. Well, the confidence is real from Envy, but at this stage it's hard to argue. FaZe, this is I think one of their must-win maps to come out with a victory here in the finals, and they're gonna have to reverse sweep here on Nepal in this best of 5.
Yeah, it's looking tough, but we've seen them reverse sweep on a control map already today, so it is possible.
That's a great point.
It is possible, but I think Envious looking really solid in this match already.
And here we go. They're going to try out the Pharah. So
nice.
Bringing it back here once again, Shadowburn, but Harry Hook has some of the best soldier tracking in Overwatch. We'll see how long he's going to be able to survive. Can he take these duels?
Yep. Now, Half-a-Cool did a great job using environmental kills to help that Pharah get an edge on Sanctum earlier in this match. We'll see if Shadowburn can repeat the success. Taimu gets knocked off. That's not a good start for Envious. Harry Hook needs to deliver the damage. They got to get that Reinhardt shield down. I believe they did now. Kills not coming in quite yet, though, but Mickey knocked out the Diva Suit. There's one for Zombs. Shadowburn firing away, going after Chips Ion there, but he has to back away. Chips Ion is a great shot with that Ana as well. Coco gets a pin, I think, onto Ruckus there, and Envious on the point. Wow, Harry Hook, gets hooked, stays alive somehow. No, he doesn't live. Zombs there to get the kill from behind.
Coco's still swinging away on the point. Look at that, he already has the Nano Boost. Doesn't quite get moved off right there. It's somehow Envy gonna come up with that.
Man.
They lost that initial push. It looked like, because they were trying to follow up on a biotic grenade and the damage that they had already done to Too Easy to get that initial kill. But that's when the boop came off, Timer got launched off the map, switches to McCree, and then comes back. But because of all the poke, Chips got a super fast Nano Boost, and that helped as Coco had an amazing dash over the basically over the air, the pit, and then just getting Raucous with the charge.
Like a Tony Hawk Pro Skater Reinhardt move there, but it worked out. And Shadowburn, oh, nice pick on the Internet Hulk. He has been grabbed so many times in this Nepal match already. Shadowburn did switch off of the Pharah, though. Harry Hook using that tac visor, not getting anything out of those. Fact Fiction gets the kill. FaZe Clan looking like they're in prime position to retake the point. They will.
Timer tries to land that flashbang. Doesn't get a kill, though, as Coco gets taken down. I think we do have to criticize Internet Hulk.
Oh, boy.
Hi, Timer. Criticize Internet Hulk a little bit. He's been hooked a lot, and he's probably playing too far forward right now. Not really respecting the hooks from Too Easy, not keeping track of that cooldown, and not staying behind Coco's shield quite enough.
I agree. It does certainly look like he's kind of making it easy for Too Easy to get those Roadhog hooks. They're going to try to break out a spawn now. FaZe Clan, you know on Sanctum, it's really easy to keep teams pinned down. Envious trying to come around the other side, though, it looks like. Nope, just trying to bull rush their way through here. See if it works. Zombs does have that Graviton Surge if he uses it, but Mickey's so good at blocking those. You really got to be careful. Meanwhile, the point almost being taken right now. Somehow, Harry Hook got back on there. Taimu and Harry Hook getting kills here. Nano boost onto that Reaper as Harry Hook looks for more victims. He's going to go after Too Easy, gets the kill with that one. And Team Envious kind of splitting things up, distracting with the Reaper, and able to turn the fight to their advantage. They're going to retake the point.
That was so clever, Doa. So they get the Reaper back there, and FaZe just panics and responds immediately. But what they don't know is that Reaper has already been nano boosted and is just waiting for the tanks to come back down. Few shots from those shotguns end up felling some of those tanks. And now FaZe, at least they've got a lot of ults to re-push with here.
Yep, that's right. Zombs, Graviton Surge ready to go. Team Envious backing away, fighting on that high ground now. And there's the Graviton Surge. Where's the follow-up? They're going to throw in the self-destruct. Sound Barrier used for Envious. Shadowburn still does get the kill onto Chips High, and that's good to get the Ana out of the way. Too Easy with a kill onto Harry Hook, so good start for FaZe Clan right now. Shadowburn coming back in, finishes off Taimu and Coco, and FaZe Clan winning another fight, retaking the point. Or they will soon anyway, as soon as Mickey is dealt with.
Yeah, Mickey just delaying as long as possible, puts them up to 80 by the time the point is split. FaZe with a big investment with their ult economy. However, Harry Hook getting close to having the Death Blossom, and they're just going to patiently wait for everybody to regroup right here. FaZe going to be searching for that big Earth Shatter as they try and walk through this choke.
Yep. Harry Hook coming in now. They're going to try to run right past Fact Fiction. It looks like Zarya's shield used a little bit earlier. That pressure helping out. Mickey gets the kill into Zombs right away. There goes Fact Fiction. Harry Hook not even needing to use that Death Blossom on. And Taimu flips the point. They couldn't deal with him.
Yeah, Taimu just there. They're going to reset very quickly. You see FaZe getting a little bit nervous right now. They know they're not going to have much time, only 20%. So great decisive shot call. So they have one more push here to try and win things back, but they are going to have a tough time of it. They're walking into a nano boost and a Death Blossom, and there it goes.
There it is. Wow, Nano Blossom, Harry Hook with 2 right off the bat. This pushes over. Oh, but somebody's on the point right now. It's stalled out. Meanwhile, Envy is fighting most of that at the payload. Yeah, Too Easy snuck in there with the Tracer, but he's on his own and gets grabbed by Taimu hooked, and that is going to be a 3-0 on Nepal for Envious, and they are up 2-0 in this grand finals.
Yeah, making it look easy, Doa. You got to say, FaZe put up a good fight on that last point, but basically 100-0 there on Village, and it's looking grim, you got to say. Taimu coming back with that McCree, switching it up back and forth with the Roadhog over the course of this series and landing some absolutely huge shots at the end of that Village point that we can see right now.
I mean, what we're seeing here is that Envious is just as good at brawling and scrapping as FaZe is, but Envious also has a little bit more depth maybe to the hero pool, and they have that coordination that it seems like FaZe is kind of struggling with sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. They have very creative engages. I think it's definitely...
Dude, that sleep dart into the Earth Shatter, that was
special. That was a special moment of Overwatch.
That was one of my favorite Overwatch moments I've had yet in this game. That was so cool.
It was really fun to see. And there you go, Primal Rage. At least he got one Primal Rage going back to his Winston roots there.
He did.
Internet Hulk.
That lasting a long time on that plushie there, man. Yeah, never goes away. So we're going to throw it over to the analyst desk, guys, to talk about those first 2 maps.
Thank you guys, excellent casting there, and we're going to try and keep our analysis as quick as those 2 O's were, because we have more matches here in the grand finals at MLG Vegas. Guys, what did we see great from Envy here? ZP, start us off. We had some Coco and Harry Hook wombo combos. We had Taimu on the McCree. What'd you notice?
I mean, in general, Envy overall was incredibly solid. It's hard to pick an overall weak point. I think the cast did point out a little bit. Sometimes Internet Hulk got a little bit too far out, but other than that, they're playing pretty much pristine Overwatch. You take a look at Nambani, they get the first hold there. They put FaZe in a terrible position to start things off. And I mean, realistically speaking, they just feels like whether you look at the ability for them to come out with McCree, ability to come out with Reaper, they have a far deeper hero pool than FaZe does, and it creates a lot of matchup problems for FaZe as they try and break through.
Yeah. What does FaZe have to do, Flame?
Well, I mean, I guess the ZP point, it's like hard because you have Internet Hulk able to flex to that Winston. They're running single healer with a Winston, and suddenly you have Shadowburn, who's really good at Genji, but Winston can shut him down. And then Harry Hook's also really good at 76, so his Pharah's not really taking off. And then even there, you saw him try to go Mei, and then Taimu's McCree shuts him down. So they have like all answers to every single one of Shadowburn's heroes, and I think that that's really what they need to figure out how to fix.
FaZe just came out of the longest set of the tournament. They spent a long time in there, which means I suppose Envious had a long time to talk about exactly what they wanted to do here. And I think it just all comes together where they have a lot of counter picks, what you're saying with the Winston on the Genji. And I think just in general, Envy, what else can be said? They're playing on the highest level right now, and FaZe is having a hard time keeping up.
All right, we'll get a chance to discuss this a little more when we get back from this break. Guys, don't go anywhere. The thrilling conclusion of the Overwatch Invitational at MLG Vegas is about to conclude. Welcome back to the Overwatch Invitational, MLG Vegas. We are most of the way, some way through the final match, which is between Envy and FaZe. It's absolutely incredible. We've got Golden Boy down on the floor with an update on the action.
Thank you so much, Rachel. All right, so of course these players right here, this is what it's all about. But I did get a chance to speak to my best friend, Mendo. That's right, down there, we're friends. And he told me that one of the things that FaZe needs to look out for, or I should say more importantly, what FaZe should improve upon is shutting down Harry Hook. I think it goes without saying that Harry Hook has been a difference maker for this squad, so definitely look out for that one. Of course, Mendo, he's never wrong. Never, ever wrong. So, Rachel, back to you.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. Actually, really interesting point there. We talked about Harry Hook and how important he was into this combination. Tell us, how does he fit into what Envious has been running?
Well, what I would say for Harry Hook, of course, is that he has filled into the hit scan DPS role since the departure of Tailspin, but more than anything else, he's been showing surprising versatility, and I mentioned this, of course, earlier in the day, but it's still really worth bringing up, is that he's also been bringing Reaper back into the fray. Envy's really been the only team to really focus on it heavily, and even in the last series, we saw him using that versatility to get a lot of critical picks off on the FaZe tanks when they came in, and FaZe really didn't have a great answer to it.
Yeah, I noticed, Stir, you've been taking some serious notes too. Can we actually have a look at what are you doing?
I would normally take some pretty serious notes, but this tournament so far, we got, FaZe was trying to run a Mei, but she's very distressed. I don't know if you can tell. I would normally keep a little bit more track, but Envy's just been so on top. I've been like, man, what do you even say? They're just incredibly dominant right now. FaZe has to do something that can surprise them, but what can they even do?
That's a heck of a note-taking strategy, though. The bigger the doodle, I think the bigger the plays for the player, perhaps?
The whole time you're thinking about the drawing, you remember what it was about.
I do. Those are great notes. Well, Flame, what can you add here to this matchup between FaZe and Envy as we get into the final stretch?
I think if you're FaZe here, you start pulling out some crazy strategies. Maybe put Too Easy back on his Tracer, let Zombs maybe even try the McCree. I don't know what you can do. In a straight-up fight, I think Envy's got the upper hand, as we've seen throughout the past 2 maps, but now is the time to bring out the wild stuff that you might not have practiced, just to see what you can do. Like, start turning it into a pub, make it really disorganized, and take Envy out of their game.
All right, well, the next map is going to be Hollywood here. This is a great map for Internet Hulk strategy, where he likes to play some Symmetra. But what else can we see here? What have we seen from FaZe that might indicate maybe a chance to come back? ZP?
Well, for FaZe, of course, Hollywood has usually been one of the maps that is pretty generous to a Genji. It is known for its verticality and all the rest. Unfortunately, if you take a look at how Envy's been playing Hollywood, they're going to have to deal with the Symmetra, which I'm not sure they're going to have a great plan to deal with. Obviously, last time Envy ran it, it was really, really strong here. So, I'm kind of racking my brain to think of what FaZe can do here, but unfortunately, FaZe's go-to when they're in trouble is go to Genji, and Envious has had the answer to that, so it's kind of rough.
I want to see a Diva come out, but not on Shadowburn. Like, I want Shadowburn on his Pharah, and then I want Zombs or Too Easy on that Diva, and I want to see them try to take the high ground on the first point. Like, find a way to dive.
All right, well, we can find out for ourselves just how this is going to go as we get into Hollywood for our 3rd map of the best of 7.
Oh yes, that's right. It's Hollywood time. Doan Monte Cristo here as we move into map number 3 in our grand finals of the Overwatch Invitational here at MLG Las Vegas. And Envious looking pretty dominant so far, huh?
Well, that's one way to put it. I could put it a different way. FaZe has yet to take a single point, and we're in our 3rd map right now.
Dominant.
So that's pretty dominant. Yeah, it's pretty dominant. So this is going to be an interesting, at least, first point defense. So Forsaken will be running Torbjorn here. Actually on the defense, so switching it up. No Lucio, at least at first glance here.
Yeah, that's interesting.
From the likes of FaZe.
All right, so putting the Torbjorn turret in that typical spot. You often see it on Hollywood, hiding behind the brushes. And we're going to start things off. Harry Hook on the Reaper as Envious comes in for their attack round.
They're going to actually just bowl right there, just walk right into the point, actually. They're going to actually just have to deal with that Torbjorn turret immediately. Not going to try and take the high ground at all. Soldier on Zom, shooting from the back. Mickey trying to get up into the top of Cafe.
This is what they like to do, is they walk onto the point. They like to do that and give Harry Hook the ability to just fire into all the tanks. But Forsaken actually, maybe throwing a wrench into their plans, no pun intended, with that Torbjorn. FaZe Clan able to push Envious back a little bit here. There's a nice hook onto Mickey. He gets out. Now Harry Hook coming from the side. He
finds the Soldier.
Yeah, Zombs does go down. Harry Hook moving in, and FaZe Clan, things starting to fall apart for them a little bit here. Yeah. Did I say a little bit? I meant pretty rapidly. There's a nano boost now onto Harry Hook, and he's going to grab 3 right off the bat. Goodbye, Torbjorn turret. Doesn't matter if it's Molten Core time, and Team Envious will take the point and get that payload moving.
Wow, that was quite quick. You saw the Torbjorn turret backed off for just a moment, but Harry finding that flank and getting the crucial kill onto Zombs. That was the go button. Mickey gets basically the attention of the turret, gets it locked onto him, walks up with that defensive matrix, and just allows Harry Hook to shoot it at point-blank range with a shotgun from the side.
Yeah, like Envious attack on Hollywood is basically like Harry Hook. It's like Reaper and his entourage. It's like, let's get Reaper in there so he can do a ton of damage, and I haven't seen it fail in a while. Envious moving the payload now. Harry Hook still on that Reaper, probably going to want to switch after he dies here, but he does have the Death Blossom up. Reaper, not quite as good in phase 2 here. They're going to set back Fiction in with the nano boost as FaZe tries to defend. Harry Hook coming in, that's a good Death Blossom. Gets 3, looking for 4. Mickey gets a kill as well as Forsaken taken down. Switched over to that Zenyatta, but yeah, I guess, normally you want to switch off the Reaper, but if you have the hull, you might as well save it. Harry Hook making it work, and he's like, well, I would swap, but I just can't seem to die.
Yeah, Harry right there. So he saw the reflect from Genji go down, as well as the nano boost get used onto Fact Fiction.
Yeah.
Comes in from behind, and
nice
Kaibu will grab That Genji from the high ground. They have very little high ground control with this composition, but they have enough time to reset that up. Taimu looking for the diving hook off the top of the saloon.
You know, guess what? Guess another time where Reaper is really good at. When the other team doesn't have a D.Va, and for whatever reason, FaZe Clan not running it right now, Harry Hook still with an opportunity here to do some more. Earthshatter goes down, doesn't do a whole lot. Oh, that Earthshatter helped out from Fact Fiction, though. Gonna get the kill, and Forsaken picking one up on the Zenyatta as well. Nice pin onto Coco, and finally FaZe Clan winning a defensive fight, giving themselves a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah, Fact Fiction, good timing on that Earthshatter right as the Reaper was falling towards him. Harry Hook mixing it up right now, trying to go ahead, switch over to that Soldier 76, deal with these longer sight lines. Shadowburn sticking onto this Genji, but no ultimates up. Transcendence coming close, as is the Dragon Blade, but Envy's got 3.
Oh, here's Mickey coming in, trying to chase Shadowburn away. We do see that Harry Hook, now that he's died, has swapped over that Soldier 76. Usually a better pick on this Old West phase. I should call it like Westworld phase now.
Westworld phase is definitely what we're calling it.
On the Westworld phase here on Hollywood. That Dragon Blade almost up for Shadowburn, and he intends to use it. There it is. Let's see if he goes for the supports now.
He's gonna play it. He wants to save it. So they got the initial hook from Too Easy.
Wow, Mickey popped out the D.Va suit. That's bad for Envious. Yeah, he's gonna go down, and Envious gonna need to back away and kind of rethink things.
Yeah, we didn't actually see what happened right there to Coco to start things off, but considering they had the defensive ult and the sound barrier, maybe an unnecessary depth there from Coco off of a nice hook from Too Easy, but that's given FaZe some time here. They didn't commit the Dragon Blade, just waiting to build all the way back up now. They do not have a nano boost here, so orbs are going to have to be particularly good and targets if Shadowburn wants to get a lot of damage down.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Taimu does have that full hog ready to go. Team Envious really kind of biding their time. They're kind of waiting for those ults to build a little bit more. FaZe Clan getting a lot of time to get that payload slowly pushed backwards here. Raucus really close to the sound barrier, man. I think we're in for a pretty apocalyptic fight here.
Yeah, FaZe has done a really good job of stalling this out so far.
Yeah, they have. All right, here we go. Nano boost onto Shadowburn, I think. Yep. No, nano boost onto Mickey, actually. He's going to go in the back lines. Goes right after Too Easy, who somehow stays alive. Mickey does have the self-destruct available, but there's the Transcendence for FaZe Clan, really helping that defense stay solid. But here comes Harry Hook now with the tack visor, and they're going to rush onto this payload right now. Shadowburn, he's got the bite of grenade. Oh, nice hook. Chips high and capitalizes on it and takes him. Team Envious will win the fight. They will take point B. Remind me to not try to say capitalize during a team fight again.
Yeah, absolutely. There was a little bit of a stacking of support ultimates right there from FaZe, unfortunately coming in. So good hold on the tack visor from Harry Hook. He was able to clean up after those went down, and a little bit of crouch spam right there.
Well, you know, I mean, squats are really good for your lower back, you know, for quads and everything. So if you're gonna, you know, spend a little bit of time in the respawn room, might as well get a couple squats in before you die.
Squats in so you can sprint faster.
That's right.
Future, right?
You know,
Soldier 76.
Say, leave a beautiful corpse. So if you're gonna have great quads at least. There you go.
I'm sure Soldier is really concerned with having a nice ass when he dies, don't I?
need to leave a beautiful corpse. That's a new voice line. I've heard rumors. Taimu gets a kill into Shadowburn. Been so good on that Roadhog. Harry Hook looping around the side here as FaZe Clan pushed back farther and farther. Harry Hook with a kill onto Zombs, now swapped over to that Zarya, but didn't last too long. And there's a whole hog use. Fiction drops the Earthshatter. They do drop Coco. Transcendence coming in as a re-engage, but Harry Hook has the nano boost, has the tack visor. That Transcendence nearly gone. There goes Forsaken, and it looks like Envious may be able to end it right here. They've got to deal with Shadowburn first. They do, and that will be 3 points for Team Envious. They get on there eventually. I thought they'd get it by now.
Raucus managed to get there with the Lucio. Back Fiction, back up. They will, looks like, eventually get it.
Maybe it's like right there, 0.24 meters. Envious still brawling. Taimu over on the Tracer now as they just try to keep the pressure on it. There it is, finally 3 points for Team Envious. Stalled out a little bit in the Westworld phase, but they kept it clean in the end.
Yeah, they did. I think Envy could have been more decisive with their ultimate advantage. Didn't end up actually having that. Looks like be checking Harry Hook's mouse right there.
Yeah,
a bit of concern from him. I couldn't tell with the tracking that he has most of the time that he could ever have a problem like that. But.
He was blowing on the mouse, and I don't think that works, man. This is not a Nintendo cartridge. That's an optical mouse.
Well, it does have the optical sensor, so I'm going to go with blowing on. It does work though. If there's dust on the optical sensor.
Maybe we've
come full circle, right? Blowing on actually does work. Old school cartridge technology now to laser technology.
Wow, what a world we live in.
What a time to be alive.
What a world where a Lucio main turns into one of the sickest hit scan DPS in the world.
And they pick up a random Thai friend that they met at the Overwatch World Cup, who just happens to be one of the best D.Va players in the world.
Yep. Hey, man, you want to join the team? Yeah, I happen to be the absolute perfect fit for you right now. Oh, well, that sounds wonderful. Let's make this happen.
Well, it's happening. Symmetra from Internet Hulk has been selected for the time being. We are going to go into a pause.
And a pause. All right. Man, the end of that last offensive round for Envious really just, they seemed to kind of push FaZe back, and FaZe couldn't really regroup. And we've kind of noticed that throughout the tournament too, is that when FaZe loses a defensive fight, sometimes they do have a hard time kind of getting back in position, getting back together and ready to put on a strong defensive front. Looks like it is a mouse issue for Harry Hook here. But so what I'm saying is that these guys we see on, like, for instance, Gibraltar, they don't often try to rush to the high ground and sort of take that typical defensive position. They'll, like, sit on the low ground. And I feel like we may have seen a little bit of that too, but it could also just have been Envious being so aggressive, sending people ahead when they get those fights to kind of keep them from getting that good defensive setup.
Yeah, I mean, certainly I'm excited to see what we're going to have on the flip side of this point now.
Yeah.
Of course, once we see that Symmetra coming out again, the Hulk special, and Symmetra has always been able to be played against Genji, right? Because you can get through that reflect, but now with the buff, it's even better. And even talking to some of the teams, Zero have said that they believe that even nano boosting Symmetra on some of these defenses is very valuable. You're doing about 180 DPS once she's fully charged, so you basically need a little bit more than a second to just one-shot a Genji.
A big part of that too is that her left-click range got extended from 5 to 7 meters. So actually,
it's a really big buff.
It's a lot easier for her to engage than it was when Team Korea was nano boosting the Symmetra back on Eichenwald at the Overwatch World Cup.
Yes,
it's even easier now. Tyrong's dream.
Yeah, Tyrong's dream actually came true. The change is certainly doing a lot for it. So
a lot of our dreams, man. Us Symmetra players.
Still his dream, the Symmetra dream. Well, I'm excited to see it again.
Yeah.
It looks like preliminarily Shadowburn will be on the Pharah this time, so no actual going over to the Genji here. I think they have a good read on that situation, but Harry's likely to play that soldier, so.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Hollywood's one of those interesting defensive points where you can have these kind of like wacky comps that you don't really see on a lot of other maps, but the thing is that the offense can get like a lot of momentum too. It sounds like the mouse issue's been fixed at this point, so we'll be jumping back into game very soon, hopefully. Harry Hook, I mean, man, with tracking like that, you really do need to have your mouse in proper working order. That's worth pausing for, huh?
He still looks sort of confused. Hopefully that is actually a resolved issue right now.
They're going to be like, all right, well, your mouse doesn't work. Back to Lucio for you.
Is that right?
All right,
Tybu's the only DPS player now.
Yep. Man, what happens if somebody who owns that car comes and just drives it away with the Symmetra turret on? Like, lots of unintended victims, I think. That's really dangerous to put the Symmetra turret on somebody's vehicle.
That would be a problem, although I will say that somebody driving that car away would lead to longer sight lines and probably a lot of happiness for the defensive team. Really, if I was on defense, I would just tow that car immediately so that I could get that longer range.
Roadhog's got the hook.
Yeah, exactly.
Hook it up to that, have Bastion like drive it away. You got to get rid of that car. Who parked that there? Who does that?
Right in the choke.
Yeah.
That is a jerk move.
Who parks their car there? Give them a ticket, Yeah.
Just tow it. I agree with your saying that you should use the Roadhog, just chain it into the Bastion tank mode, and just drive it straight out of there.
That's right.
It's a hover car. Why can't you just push it? Why can't I just push it?
That's a good point. How do you keep a hovering car parked? I wondered, does it like lock to the ground with gravity per se?
Why do they keep hovering when they're parked? Shouldn't it be fine for them just to gently float and touch the ground?
I guess to be fair, most real cars are locked to the ground with gravity. That's kind of how physics works, I suppose. But yeah, hovering car. How do you keep it parked?
It just slide around like an air hockey puck,
Nobody in San Francisco has hovering cars. They just like roll down the hills right away, or float down.
No, I think they should just fall. Just gently rest on the ground.
Yeah,
don't need them to hover when they're parked.
That makes sense. Well, see, that makes me wonder if maybe that guy was like pulling up. And he was like, oh, I'm going to just go visit Westworld and hang out a little bit. And then he like drives in and he sees like the Bastion lurking behind the corner and like the Torbjorn turret. And he's like, uh-oh. And he just got out of his car and ran away. That's why it's still running, maybe.
There you go. I think that's probably a logical.
Yeah. It's not his fault.
Logical conclusion.
He wasn't being a jerk. He just didn't want to die.
I could appreciate it. I respect that.
I'm saying you want to get it. That's why Hollywood is abandoned right now, because they know it's going to go down. That executive needs to get to his parking place, and as many people as possible are going to die in the process.
It is really grim when you think about it that way, right?
It is, yeah.
Some of these maps, like the payload is a bomb, or it's like a mission-critical satellite that has to go into space on Gibraltar.
But at what cost?
But there's just an angry robot in a car yelling at you to take him to a movie studio. And then, meanwhile, it is a bloody war zone surrounding absolutely everything, right?
Horrible, man. Yep, class warfare at its finest right there. Literal class warfare. FaZe Clan coming in now. Shadowburn on that Pharah trying to dislodge people from the second level of the cafe. Time taking a nap, but he's protected by that Reinhardt shield. Harryhook gets the kill onto Shadowburn. I mean, that's what you do when you play Pharah into Team Envious, man. Harryhook's so good on the tracking with these hit scan characters. I don't think the Pharah is going to work.
This is why it was hard to imagine the FaZe victory, because basically anything that Envy has is going to be superior. They have the at least hero pools to counter, and then the heroes that they share between each other, right? Whether it's Shadowburn on D.Va or Mickey on D.Va, well, Envy has the better D.Va player. Yep. Whether it's Taimu on Roadhog or Too Easy on Roadhog, well, Envy has the better Roadhog player. So it's really, really difficult to imagine a FaZe victory, and so far that's pretty much exactly what we've seen. And okay, well, Taimu going to be pleasantly jiggling on top of the ops building right there.
Please never say pleasantly jiggling again. Thank you. I love Internet Hulk using those Symmetra shields too. When you throw that down that narrow corridor, it makes it even harder to break through that Reinhardt shield. You really do need to go for maybe some kind of dive if you're FaZe Clan. Shadowburn did switch back over to the D.Va, so we'll see what happens now.
Shield. Nice hook. Nope. Yep. Sorry, a shield. Going to block that one off immediately. Taimu has to take a breather.
That's the dangerous thing. Symmetra shield coming down. Nano boost was used on the Mickey. Looking for some victims here. Goes after Zoms on that Zarya. Symmetra turret helping out. And there's the self-destruct. What are they trying to find? They're trying to find the shield generator. Mickey, you trying to save it. Can't quite do it. Yeah, shield generator does go down. So at least a little bit of success there. But Envious getting most of the kills. You can see Harryhook able to get quite a few and not even needing to use the tac visor to do it.
Yeah, they got all the way into the back of the map right there with their 2 tanks, but they were the only players remaining around that point for FaZe. So don't get any capping done, but at least they take down that ultimate from Internet Hulk, who has to rebuild it all the way from 0%.
You can do that pretty fast on a map like Hollywood, though. And the nice thing about getting that teleporter down or the shield generator down is it creates this sort of mini game that the offense doesn't want to have to deal with, where not only do they need to worry about taking the point, but they also have to kill this thing that's like hidden randomly on the map. Makes it pretty tough. And there's a Graviton Surge going in. Shadowburn throwing in the self-destruct. This could be big, or he could get nothing. Earthshatter going down. FaZe Clan, rather, using the sound barrier to try to keep this push going. Harryhook backing away. He's being chased around by Lucio. That's not something you see very often. There's a kill, though, onto Zoms. Raucus has to back off, nearly going down. And there's a biotic field. Harryhook fighting off supports like his life depended on it. And it kind of does. Oh, he does finally go down. Backfiction gets a kill onto Taimu as well. But in the end, again, Team Envious coming out on top just barely.
And they had so many ults used against them right there, but a great reaction from Coco. You could see turning around at the last second, and as soon as the D.Va ult goes off, to make sure that they aren't going to be hit by any follow-up damage, he just goes ahead, 180s, drops the Earth Shatter while his allies clean everything up. They couldn't kill Harryhook in time, so he was able to reposition on the low ground.
Yeah.
And shield generator goes down just in time.
Yep, that's right. And you can put it all the way back there and still give shields to your team. It's got a ridiculously long range. Mickey out of the suit. Coco gets the kill on the opposing Reinhardt. Backfiction going down. It's Operation Kill the Shield Generator, but it's so far back right now, and that's the strength of the Shield Generator more than anything, is that it gives you the 75 shields, but you can put it so far away and still get the benefit. And now it looks like that's just going to be Hollywood. FaZe Clan needs to get back on there, and they can't even get to the point. Envious with a full hold, and they're going to win Hollywood up 3-0 in this grand final.
One more, apparently.
Yep.
He mouths at us right now. So.
Wow.
Confident that they're going to be moving on after one more map to a clean sweep of the finals, and FaZe still sitting, still waiting to cap a single point in this grand final.
The emotions on these two teams couldn't be more different right now. Envious joking around, having fun, and we've seen that for sure ever since Mickey's joined the team, but when you're up 3-0 in the grand finals like this, it's not hard to have a good attitude. FaZe Clan, things a little bit more somber, but We've seen them make comebacks in the past, but honestly, this grand finals, I'm kind of thinking 4-0 too.
Yeah, I see with FaZe, it's unfortunate because Envy has all of the counters to them. Like the really matchup, the on-paper matchup is just really poor for FaZe, and against a different opponent, they might have been able to do quite a bit better. But this is it's going very well so far, and Taimu maybe walking home with another trophy after his trials and tribulations.
Well, after all the travel issues he had getting here, I hope he doesn't have to walk home. It's a long walk to Sweden, man, or Finland. Finland.
It's Finland.
My bad.
Oh, wow.
I remember that. I'm part Swedish, so I think about Sweden a lot. Think about the land my Viking ancestors were from.
You just tilted all the Scandinavian.
I know, right? I can never go to Sweden now. Oh well. I've still got other places of ancestry to choose from.
Fantastic. Okay. I'm glad for you.
Thank you.
Since you can't go to Sweden anymore, where can you go for?
No.
Where would you go? Huh?
I could go to Norway, Ireland, Wales, Scotland,
those are nice
Germany.
Places.
Yeah. I live in Korea. So I could stay in America too, I suppose. I got options. That's what I'm saying. FaZe Clan, though, nearly out of options, I think, here in this best-of-7 match at the Overwatch Invitational here at Las Vegas 2016, Major League Gaming. That's where we're at.
Yeah, man, I didn't think Envy was going to be able to do this well at this tournament. I thought with the lack of practice, they weren't going to be in such a commanding position, but they really proved me wrong. And
whoa,
is he
rare
smiling?
kind of smile from Coco.
Okay,
there we go. That's more like it. I was going to say, who took over Coco's body for a second? That's not the real Coco. Yeah. But you're right. You're absolutely right, because essentially we've seen Envious kind of evolve in a little bit of a little bit of a bubble in Korea, right? And we didn't know how what they did in Korea was going to translate to a tournament against these North American teams. I thought it was going to be a little bit closer than this too, honestly.
Me too.
But Envious just looking like that practice in Korea helped them so much. And I don't think this is a sign necessarily that the Korean teams are better. I think there's still plenty of teams in North America and Europe that are competitive, but the practice that you get there certainly is a huge benefit, and Envious taking full advantage of that.
Absolutely. I'm just impressed, because if they're doing this well at this tournament on basically no practice over the last few weeks, how much better would they have been, dare I say, if they had been able to practice for the last week or two, or boot camp like many of the teams coming into Vegas were able to all over the country, really.
I mean, I think they've only lost one map in this tournament.
They drew one and they lost one, yes.
Okay, yeah. So, they really couldn't have made too much of an improvement, honestly. Forsaken on the Zenyatta yet again as FaZe Clan starts out for defense as we move into Temple of Anubis. Team Envious on the attack, and Taimu, we see him on the Widowmaker right now. He might switch, but it's a valid pick for this map. You could see him stick with it.
He actually does play Widowmaker on this map and on Attack on Volskaya. So those are two maps that Envy has in the past felt confident using that pick on, and considering they're up 3-0, they might just try it though. This might be for style points.
I mean, Mickey's on Winston right now. There's Internet Hulk swapping back over to Lucio. He was on the Junkrat. I don't think we're going to see that. Yeah. But Mickey, I'd be pretty shocked to see him on Winston, but it can work. I mean, Winston's one of the best offensive threats on Temple of Anubis in terms of jumping onto that platform that FaZe is setting up on. So switching over to the Diva, but you can still make an argument for the Winston on this map once in a while.
They're going to run with the Widowmaker. This doesn't surprise me. This is an old Envy classic. Going to jump up right now, see if he can find a shot. Not going to land right into a Reinhardt shield there, so looking for an angle. Has to be careful of that reflect, of course, from the Genji as he's searching for targets. And will protect himself.
Now firing away at that Reinhardt shield, certainly a good thing too. And FaZe backing all the way up to the point. They don't want to deal with the possibility of getting caught by a Taimu. And that gives Envious a great upper hand here, literally, as they're able to take the high ground over the point. They're going to drop down now. Coco with the shield, just blocking as he builds up some of the control meter. Harry Hook there, ready to try to grab back Fiction. Doesn't end up working out. Genji with the bubble, it's gone now. Uses that reflect, and he's going to be vulnerable after this. Trying to dash out of there, going on the high ground. Gets hit with that biotic grenade right away, too. So can have a hard time going after the supports. Zombs does kill Chip's Ion, though. So Envious loses a crucial member of their team here. Coco with the kill on to Zombs in response, and Envious still winning the this fight. Got him on a shadow burn, and Harry Hook finds his victim.
Time gets too easy from the back, and you could see FaZe very afraid. They were trying to play in those little rooms, back off from the point, but that fear really drove them to a loss. Time is going to go ahead and change over right now to, okay, May. That is not a normal Taimu hero, but why not, though? It is very good on point B.
I mean, I think it's legit, too. Harry Hook on the Reaper, no surprise there, but, you know, May with the Blizzard is able to cover basically the entire point, so you can use that to get a lot of control percent built up, a lot of control meter built up, rather. And you can use the wall, too, to help your engage become a little bit safer, too. Harry Hook having to duck under and grab the health pack there. Coming up for some good shots on the Zombs. Gets hooked, though. And Too Easy going to get an important kill. Shadowburn does find Taimu and Chips High, and that Dragon Blade doing work. And Team Envious going to need to back off.
That was absolutely crucial, Doa, that they picked up that kill with the Dragon Blade early, and that Shadowburn had built that ultimate up because they really had no other tools. But Envy switching over and having that Widowmaker first meant that Taimu wasn't going to have a useful ultimate, basically, whether or not he stayed on the Widowmaker for that assault. So difficult to snowball off the Widowmaker, you got to say a lot of the time, and especially since Harry Hook also swapped over. So not really realistic to expect them to take point B off of that initial push.
No, that was just an outbuilding push. Now they're going to rush in on the right side here. Bionic Grenade used early. Harry Hook coming on the side. They've got Raucus zoned off a little bit. FaZe Clan still on the point for the moment. They've got a lot of ults to work with as well.
Forsaken does take out Taimu, like right at the start of that little battle, but
Internet Hulk goes down.
Yeah, this is rough. Like, the problem with what Envious did, again, is that when you choose heroes like that, and we talk about assault maps, it becomes difficult to just move from one fight into the next, take a big ult advantage, and slam it home with a really big time.
Yeah.
And now they're struggling against FaZe, who has been really disciplined with their ult usage, built up 5, and Shadowburn nearly up at 6 right now, and Envy still is going to have to work their way up. So they've just got to get as many ults out as they possibly can.
And they're going to give it a try. Graviton Surge used, but a kill comes in for Envious right at the beginning. Kills on both sides, in fact, as Envious tries to hold this point. Harry Hook has that sound barrier, goes after Fact Fiction, gets the kill. Earth Shatter used, but Envious able to sit on this point. Shadowburn very, very low, and there's another kill for Harry Hook. One of the few teams that still makes Reaper look so good. Transcendence does allow them to get back into the point with the Zenyatta. Too Easy, though, does go down. Another kill for Harry Hook. I feel like I've said that like 8 times in this fight, but look at that. More kills for Harry Hook. There's the Death Blossom, and Team Envious builds that control meter almost all the way. It's so close right now. Coco with the kill. They've got the nano boost, and that is it. Too Easy can't get back in time, and 2 points for Envious.
They were so close to finishing that the rewind from Too Easy's Tracer, he still had a dash up to get back in, and that split second didn't allow them to do that. So I'm not sure actually what happened to the Graviton Surge. That may have actually been eaten by Mickey on that last push, because I didn't see it go out on the point when all of the kills started rolling in for Harry Hook. But Harry just showing that dominance once again. Great staggering chaining of ultimates right there. We saw the Blizzard go down, pick up those first few kills. Then Mickey just clogging the choke point with that Diva ultimate and getting enough control percent to make it work. But coming into a push that was an ult favor for FaZe and winning that fight was very impressive.
Yeah. And now, all Envious needs to do to win this entire tournament is to just prevent FaZe from getting both points on Temple of Anubis. I feel like we just started these grand finals and we're at a position where it might already be over.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is it. I mean, if FaZe would like to even get a point in this grand final, it has to be now. Internet Hulk will be playing the Symmetra.
Nice.
One more time, and seeing a very similar composition to what came out from them on Hollywood Defense. And man, we have to see something new here from FaZe, and hopefully that is going to be a big dive composition. They'll have the Zarya and they'll have the Winston to run interference for Shadowburn, as well as having the orb healing Genji up. They're actually going to switch it off, so for the first time maybe Zomb's going to go for the Diva. That would be something different.
It's a really sneaky turret place. I like that. I'm learning things right now, Internet Hulk. I'm like memorizing these. Whenever I see him play the Symmetra in this tournament, I'm like mentally keeping track of wherever he places these turrets, because I'm going to use them as soon as I get back online.
He is quite clever with that character, plenty of experience.
You can jump up there. It's not easy, but Taimu can do it. Roadhog a little bit more agile than he looks. And here we go. Team Envious on the defense. A win on this round would mean a win in the entire tournament.
Fact Fiction going to be on the Diva, actually. So Zom's back on the Zarya, so they have those shields to really help out with this dive composition. They need to kill this Symmetra early.
They've got Orb of Harmony too. This is like the ultimate keep the Genji healthy comp. Right now, Taimu going down, looking for a kill into Too Easy. Can't find it. There's no hook. Mickey gets a kill into Zamzo. That's big. Good start for Envious as they fight FaZe Clan off. FaZe does take that platform though, and Harry Hook needs to back away. Has to get behind that Reinhardt shield.
Yeah, starting to put those
safer.
Yeah, moving the turrets back right now so that they have, if that Genji's going to come over the wall, they have some ways in order to deal with it. So they concede a lot of ground, but initial kills going over to Envy again, and they are able to snowball the map.
Yeah.
Too Easy doesn't really finish much off with the Tracer in the back line, and Internet Hulk already has that shield generator. Worrisome for sure for FaZe.
Absolutely, man. That's 75 more health per hero. That's basically like a 7th hero's worth of hit points to deal with. More than that even in some cases. Too Easy coming in on this Tracer now. Sneaking around the side, looking for a little bit of damage. He's got the grenade ready to go.
Well, Hook came in on the Shadow Burn right there. Looks like he had the reflect, so...
Oh, Zoms goes down. Envious already getting a pick here in this defensive fight, and there's the hook for Taimu. Man, not a great start. Taimu already getting 2 kills in this fight. FaZe Clan having to back away. Down to about 2 minutes left, 2:20 or so.
Yeah, Shadowburn zoned way off right there. Having to play quite passively. Harry Hook spamming up, and he'll be getting right back. You see that shield at the very back of the point.
Yep.
Envy building up quite a few ultimates right there. It's going to start with a nano visor.
Oh, wow. Shadowburn gets taken out nearly immediately. Harry Hook looking for more. And how do you get back to the shield generator when you're trying to fight through a 76 like that? It's just hard to make work. Backfiction again on the D.Va this round, trying to stay alive on the point. And here comes Mickey, just disrupting the reinforcements. Really nice play on the D.Va, helping his teammates deal with the people on the point while he makes it harder for the offense to get more people to the fight.
Yeah, Mickey is controlling that high ground once again. Backfiction gets into that back line, but nobody able to deal with the shield generator left. Just 90 seconds remaining for FaZe Clan to put up a fight here in this grand final.
Yeah. Dire straits for FaZe right now. They've got to make one of these pushes work here. Better now than later. That shield generator is not going to go anywhere unless they make it go to the scrap heap, I guess.
Well, they got to get back there, but it is so hard because there's a lot of Symmetra turrets back there, and they're fighting so aggressively in its defense.
Well, Symmetra can replace those turrets much quicker now than she could before. Finally, some sentry turrets being taken out. Internet Hulk, though, gets the kill onto Zoms. Zoms has died early in these fights many, many times here. Too Easy taken out as well, and yeah, Team Envy is already defending, and it's under a minute left. It's under a minute for FaZe's tournament life.
I mean, Zoms is getting hooked a lot. It's basically Taimu outplaying him with Zarya's shields being down. They don't have a Reinhardt this time.
Shadowburn got badly split spawned too, so that's going to cost them even more time. I mean, yeah, the Genji can catch up, but FaZe Clan, this is it. They need to make this attack work or the tournament is over.
Yeah, and they don't have a nano boost for this Dragon Blade, so how much damage is the Dragon Blade actually going to do?
Yep, Envious with the defense. They've looked so good this tournament. Got 2 points already. There's Attack Visor, Transcendence, keeping FaZe Clan healthy. That Attack Visor not going to do quite as much here. No, in the end, it does get Too Easy. Crucial kill on that Tracer. Looking for one on Forsaken. He will go down. Taimu with one under Rockets. There's the wipe. Fiction, Backfiction, nearly down. All 6 members out of the way. Self-destruct used, and now just 5 seconds left. Team Envious will go undefeated and win the Overwatch Invitational here at MLG Las Vegas.
And
GG.
Congratulations to Envy. The win at Apex, now the win here in Vegas. No time to practice, but it doesn't matter. A shutout in the final. What a dominant performance.
You know, a lot of people were saying coming into this one that this is going to really kind of tell us who's on top of the North American scene, and I think there's no disputing it now, man. Envious is clearly the kings of this region at the moment.
Kings of the world. At this
I guess
point,
so, yeah. I mean, they won the only other huge tournament that's happened lately, so.
And with a team like Rogue also being in Korea, you know, showing some of the finest from around the world there as well. They come back to North America, dominate here. It's hard to say Envy is not on top of the global Overwatch scene right now.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much a done deal. So what an amazing tournament from these guys, and what an amazing tournament too from FaZe Clan as well. I mean, a team that, you know, people maybe didn't expect to perform up to the level that they did. And again, you know, like the drunken kung fu style has been so much fun to watch. Shadowburn, a great player, but it's all about Team Envious right now. That's their moment. Mickey lifting that trophy high.
I bet Mickey didn't think that when he went to Korea for playoffs, that he would be hosting 2 trophies within a period of a month with this Envy roster. What a phenomenal story and an amazing player.
Seriously, yeah, and Mickey, you know, I mean, he's no new player to FPSs as well. He was a very prominent FPS player in other games in Southeast Asia, and now really making a name for himself on the global scale here in Overwatch.
Absolutely. Tasmo, their manager, joining them. Congratulations once again to Envy for winning here in Las Vegas, invited by MLG.
That's right, and so we're going to throw it over to Golden Boy on stage, who's there with our champions.
All right, guys, give it up one more time for your champs, Envy! Now, he's in. I'm going to ask him to come over here. Tamu, come to me. Por favor. Gracias. Thank you. Thank you very much. My friend, I mean, you went through hell and back to get to this point. On Twitter, you said that you basically, nothing's going to hold you back, not even death, from winning this tournament. How does it feel?
Well, I mean, I don't lie, so it was expected, you know?
The man never lies. Now, what was it about you guys coming to this event that made you just so unbelievably dominant? I could pinpoint plays for each individual player, but it really just, as a collective unit, whether it was in Korea or even here in Las Vegas, you guys looked untouchable.
I think it's just the fact that we work really well as a team, and this meta is completely, it's not about the individuals, it's about the team. And I think we're just like, our team coordination is just insane, and I'm really happy about that.
So I don't want to put you on the spot, okay? But I know a lot of people online have been asking this question. You guys picked up Mickey. You got 2 championships. I mean, is he sticking around? I mean, I think we all love us some more Mickey.
I think, yes, we're gonna get Mickey.
Yes.
Yeah.
There you go. Spoken from the boss himself, Hashra. Honestly, I have nothing left to give for this interview. Guys, congratulations. Give it up for Envy. And let's go ahead and toss it over to Rachel to close out the show.
Oh, thank you so much, Golden Boy. As if it wasn't enough to win a $100,000 invitational tournament here at MLG Vegas, they got a brand new player on their team, too. Is there a better prize than being able to pick up Mickey, ZP?
I just got to say, Hastra out of nowhere. I did not expect that. Just like comes in off camera and grabs my phone.
Blindsided.
Yes.
He's always in the shadow.
I know.
He was waiting. I want to know if that was scripted, because it didn't look scripted, but it, wow.
I will tell you, Hastro is always in the wings, ready to support his boys. No matter the game, he will come out of there and protect his team and support them. So really an incredible organization here in Envy. What an incredible victory. Guys, I just wanted to give you a moment. You know, I don't know how much there is to analyze here. So, you know, just what are your final words? Flame, or Stir, start us off.
Jeez, Envy was just, I mean, obviously on the top of their game throughout the entire tournament, but right there against FaZe, they pulled it all together. Even with Time, of course, showing up late, we keep saying, but I think right from the beginning, he didn't need time to warm up in his matches, which we've seen before. He was just great from the beginning. I could not draw a Reaper, but I think there was a really good...
You tried, though. I see that you tried.
Don't look.
No, it looks good.
But Harry Hook, seriously, he was playing phenomenally the whole time.
I really think the analysis we did in the middle of the series pretty much holds true, is that you look at Envy, they had a far deeper hero pool. They were even incorporating things like Symmetra, which really is now playable again once more. Envy's very flexible, and even at times where they had to run head-to-head, they were better than FaZe, so you don't get much more thoroughly beaten than that.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to the Shadowburn factor. He was so good against every other team in this tournament, but it felt like Envy was like his kryptonite. He was everyone else's kryptonite, and Envy was his. So FaZe has to feel good. I mean, it doesn't feel good to lose 4-0 in the grand finals, but just getting to the grand finals is a huge, it gives them a lot of room to like improve, think about how they got there, figure things out for the future, because they have such a good future in front of them, especially since, again, the patch didn't favor them, but they overcame it anyway. And I think that is one of the best storylines of this tournament, is them even making it to the finals.
Yeah, everything went right for them. Golden Boy handed Taimu a mic and didn't even regret it.
I know, that was honestly the scariest part of this tournament.
My stomach and stuff. I was like, oh, really?
He's got a bad elbow. I didn't want to fight for it, I guess.
Yeah, no, but seriously, they've grown into a nice, lovely group of gents there, too, especially with Mickey pulling the team together. Always love seeing Internet Hulk smile. He seems to also be another smiler, a little bit more stoic in it, but Always happy.
He brings out the best in them, like just from a personality standpoint, and I guess from an in-game standpoint. Like when you're down, having him just there to smile, laugh, and turn everything into a joke, it really helps morale. And I think that that's one of the things that people don't really notice. But I've talked to them. Like Taimu just looks so much happier than he used to.
Well, this team looks incredible, and going into 2017, they are going to be the team to beat. I mean, we talked about their streak over 60 games, over 60 matches rather. Now they're looking fantastic heading to the year. I don't know who is going to be able to touch them, but as we sort of round up this year of Overwatch, it's been extremely exciting. Such an incredible year of growth for Overwatch esports, and you guys have been phenomenal throughout. So I just want to give you an opportunity. Is there anything else you'd like to say? Flame, this is your first time on the analysis desk. You killed it, bro. It was amazing working with you. What were your thoughts on MLG?
I was so scared on rehearsal day, and then I came into the first day and it felt so good, but I'm so grateful for this opportunity. It's been so much fun meeting everybody and just seeing how everything works behind the scenes. Like even going to a live event as a spectator versus as talent is so different, and I'm still starstruck a little bit.
Well, Stir, you've been a professional player now in the Overwatch World Cup. You're a fantastic streamer. We can watch you all the time. Tell us, what is it like here on the analysis desk? Do you like it just as much?
Oh, it's great. I mean, anytime I get to hang out with everybody, really just come out, and there's always a great sense of community within the casters. Just happy to be here.
All right, ZP, you've been with Overwatch since the beginning. Where are we at now?
I mean, for me, the entire thing is crazy. This is capping off pretty much a full year of casting, almost to the date, a little bit more than that, but started off with community cups, literally in my bedroom, going from there. So to go from there to here with all the crazy events along the way, it's been a crazy ride, and I just have nothing but thankfulness to all the people that have supported me all throughout and all the fans that make events like this possible. Thank you guys so much.
All right, well, speaking of a crazy ride, let's wrap things up here with a tour through the brackets. All the action we saw this weekend. We started out with 2 groups of 4 incredible teams each, and the championship bracket today took us through Envious and Cloud9, FaZe and Fnatic, all the way through our thrilling and dominant final by Team Envious.
It's a lot of zeros.
A lot of zeros.
Jeez, I mean, I'm still sad that Cloud9 lost, but they lost to Envious. Who was really going to beat them when they were playing like that?
And the interesting thing for C9 is that it's actually not bad at all for them. They had some demons to defeat in terms of performance at live events, and they didn't get quite as far as they would have liked here. But on the same note, losing to Envy, which everyone else also did, not necessarily the worst way to go out of the Invitational.
Envy is the perfect storm of the game right now. Like, they are the pinnacle of, I think, what you could achieve with the game currently, and I think that that's what separates them, and it makes it so scary. Like, you have to get to perfection almost to compete with them.
On the bright side, Cloud9 only lost 3 games to them. FaZe had to lose 4 games to them. So I guess they came out on top, really.
Well, it was a fantastic tournament. Thank you guys for being here to join me. I want to say thank you to everyone, including MLG and Geico Gaming, for making this possible. We had Golden Boy doing our desk hosting. He took my role and the stage role as well. And we had Monty and Doa on the casting desk. We had you lovely gentlemen, Stir, ZP, and Flame. We had Mr. X and Puckett, who are way over at Call of Duty now. They still have a long day ahead of them. And of course, our wonderful production team. Thank you to everyone behind the camera. Thank you to everyone who made this possible. Thank you to all our observers who are working so hard in the back. Thank you to everyone who sent us stats. And thank you to all our viewers for watching. I hope you enjoyed this tournament. We're going to see lots more from you in Overwatch in 2017.